Good morning, hello, and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. I'm here in the lovely Los Angeles Convention Center, joined by one and only Danny O'Dwyer.
What's up?
Here to talk a little bit about what we're seeing at the show, what we're excited to have on the stage today, big things from the conferences. So Danny, what are you excited about that you got today?
Oh man, I was looking at because yesterday was kind of like it didn't feel like day one. It felt like day 3 because we had so much. So I got off light. I only had like maybe 7 appointments. Today I've got so many, and there's so much cool stuff in there. Dan Greenewald's coming on.
Forza man.
With Forza, yeah, Forza. Actually, this year I seem to have like
Mr.
3 or 4,
Forza.
like people I get every year.
Yeah.
Like Dan's on, like Nick Cannon's on with FIFA, like every year.
Oh.
Like the Skylanders dude I've had 3 years in a row, Lou Studdard, who I only ever see when here, is coming on again. But one of the ones I'm really looking forward to is Just Cause 3.
Yeah.
Roland, the director on that, is going to come on. I saw him on the Giant Bomb stream last night, talking all about it. That was a game that a bunch of people saw at Judges Week.
Yes.
Or you were at Judges Week as well?
No, I just heard that it was there.
Yeah, and they came back talking really good about it. They couldn't really talk about it until this week.
Lips are sealed until this week.
Yeah, and it looks cool. Apparently what they did, and I kind of like this, what they did for Judges Week is they basically allowed like the dev tools to be just open.
Brilliant.
So kind of like, I ended up playing a lot of Crackdown last weekend for like no reason particular. And
What,
there
the,
was, yeah, like the old like
I was going to say like the new one is.
No.
How the hell did you get that?
Oh no, not even Crackdown 2. I was playing like the 2007 ass Crackdown. And there was a mode in there called Keys.
Crackdown.
Ass Crackdown, yeah. It's the prologue. And there was a mode in there called Keys to the City, which basically allowed you just to do anything. It didn't give you achievements, but you could spawn weapons, spawn stuff. So apparently they let people do that for the Judges Week thing, just to go around blowing shit up. They need to put that in the game.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
That's the way people want to play Just Cause. Just complete chaos. Doesn't matter if it's like the story stays aside for a little while. Every once in a while, you just want to grapple everything to everything and like blow shit up.
Blow the heck out of it. Heck.
Yeah. Heck.
I'm very Americanized now. Heck.
It's rude to curse
I
at 10 in the morning, but it doesn't
I've
stop
only had
me.
one coffee. I can't switch just yet.
I've been having this taste of LA. If you ever wanted to taste LA, come to the E3 Convention Center.
Tastes like this.
Premium drinking water.
Premium.
Tastes like LA.
Premium H2O.
Lots of broken dreams and smog.
And out of work actors.
And traffic.
And
E3 video games.
8 video games. Speaking of one, the first one we got coming up on the stage today. So we actually swapped for this.
We did a trade.
We did a trade. So we got the E3 schedule, and I just went, I want that one.
Yeah, I was like, you can't have that one. It's like right at the top of my next
I want that
3
one.
hours. So I'm like, so I'm coming on to talk to you now, and then I'm leaving.
And
so
then
you
coming back.
And then I'm coming back straight away. But in the meantime, you're going to be playing Uncharted 4, or talking about Uncharted 4.
Yeah, with I've got Kurt Marganow from Naughty Dog. I think he's the lead gameplay designer.
Excellent.
I am super excited. We can see here the footage from the Sony press conference. Of course, Uncharted closed the show. I'm really excited.
Apparently what they're showing behind closed doors is even crazier than this. A couple of people were coming out. I'm not sure if Jeff's seen it yet. Jeff Gerstmann. Jeff Keighley was talking yesterday about it, saying what they were showing was even more mental than this. This kind of was, that was very like par for the course.
That's very
cool
Uncharted,
shooting. But then
isn't
the fucking truck stuff was just like, what?
So the Sony of America, like, behind closed doors room is directly opposite our war room. So like,
is that where it is?
That's where it is. So I walked out the other day and I was like, Neil Druckmann's there, and I was like, let me play your game, please.
I walked out of the bathroom, which is just around the corner from where we are, and Cisco was there. E3 is
Cisco,
really
of course,
weird.
being on the Kind of Funny stage. I believe they also have, like, I don't want to spoil anything because you should take a look at their schedule, but they have some real big names.
It's real weird.
And I was just like, I didn't even know these people were into video games.
Yeah, apparently Cisco's like not even like just kind of like half-heartedly in it. He's got his own like embroidered Zelda cap.
What?
He's super jazzed. He was like introduced me to his entourage and was like, I gotta go, man. I gotta play Uncharted in like 5 minutes. So he's basically doing appointments. Like this is his. It's like year 1 of being a games journalist at E3. You just go to appointments all the time.
Amazing.
And like Cisco's just doing it. Are we paying him? Is this?
I don't know.
Is he? Is he
on
part of the
payroll?
union? I don't know.
I don't know.
Does he have better? Yeah, I don't know.
So obviously Uncharted starting of the day, but the game that I swapped you for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're pretty happy about it.
Yeah,
so
you give, you got to get. You know,
Yeah.
it's a
I swapped
two-way
you a kid
street.
one.
Yeah, No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
My boy Sean Murray, the pride of Waterford, Ireland. Yeah, they last year we shot a bunch of like videos, sort of the mini documentary, the next big game about this, which was pretty cool. We sort of unveiled a bunch of stuff. Cam in the UK unveiled a bunch of stuff at their offices as well down in Guildford. And he was up again on the show floor. I actually didn't think he was going to be on the show floor this year, and a bunch of people got pissed at me for being like, yeah, I can't be there. And then when he turned up, they were like, you were wrong.
He just
I was
slid
happy because you can tell by Sean's beards how much programming he's doing, and he's got this big old beard, which means like they basically told a lot of people like we're not doing press for about 6 months. We've had lots of eyes on this game. There's a lot of anticipation. We kind of just have to sit down and like make it now.
Yeah.
So it's cool to have him on, and like what a ballsy move to just pick a random planet on a live stream.
But I guess the thing though, the game's procedurally generated, so they would just be like, well, here it goes, I guess.
What happens if you like end up on the planet that's like totally water,
Yeah.
no animals?
E3 fish.
Well, there you go. There's always going to be E3 fish. There's always a
There's always a
lighthouse.
city. There's always
There's
a
always
lighthouse.
an E3 fish.
There's always E3 fish.
Yeah.
So what else have you got coming up today?
A couple of more games. We've got the FIFA guys on, Nick Cannon. I've also got Madden on as well.
Sports.
Yeah, the sports.
You
I
got
usually get all the
sports.
sports stuff. Probably a bit more knowledge about FIFA than Madden. I'm a
Yeah.
Minnesota Vikings fan, which probably tells you as much as you need to know about my knowledge about NFL. I actually went to so many more NFL games when I lived in London.
Yeah.
Because they do the international series.
Yeah.
So I went to like 5 NFL games over 3 years. I haven't been to one since I moved here.
Oh,
Yeah,
I feel
49ers
like that's
tickets are too expensive.
you're saying words at me, and I'm like, I'm sure that's a thing.
I can ask Nick Cannon FIFA. I can ask him how. Are you Newcastle or Sunderland?
So my dad's
If you have to think about it.
Sunderland officially, despite living in Newcastle for most of my
Oh,
life.
really?
Yeah, it was like a weird family thing. You know, like
Yeah.
dad supported Sunderland, and I just got dragged along.
You got beat up by all
Didn't
the kids.
care one way or the other.
Yeah.
It would be Arsenal now, I guess.
Yeah. One of us. One of
Gunners.
us.
So I've got coming up. I'm excited. I've got Tearaway. I've
Cool.
got a lot of Sony today. Actually, I've got Tearaway Unfolded. Everybody's gone to the Rapture.
Oh, lots of indie games and stuff.
Yeah.
That's cool.
What else have I got? I've got Disney Infinity and Mad
Oh,
Max.
John Vignacchi.
John Vignacchi.
Johnny V. He did really well.
Is going to come and show us the Star Wars playset,
That's cool.
which is very exciting.
Oh, really? The Star Wars stuff? They've got crazy different like IPs coming into that. They've just got this like breadth of like properties and movies that people want to.
Well, I guess it's like not to put a dampener or a negative spin on it, but it is such a great way of putting loads of IPs and not have to make different games for
Yeah,
them.
actually, yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's like the bucket. You
as
just
in you
well,
Pixar game coming out. All right, we got that covered.
yeah.
So I'm excited about that. And of course,
Johnny V did really well. He apparently
Yeah.
was bricking it
really?
before he went on stage.
He
Yeah.
did so well. He was like, I think there was a guy in the press conference who yelled like, shut up and take my money. I think I saw a tweet about that, which is sweet. And Mad Max for me as
Great.
well.
That'll be fun. Hopefully, if you're
What a lovely day.
In the meantime, if you want to check out Johnny Chiellini's Mad Max interview from last year to watch my favorite E3 interview of recent years, where they just announced Mad Max, they only showed like that tiny teaser trailer. They weren't talking about anything to do with gameplay, and they had no new footage. So it's basically Johnny trying to talk to a dude for 5 minutes about Mad Max, who cannot tell him anything about Mad Max. It's amazing.
That's my worst nightmare right there. But I feel like seeing as the game's out in about 3-4 months,
It's out like
I should be okay.
Like it's a stone's throw away. It's like one of the closest releases we have.
It's
coming
September,
up.
right?
Yeah.
September 1st.
Right after Gamescom. So hopefully he should be able to tell you
Hopefully
something.
they're ready to talk about it now. What else? So we also have Chris Waters is coming later today. What's he doing?
He's I'm actually taking over a couple of appointments for him because he's going off to. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say
you're allowed
that.
to say.
I'm not allowed to say that. He's doing something really crazy.
Yeah.
With a professional sports person. Let's say that.
That's all we're saying.
So yeah, the call happened, so we had to. The call happened, so we had to go and do it.
So I mean, on the stage again today, we've got Destiny: The Taken King, Rise of the Tomb Raider, For Honor, which kind of stole the show at Ubi's press conference to me because it was just looked crazy. What is it? Mix of Vikings, samurai,
and knights.
knights.
Yeah.
They should have just They should just call it that.
Viking Samurais and Knights.
Viking Samurais and Knights.
There was an old one, like Ninjas, Pirates, and Zombies or something. There was an old first-person shooter. It was like a Half-Life mod or something. It looks cool.
Yeah.
Not to talk about Johnny Chiodini all the time, but I'm a massive lover of the Chivalry series, and this kind of looks like it's doing something with that. It's third person, obviously. There's a bunch of creep, kind of like the creep thing is becoming very popular now. With Titanfall and Call of Duty are now doing it as well.
It has MOBA elements.
Yeah, just like random AI you can beat up, and then when you get into like a PvP situation, it kind of zooms and focuses in.
I like the look of the combat, especially because it I didn't notice it, I guess, when I was watching the press conference, but just seeing this bit of B-roll here now, you can see like you have to pick a direction to parry in.
Oh yeah, like this way or like that, like left or right or up.
Which is quite cool, to anticipate what your foe will do.
Some Game of Thrones nonsense. I was looking up about sword fights because I've seen a lot of sword fights. It was like 2 in the morning and I was drinking and whatever. And I remember I've been looking up about like how long sword fights lasted, like in medieval times. Because you watch like these protracted fight scenes in Game of Thrones, and then like video games tends to go on a while. Sword fights didn't last that long.
One good swing.
If you missed if you missed,
you're out.
There's a real good chance that you were losing that sword fight. Yeah.
All right, Danny, thank you so much for joining me.
Pleasure.
You're going to be back here in like
20 minutes.
Don't go anywhere, because coming up next on the GameSpot stage, first appointment of the day. It's a pretty good one. We've got Uncharted 4. Don't go anywhere. Hi everyone and welcome to GameSpot's E3 coverage 2015. It is day 2 of the show and I'm very excited to be joined by Kurt Margenau, who is the lead game designer on Uncharted 4. I swapped for this appointment because I'm so excited about Uncharted 4.
All right.
So Kurt, we were just talking about a little bit, a very big E3 for you guys. What's the reaction been like to the gameplay?
Yeah, it's been great. We always love E3 is always, it's my favorite time of year. It's better than Christmas for me. We finally get to show. We've been working on this demo for many months, and finally getting to show it to the world. Going to the press conference, seeing the reaction from the crowd is really the most like visceral. It's the closest you get in the video game world to really like being a rock star or whatever.
Yeah.
But just it's the live performance of it, and Bruce playing live on stage.
Yes.
It is kind of a performance, and it's great. I love it.
And you guys kind of had like the big encore, I guess, because Sony's press conference had so many big announcements, and then you guys were right at the end, showing off live gameplay. So, I mean, how did you pick that area? Because you're kind of adding a lot into Uncharted 4. You're kind of making it bigger than ever before. How did you choose that area to show off?
Well, we started off in first gameplay we showed was the PSX demo back in December, and that was kind of, we wanted to make sure that the first thing we showed was like core gameplay, just the new combat, bigger, wider spaces. That Uncharted's all about flow and movement and linking all your moves together. And then for this E3, we wanted to make sure that we can still bring a set piece, that it's still the fun pulp adventure that everyone loves about Uncharted, and trying to just deliver that in like the most bombastic way possible.
Because I think with the first reveal trailer, everyone was not concerned, but maybe they thought Uncharted was kind of tonally was going to be a bit darker.
Yeah.
The subtitle's obviously A Thief's End. It had that lovely blue and dark color palette. And then this E3 demo, it kind of reminded us what Uncharted was.
Exactly, yeah, totally the intention. Like, this Madagascar city is so colorful. Like, our art director is just filling the world with color, and seeing it up on the stage in all its like, the video calibration on the monitor was really good. We're very like particular about that kind of stuff and how the game looks on different screens. But yeah, it looked amazing.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about some of the new additions. So in the PSX demo, you saw that Nate, when he's climbing, he seems to have like a lot more freedom. It's not just following the golden path anymore.
Yeah, for sure.
When it comes to combat, it seems there's a ton more ways to take a look at them.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing for us is like more choice for the player. Bigger spaces, multiple paths. You saw in the PSX demo, it's like we just give you an environment to kind of play around in. Climb up, we give you a goal and kind of head towards it. Same thing in the demo we showed at the press conference. We kind of give you a goal and we give you mechanics, in this case driving for the first time, and giving you multiple routes and kind of letting you find your way down to Sam's Tower. So it's all the little roads you see, and all the paths you can choose to go in are all viable options.
Yeah, I mean that must be. Is that not more fun to design for, because you're kind of
fun?
Yeah,
is a
I mean,
word
I imagine
to say.
tricky.
Very hard.
Yeah.
It's tricky. Here we are in the Jeep. This sequence especially. I can't wait for people to play it in the real game because it's pretty awesome.
So we can see here that Nate's driving for the first time. He can drive stick.
He does.
As well.
I'm very proud that Nate drives stick. I'm a big car guy myself. I've always, for Naughty Dog to have vehicles in Uncharted, of course Nate's going to drive stick.
So I mean, is this not like, I mean, there must be some of these obviously scripted, because I mean that car coming out right there, and there's one later at the end of the demo.
We have entire crowd systems for crowd getting out of the way. We have special AI we wrote specifically for this truck to kind of hunt you through these corridors. So it's all as systemic as we possibly can make it. Oh
wow, okay. And I mean, like, let's talk a little bit, because you're going more open worlds. I mean, has it been kind of trickier because you have so much more to fill, or has it been more of a fun challenge?
I mean, open world isn't the word I would use. I would say we're opening it up more for the player for sure. For Uncharted though, it's all about the pacing. So we have to be very cautious when we do open it up that it maintains the pacing of the story. Yeah. So in this case, it's like this is an action. This is a set piece moment. So it's going to be a directed experience, but we're giving you as much freedom as we possibly can within that.
Yeah. So, I mean, one thing we haven't really seen much of, which I'm kind of desperate to find out more details about, is the story. So we know, obviously, that Troy Baker's involved. It's Nate's wayward brother, Sam. Sully's back. I'm hoping Elena's back. I hope for Chloe. I mean, are you guys going to be releasing any more details, or are you gonna keep us in suspense?
We'll keep you in suspense a little bit, but yeah, Nate has a brother. He's been away for they've been separated for 15 years,
Yeah.
and kind of the theme of the game is family, and Nate gets kind of pulled back in. He's settled down with Elena. He gets pulled back in by his brother,
Yeah.
comes back into his life, and he needs his help. So we're kind of we're seeing a little bit out here. We're
Yeah.
getting to Sam, we're helping him out, and when the extended demo continues,
Yeah.
you'll see a little bit more of the brothers kind of working together in this kind of bombastic
Yeah.
set piece way.
So this is obviously the first Uncharted game on the PlayStation 4. We're getting the Nathan Drake collection as well. What is it? I mean, the classic question: new hardware. What has it allowed you to do in this game that's been impossible on the old Uncharted?
I mean, just the
PlayStation
size,
3?
the sheer size, the memory that we have allows us to just make everything bigger. Like this environment is like, it's just massive.
Yeah.
And we're just driving through it so fast. It just allows us to just, and the fact that we can do that so seamlessly is, it's a testament to our programmers and our artists to be able to do that. And it blows me away still when even just watching it, it's huge.
And the facial animations as well. You guys released a few videos of Nate's just like the
Sure.
expression,
Yeah.
which is kind of, it's veering into Uncanny Valley territory now a little bit. It's just, it looks so great. I mean, how's the process changed from?
Real time is a big deal for us. We've never we've never had real time cutscenes in Uncharted before. So everything that we've done for the cutscenes in previous games, we had to bring over and make it real time, and it looks amazing. This skin shaders and all the little blend shapes, and you go on and on about the tech, but when you look at Nate's face in the beginning and
Yeah.
the light's hitting him just right, and you're like, oh, it's all, and it's real time. So
So you guys are kind of like the flagship Sony franchise. Is there a lot of pressure as you kind of keep going and it gets more successful?
I mean, the pressure we put is on ourselves.
Yeah.
Like, within the studio, it's definitely the harshest critics. And like putting this demo together, it's every day someone's coming over. We watch it as a team. We comment on little things like, oh, there's this little pop in this animation over here, or oh, this little thing. There's a LOD pop on this thing. We need to fix it. So it's like constantly combing through and making sure every little detail is perfect. And it's like, if we can satisfy ourselves and we're happy with what we're putting out, then I think we're going to be okay.
I think you'll be fine. I mean, like, and I'm sure you definitely have a vast legion of fans. Any kind of special fan requests coming into the game? Or are you just kind of taking feedback on board and mulling it over?
I mean, we have our own. We love the fans, and there's every day at E3 I'm watching fan reactions of the demo and just seeing people get excited about Uncharted. But we have Neil and Bruce are directors, and they have a vision, and we're fulfilling that vision, and it's gonna be awesome. It's Nathan Drake's final chapter, so I think fans are gonna be happy with it.
Don't say that. I know it's spectacular, and we're very excited to see the game. So let's talk a little bit, because I've been noticing watching the gameplay, some little tweaks here and there. So I think the grappling hook kind of rope thing now that he has.
It's more than subtle. It's
a big one, I guess.
For us anyway.
Yeah.
For a game designer, it changes a lot of what you can do, how big the spaces need to be to allow for a grappling hook. It lets us chain together things like you see in the demo at the very end when Nate jumps out of the Jeep with the grappling hook onto.
Very Terminator 3. I liked it.
Yeah, you saw in the PSX demo using the rope a little bit. It kind of fulfills all the different pillars of gameplay of an Uncharted game. You're using exploration, puzzle solving, combat. So that's kind of what we try to do with all of our mechanics, is make sure that they can overlap and link in ways.
Yeah.
So the vehicle's another one too, where we're seeing it in a set piece here, but that's not the first time you're gonna drive the vehicle.
Okay.
It's gonna be
I assume he has to
bigger
take his
part of the game.
test.
We're going to make sure that the player is comfortable with their mechanics before we throw them into a set piece and get hunted down by the store truck.
So I mean, the Uncharted on Vita obviously used quite a lot of the touchpad functionality.
Sure.
Are we going to be getting that in the DualShock 4?
We love the DualShock 4. It's my favorite controller for sure.
Yes.
And yeah, we're still figuring out what we can do with the DualShock, but I think we're going to do some cool stuff with it.
And of course, it wouldn't be current gen video games without the 30-60 debate. That's still a thing that we're doing apparently.
Sure.
You guys said targeting 60, but 30's fine, and I agree. Where are you at with that now?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the demo and just how much is happening on the
Yeah,
screen,
it's kind of
physics,
yeah.
it's insane. We want Uncharted to look like the best game we can possibly
Yeah.
make. So
there's no point making a 60-frame game if it chugs to sub 30 when,
yeah,
when the
solid
going
frame
gets
rate,
hot.
Solid frame rate is important. Is the most important thing,
Yeah.
that it's consistent. So yeah, but in multiplayer,
Yeah.
we are targeting 60 in multiplayer still.
Yeah.
So we know how it feels on the stick to have that for a multiplayer game, to have the responsiveness. So still targeting 60 in multiplayer.
So stealth is also. I mean, Nate is kind of he is all guns blazing most of the time, but sometimes he has to step back and try and sneak his way through encounters. Yeah. Is that changing a little bit the way we're gonna approach it in Uncharted 4?
Yeah, we added for Uncharted to kind of expand Drake's stealth moveset, stealth mechanics a little bit. So again, trying to give player more options in all of our scenarios. So you saw in the PSX demo, you can the AI has they're kind of communicating with each other. You can hide in shrubbery.
Yeah.
We call it stealth grass, but it's not really grass. It's whatever. There's lots of different kinds of
bit of topiary.
Yeah. So yeah, you can he'll crouch in grass. You can stealth guys. You can engage in combat and then disengage. Allow the guys to lose you. You can kind of sneak around. You can skip enemies in certain areas. So yeah, it's I'm really excited. It's for Uncharted to have so many options is like it's a dream.
When it came to sort of not redesigning, but adding in more stealth mechanics, which games were you kind of looking at? Which really inspired you?
I mean, we don't really look at. I mean, obviously we play games and we love other games, but it's like for us, we just kind of look in at what we want to play, and what we feel like we're the experts of Uncharted. So
yes,
what do we want in Uncharted? What do we want to add? What do we think is an evolution? So to us, it's really accentuating the fluidity, adding rope, movement, speed, having every move be just impactful on melee, and vehicles for the first time is it really like.
Because that is huge. I mean, it is a big thing to put into a game, and
yes,
yeah,
it's a lot of work. We've been working on vehicles for years.
Wow.
Really hard.
Which engine are you running in?
What's that?
Which engine is the game running in?
It's our Naughty Dog engine. It's a proprietary engine that we've just kind of evolved through the years, and that we built kind of from scratch in Uncharted 1. And every game we've iterated on, and like every game we just keep adding new features, different things. And
new physics, new lighting.
And PS4, the leap to PS4 was a big challenge. Completely different architecture, so we had it took a while, and feel like we're pushing it really hard right now. So
are you still finding things that you didn't sort of know the engine could handle, could do?
Well, we find things a lot of times. We put stuff in the game and it's terrible, and then we work really, really hard to make it run in frame rate or to add more things. The idea for this demo was like everything destructible in the market, like. We want easy as a designer to say like, oh, we just want everything to destroy.
Yeah.
But to actually make that a reality, to have the physics programmers and the artists and everyone who's involved in making all the little pieces break and being able to have everything render on screen in frame rate, and making games is hard.
Yeah.
But
I think that's what a lot of people don't really appreciate.
Yeah.
Memaybe when games come out and there's a glitch or something, everyone just goes,
for sure.
takes to Metacritic or whatever. So you guys gonna be in crunch a little bit. Well, hopefully not crunch, but you're gonna be very busy up until launch. Are we gonna be seeing more of the game, maybe at PSX?
We're gonna be heads down working on Uncharted 4 to release it. That's pretty much the priority right now is ship the game. I always get a boost of energy. Hopefully the team gets a boost of energy. The team did an amazing job on this demo, and we just need to now follow through on that and just kind of finish. Make the rest of the game as awesome as what we've shown so far.
So how important is it for you guys to be able to show a live demo? Because I mean, it was
actually
live.
I was thinking about this the other day because the small mishap with the controller functionality on the live demo, and I had a heart attack, and Bruce had a heart attack on
it's
stage.
okay. I mean, I remember a few years ago, I think it was Gears of War 3, when it said controller disconnected.
Yeah.
So
Well, we're at least glad that it
wasn't
wasn't the game's fault. It was like it was a hardware, something with the controller. So, but I was thinking about this because a lot of people say, why don't we just do a video, record it live? It's like, to make it real, to make it playable, it forces us. It's really for us. It's like the ultimate milestone deadline of it's got to be playable on stage, and because if you have a video, you can take shortcuts and you're like, oh, it's just a video. We'll play it the perfect way and like record it or whatever. So it makes us have to hit our frame rates and have to and to see it and that it's done and it's real, it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the thing for the gamers and the players themselves, is that a live playthrough, it reinforces the fact that the game is there. Like, it is definitely coming. It's not smoke and mirrors. It's not going to, like, Last Guardian on us and vanish for a few years and then come back.
Yeah.
Like, it is there.
Yeah. It's real, and it's coming. And it's real for us as developers to, like, all right, we got to ship this game now.
Yeah.
But it's going to be fun.
Yeah. So, I mean, what was I going to say? Let's talk a little bit about the story from what we've heard. So, Captain Avery's treasure. I mean, is he based on kind of like real life, or is it?
Yeah, Henry Avery was a pirate in the late 1600s. He had the biggest pirate haul of all time, and kind of Nate and his brother Sam are kind of on the trail of this ultimate haul of treasure.
Yeah.
So that's kind of
the last job.
Exactly. Exactly. It's the ultimate pirate treasure.
Yeah. And so where are we going to go? Because I mean, we've seen such a great variety of environments in Uncharted before. Obviously, from snow, desert, cities, jungle. Are we going to be visiting the same kind of terrain?
I mean, that's kind of one of my favorite things about Uncharted is we get to kind of globetrot around and see all these different lush, gorgeous environments. So yeah, we're totally continuing that. Even within Madagascar, we've got Madagascar is kind of a geological anomaly of you have these gorgeous, lush jungles. You have amazing, colorful cities filled with people, and we're going to be going kind of other parts of the world too. So,
I mean, is that fun? Are you sort of just tied into, the real world parts of the story with the Captain Avery stuff when it comes to choosing where you want to go, or are you free to sort of pick a point on a map?
It's inspired by that for sure. The places where we go are kind of following kind of Avery's life and death. So yeah, it's we don't want to give too much away, but it's gonna be cool.
So a lot of all the demos we've seen so far are very action-packed, and that's great. But I am a big fan of the puzzles.
Oh yeah.
Like heading into an old decrepit tomb and trying to figure stuff out. I assume there's going to be some more. How have you guys been designing for those?
Puzzles are hard.
Yeah.
But
I think the takeaway from this video is that games are hard.
Games are hard. Making games is really hard. Uncharted 3, I think, had some really great puzzles in it. We know that's kind of a trope of Uncharted. It's a pillar of Uncharted to have that kind of stuff. And absolutely, we're going to have puzzles. And now that we have like new mechanics, we're going to see, ropes used in puzzles, vehicle puzzles, problem-solving stuff. And then even just, in the traversal, it's a problem-solving. But yeah, in terms of like the classic Uncharted the temple puzzle kind of thing, yeah, absolutely, we're gonna have, fans will be happy for sure.
Yeah. With the extra, more openness of the game, is that not more difficult to sort of rein it in when it comes to your bigger environments?
Yeah, I mentioned with the pacing before, we have to, because you have to make sure that when we open up the environment and allow the player to play through kind of in a different space, go explore, that it makes sense in the story to do that.
Yeah.
So we don't want you, when you're, oh my God, I got to get to Sam, to be like, oh, well, I'm going to go play around with I'm going to find treasures over here. So it's constantly a battle kind of on the game design to we want to give all these choices and all these things, but we have to make sure that we get that roller coaster, that push of the story. And I think we've done a pretty good job in we have some big areas in this game.
Yeah.
And we definitely expand that exploration for sure.
I mean, because from my memory, Uncharted doesn't necessarily, because it was more linear, like, it wasn't necessary to have a prompt like on screen saying, you need to go this way. But something The Last of Us did really well is that when you're in buildings, the exit sign was always still, illuminated. So that's how I always found my way through it. I mean, how are you going to tackle that in Uncharted 4?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Again, it's one of the hardest things in game design is to where they have to go and what they have to do. When you're like, a big thing for Naughty Dog is minimal HUD. We don't want to kind of interfere with the experience. Most of the time in the demo, you see no HUD on the screen, and that's not fake for the demo. That's like everyone knows Uncharted. It's like that's the real experience of playing. So yeah, it's setting up goals like we have in the cutscene there. You see the tower in the distance. You kind of see that tower throughout, and you know that downhill is the way to go. So you kind of in the level design have to talk about level design. But yeah, it's one of the hardest things for sure for a designer to make a level, to make Uncharted levels in general. It's hard.
What comes first then? So I assume there's like a broad outline of the story. Maybe the key beats have been pinned down, but then you guys have to obviously develop along at the same time. So how do you kind of design when you don't really know the exact specific parts you're designing for?
I mean, we have the story outline kind of beginning to end of the game already before we start laying out levels. And then we go to the designer, and the designer, it's kind of like you said, where there's beats that we want to have happen, and then we leave it to the designer to really own that and kind of fill in the experience with knowing where, guiding them with, where our mechanics at this point in the game, and how can we exploit them in new ways, and then just kind of nurturing their abilities and guiding. So it's a lot of fun.
So you mentioned with the jump from PS3 to PS4, obviously a significant jump in hardware capability. What was the trickiest bit to figure out? To adapt for, I guess. I mean, were there things with the PlayStation 4 that you didn't anticipate? Like,
I don't know. It definitely gave us more of everything. More memory, more. And then you're like, oh, more. And throw everything at it. And then you're like, okay, this is crazy. And then you still make it work anyway. The programming team at Naughty Dog is ridiculous, and I'm consistently blown away. It's like I'm so spoiled as a game designer to be able to go over and be like, okay, well, here's the crazy thing we want to do. And they're like, that's crazy.
You're crazy, Kurt. You're crazy.
But we'll make it work. It's my favorite thing at Naughty Dog is you propose a crazy idea, like some insane chase down a hill in the streets, everything destructible, and they don't say no. They're like,
brilliant.
We'll make it work. That's awesome. So that's why I love coming to work every day.
Okay, I'm afraid that's all we have time for. Thank you so much for joining me. Really can't wait to play the game next year.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Make sure you stay tuned here to GameSpot because we have so much more awesome stuff coming up, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015. A lot of people talking about how interesting Sony's conference was, load of new games coming out of that, but one of the things about that conference was there's not many games coming out in 2015, and not the same can be said for Microsoft, and one of those games that's coming out real soon is Forza Motorsport 6, and I'm delighted to be joined by Mr. Dan Greenawalt from Turn 10.
Absolutely.
Good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you.
Another year, another Forza game. This one seems like it's a pretty big endeavor, though.
It is, absolutely. And you're right, Forza's really accelerated over the years. Forza 5 was there at launch, and that allowed us to get our engine up and running on the Xbox One, which was fantastic.
Yeah.
We've been able to just build new features and iterate, listen to our fans, and then Forza Horizon 2, which just recently, last week, got Porsche, was added to Forza Horizon 2 with an expansion.
Yeah.
And now, September 15th, Forza Motorsport 6, which is the biggest game we've ever built.
It's interesting. There's a bunch of big Forza fans in the office, myself included, and when the expansion pack came out last week, it was like, oh great, nothing ever comes out right before E3. So it was something to play with. And then it almost becomes like this sort of season where you've got your core circuit season where you're playing your Forza games, and then when the Horizon games come out, it's like the off season. You kind of just do a little, different type of style driving.
Well, I love it when players love both, but
Yeah.
honestly, the reason we have both is to service people who just love cars generally. So there's people that play both, there's people that just play Horizon, there's people that just play Motorsport, and that's wonderful, because the franchise is all about getting people into cars and getting people into games. So, teach their own, but my favorite are people that like them both.
Let's get into the nitty-gritty, because this is a series which you really have to get into the finer points. Let's talk about water first of all. I'm a massive fan of Formula One, and one of the biggest changes that can happen in a race is when it starts to rain. What are you guys doing with water in terms of how that changes up a circuit, in terms of grip, in terms of how you attack an individual circuit?
Absolutely. So our fans have wanted wet or rain, and night in Forza for a long time. But of course, the reason they want it is they want it done in a Forza way, right? High quality, 1080p, 60 frames per second, and now we have 24 cars on track, drive a car or multiplayer, which makes it really packed. Now, the way that's related to rain and night is the tension. If you're a driver driving in the wet, and I come from Seattle where it rains all the time, right?
And I come from Ireland, so
right?
We're in the same boat.
So the big thing was not just having a diminishment of grip. That wasn't enough. We went through and studied, Brands Hatch, which we have actually, in the demo, 148 surface types on that track. We're talking, sealant versus concrete, different types of tarmac, and they all have different porosity. I'm going to geek out for a second. That's how the water is actually absorbed into the surface. We did all the research to get that just right. So if you put one tire on the painted rumble strip, for example, it's going to get very different friction. It might pull you in, or based on the rumble strip, it might slip you out. But the big thing is puddles. Yeah. Now, you hydroplane in puddles in the real world, especially
Lewis Hamilton
really
did it last week in Canada.
And that will make you pay attention. Right? So Forza Motorsport 6, we have puddles that's not just sound and splash, but you hydroplane through them, a car can spin out, and when there's 24 cars around you, it's very, very intense.
Are those puddles, one of the things that's interesting about water and how it changes during a race, do those puddles, do they expand, do they get bigger, do they appear in different parts of the track, or do you try and keep them uniform? Because the other problem is if they can appear anywhere, it's hard to sort of judge whereabouts they might be.
Well, they absolutely can't appear anywhere because we went and researched where the puddles show up. So a track like the Nürburgring has over 500 puddles. And we went and looked at where they really show up. I mean, it's Forza. We're kind of known for doing this level of research.
Did you walk the Nordschleife on a wet day and just say, all right, there's one, there's one?
Look, the best job on Turn 10 and the worst job on Turn 10 is being a researcher. You get to go to Ralph Lauren's garage and photograph $36 million cars, but you have to walk the Nordschleife in the rain. Take the good with the bad.
You got to give, you got to take.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about some of those supercars then. Last year, the McLaren, of course, you guys were showing off in the game. This year, Ford GT Super is going to be in there. Tell us about that car and some of the other cars that you're going to be bringing into Forza that we wouldn't have seen in previous games.
Well, this is a 10-year anniversary of the Forza franchise. And in those 10 years, we've seen a huge change in the industry, gaming industry and car industry. Back in the original Forza Motorsport, we approached car companies and said, we'd love to have your cars in the game. And they were, warm to the idea.
But don't damage them, but okay.
Well, we've been able to damage them this whole time. There's kind of a myth in the industry that they don't want damage. But I don't know where that came from. We've had damage.
Is that really true?
Oh, yeah, we've had damage in Forza, Midtown Madness, all of our games. So anyway, 10 years now, gamers, right? E3, Gamescom, games have become mainstream. And so the auto manufacturers want to tap into the car passion in gamers. We're their best conduit. So now they come to us, McLaren, Ford. And Ford actually was giving us insider information from the very beginning. So very few people at Ford even knew this car was being built.
Really?
And they started whispering to us, hey, we got this new thing we're working on. We can't tell you much, but if you'd come out to Dearborn, we might be able to show you something cool. So, you know, I was actually there when Ford executives were being told about the program, and we had already built it in the game. So it's this incredible level of partnership. And the coolest thing is what this can be in the future. Having millions of gamers drive the 2017 Ford GT on Le Mans before the car is even finished being built.
Yeah.
This is a cool piece of feedback that we can provide to the manufacturers like Ford.
QAing their real-world products.
Right? And so that's the power of gaming. That's the power of cloud computing. It's the power of Xbox Live. And it's how us, gamers, are actually changing the world. Now, it's automotive world, but even so, I love that. That's why I do this.
It was interesting to see Henry Ford III up on stage with you during the Microsoft conference.
Yeah.
And I think, especially for us on the press side, seeing you guys announce Forza at a Ford event.
Yeah.
Like that shows you the relationship that exists there more than anything else. Let's talk a bit more about the sort of, I guess, the gameplay nature of the Forza series. It's very much a loop of doing different races, unlocking different cars, unlocking stuff. Another driving game that I've really enjoyed this year has been Project Cars, which took a different approach to it and basically just said, we don't really maybe have the resources to craft a sort of an unlockable thing. We're just going to give you all the circuits and all the cars. Have you guys ever been tempted to sort of tackle that, or do you think that the unlockable nature of Forza is what makes that Forza?
Well, the thing I love about Forza is the diversity of our players. We've got a really diverse group of players, you know, 50% in Europe, 50% brings people together, but that means there's different motivations. And great design is all about empathy. Understanding who your player is, knowing who you are so you're not blinded by your own passions, and really designing for people and caring, respecting what they want. So in Forza Motorsport, we've got players that just love cars and love tracks. They want to jump into those. So you can do that. You can go into free play split screen. I've got 2 kids. You know, we can play with the kids. You can have a great time. But if you're looking for that kind of sit back and progress and have a great time career, we've got a 70-plus hour career called Stories of Motorsport, where we use the 450 cars. I mean, it's a lot of cars.
It's a lot of cars.
That allows us to tell cool stories of great rivalries and hopefully expose people to eras of cars or niches of cars they never knew about, like pre-war Grand Prix cars, right? Or the cigar cars of the Grand Prix Legends era, right? Getting people the chance to experience those is really great. That's great for the person who loves a 70-plus hour career, but there's also multiplayer. And there are people who, you know, couldn't be bothered with free play and they couldn't be bothered with campaign. So to me, it's about respecting the type of motivation of what brings you into the game. For the multiplayer, we've got leagues. 24-car multiplayer on dedicated server, but leagues actually looks at your skill and your temperament and puts you into a very rigid group of people just like you, where you can have high quality of service and really great racing. So you're not worried about, is that guy faster than me and slower than me? They're all similar. That makes for incredibly good racing.
And one of the great things you added to the series, I guess 2 games ago now, were drivatars. I still get shit from people on Twitter who say my Danny O'Dwyer drivatar is just like bashing into them all the time whenever I close the gap real quick on the North Live. That was a great addition, but there was some feedback from people saying, look, it is more like racing sort of people who are playing on their computers, but it doesn't feel like professional racing because they're just almost like too aggressive. You guys are doing something with sort of more professional AI as well as an option, is that right?
Yeah. So the drivatar system is amazing. It's created water cooler talk, Twitter talk even, as you're saying, right? Where people are just, I never thought about opponents in games this way.
Yeah.
That they could be, and the thing I love is that I get back to work and I've had a weekend of racing against, you know, the guy that's in the cube next to me. And we had really cool competitive racing, and he was never online. And we talk about it, and that's what gaming's about, right? Socializing and having a great time. But you're right. Fans said, look, I don't like when they run into me. When I'm playing a career, I want to kind of kick back and relax a little bit. So we added a toggle where you can just make them more professional. So they're still going to have the parameters of your friends, but when the AI wants to run into you, we just kind of slap some shackles on it and say no. We've also looked at the data. We have millions of players that have put data into the servers from Forza Motorsport 5 and Forza Horizon 2. we're able to train them in Forza Motorsport 6. So there's already, your drive avatar is already
really?
smashing into people in 6. But also,
sorry everyone.
Yeah, so we're testing on it right now. But also we're able to double click on the data and see how fast drivers drive fast and how they drive slow, add more processing power to the cloud, and they learned new traits. So the humanity of the drive avatars is even greater in Forza Motorsport 6.
Cool. And Forza Motorsport 6, one of the exciting games that's actually coming out this year in 2015. Dan Greenwald, thank you so much for coming
Absolutely.
on.
Thank
Before
you.
I let you go, when is it coming out and on what platforms, I wonder?
Forza Motorsport 6 is exclusively on the Xbox One, and it's shipping September 15th.
Great, just a stone's throw away. Just a couple of more F1 races away before I can dive back into that. Do want to thank everyone who's watching us on GameSpot, of course the YouTube E3 hub as well, and our partners over at Hitbox. We got a bunch of great demos coming up over the next couple of hours. I'm up here for the next hour and a half. But first of all, let's check out one of our little breakouts. This is about the Xbox back catalog, sponsored by MSI. Let's check it out.
Brought to you by MSI Computers. MSI, #1 in gaming. Find out more at us.msi.com.
From Recore, we headed into one of the biggest bombshell quotes perhaps of this E3.
Incredible.
Your Xbox 360 games will be playable natively on your Xbox One.
Megaton.
Boom.
Megaton.
That is huge.
That is absolutely
And
huge.
incredibly infuriating considering I just put all those games away.
I know.
I'm so annoyed right now.
I think this is a fantastic initiative by Microsoft. It really is going to win a lot of fans over. Everyone and their brother have an Xbox 360, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has it. Everyone has a massive. You don't even have a
Everyone
sister,
has one.
So a great dig at Sony, and I think I got quite a deserved one because PlayStation Now is streamed games that we already own, like at a price, you know. And they said you can play your old games for free on Xbox One. I think
that was a
brilliant.
big shots fired there.
That is some
was a
shots
big
fired, yeah.
shots fired,
We
yeah.
won't charge you to play games you already own.
Yeah, wow.
So that, of course, raises the question,
How?
yeah, because you
Yeah.
can't imagine them being like, yep, yeah, because they say, okay, you have your disc, put the disc in, download it to your Xbox One, and then you can play. But you can't imagine them just letting anyone with a game disc use it, because then
Just passing it around
the
to your
used retail
friends
market
and-
becomes a whole different thing,
Yeah.
and you could just pass it around, and I don't know. That's the kind of free license that platform holders have been really reluctant to give up in this generation of consoles. However, they were also reluctant to talk about any kind of backwards compatibility, and now we're seeing it implemented. So what do you guys think? How's
It's
this gonna
surprising
work
how
out?
far Microsoft's come from trying to lock down like the pre-owned market to this point where it seems like they're just completely
Complete
opening
reversal.
the doors, complete
Yeah,
reversal.
complete
I
volte
get the
face.
feeling that there's going to be some caveats that they just don't want to dig into because it would kind of
I
sully
disagree.
the moment.
I think they're going to be open about this. I think
Really?
I'm going to be totally cool about this.
I definitely think they're going to detail it and they're going to be open about it, but I think they don't want to go into the nitty gritties where every game has a unique code that once it's used is gone. Like they don't want to talk about that because
The thing is that they're not going to make any money on backwards compatibility. This is never going to be about money. I mean, it upsells the Xbox One slightly, yes, but this is about fan service, right? This is about their engineers doing loads of software emulation on the back end so we can play our old games. This isn't about selling old games.
So do you reckon everyone will be able to just pass around the same game? And
yeah, I think that's going to be absolutely fine. I think a few publishers who are re-releasing digital deluxe editions going to be a bit annoyed that the originals are now going to be available on Xbox One.
Or they might just not make them available because they said it's not going to. Yeah, it's not going to require any more development to make it work, but it does require dev approval.
Right.
So it's not just the game developers or whoever happens to own that license needs to approve it. It's not just let's put everything out there.
So it was a bit like SharePlay, where Sony was like, "Oh, this is going to be great. You can just you can play games online with your friends all the time," and then every publisher went, "No, you're not doing that." No.
Yeah, really interesting to see how that's going to work out. That's Xbox One backwards compatibility with the Xbox 360. Wow.
Big.
Huge.
Then we've got to look at the Elite controller. The Xbox Elite controller. What did you guys think of that?
I was writing a news story at the time, so I was kind of looking up and down, and basically every time I looked up, the controller was just like in bits. So I'm not completely sure what's happening there. Someone's going to have to explain
parts.
It.
You can pop off the domed analog stick for the concave one if you want, or the D-pad I think was the most sort of eye-catching. It was that like little basin that had different angles, so it was like a little hole to sort of or cave to rest your thumb in, and then move around from there.
I'll be really happy if either I have some kind of other bumpers that I can stick in there, or some bumper alternative, because the bumpers are the thing I hate the most on the Xbox One controller.
Oh, right, I see.
So I would really love to get something in there. But I think also something to note was right there on the screen.
Kind of takes a shine off Steam's new controller, right? If it's kind of got like, it looks like, for example, that bit there, it looks like almost like a mouse pad area. So if they could add that kind of functionality into it, it could kind of cross over and then make it more suited for PC play.
I am slightly amazed that if you could make any, but personally, if I could make any modification to the Xbox One controller, I would add in lithium batteries or like recharge abilities, basically. But this appears to be
still have the battery case.
Still have the battery casing. Yeah, they're going hard on the battery casing.
It does look. I mean, there's going to be a lot of third-party, peripheral makers out there creating custom bits, and it's a good way to customize your own controller. Like I don't know, people love buying the Halo version of a controller. If they could just release like a Halo, D-pad or something like that, it's a good way for Microsoft and for peripheral makers to make more money and give people a chance to express themselves through their controllers.
Express yourself. Don't just put a sticker on it because it'll rub off. Also, it's got those tabs on the back. Have you guys ever played with a controller with these things? Because they're definitely in use in competitive circles, because it's a way to get more button access without taking your thumb off the analog stick to press the buttons. I don't know. Have you tried it?
I've never tried it. I mean, the last time I saw something like that was when Call of Duty hacking was a big thing, and people were adding in shortcuts in the back just so they can do weird, like 360 no scopes and that kind of stuff. But
it was extra buttons. That's why. That's how they could do it tomorrow.
I knew it. I knew I weren't that bad all this time. But I've never used it. But I'm definitely intrigued. Like it opens up the with like. More strategy games arriving and that kind of thing. It could open up a lot of possibilities with shortcuts and that kind of thing, programmable buttons. So it's definitely interesting.
Right on. Xbox Elite controller for Xbox One and Windows 10 coming sometime.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015. live from the LA Convention Center right here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. I'm Daniel Dwyer, joined by Roland, my friend from Avalanche. Great job on the giant bomb stage last night. You held your own in a murderer's row of crazy people.
It was definitely a lot of crazy people there, but it was a lot of fun.
You guys are real busy over at Avalanche. Before we went live, we were talking about the Mad Max stuff, which is coming out
awesome.
real soon, actually.
Real soon.
But you're on the real crazy project, Just Cause 3. Rico Rodriguez is back.
He is back, and it is a beautiful, explosive, weird, creative sandbox.
We've only got you here for 15 minutes or so. I believe there's some sort of crazy interactive trailer madness we're going to kick off.
Yeah.
So let's get into it now so we can have it playing while we're chatting.
All right, I like it. So the idea here is we're just going to jump straight into Medici. This is a 400 square mile world. It is absolutely enormous, and like all the Just Cause games, you can go anywhere. So the beach over there, the mountains in the distance, that base all the way far in the distance you see right there. We're actually going to go check that out a little bit later as we go diving through all this. But of course the parachute is back. It is infinite, as it always has been.
You guys have stayed true to the grapple and parachute combination of Just Cause 2.
It is definitely there, and there's a little bit of story now why you have infinite grapple, infinite parachutes. It sucks back in this time. So there's a couple frames of animation there.
Okay, have you figured, you guys are also doing infinite C4 though.
Yeah, there's a lot of C4. Well, I mean, the idea of like having an explosion always at your fingertips, you don't want to go looking for it. So we decided we'll just give you a whole bunch of it, and you can plant it anywhere. It's like a planted explosive. But because of it, you actually have to land somewhere and plant it. So there's a little bit of I wouldn't call it strategy. You know, it's not really that sort of subtle kind of game.
But it's not like you're just flailing grenades everywhere. Like,
right, exactly.
And it means that you don't have to put explosive barrels in literally every corner of the game.
There might be explosive barrels in literally every corner of the game. That's possible.
Let's talk about the setting, because obviously the Caribbean is the setting of what we think about with Just Cause. This is in the Mediterranean, though, right?
We are in the Mediterranean now, so it's a Mediterranean-inspired world. Like Panau, which was kind of a fictionalized island, we did the same thing with Medici.
So it's not quite Ibiza.
It's not quite Ibiza, but there was a lot of inspiration, south of France, Greece, Italy. I mean, it's been a ton of fun building the world. So here we go. We're going to look at a little bit of destruction here.
All right.
You can make a choice. So we're looking at the statue, which was one of the iconic pieces of propaganda.
Yes.
But we've done a relationship now with Havoc, which means that we've done all sorts of Havoc destruction. So the statue will destroy different ways every time. And you can choose any way you feel like destroying the statue.
Okay. Stop hitting yourself.
All right.
I like that one.
It's been a favorite for the team. And to be honest, I think a lot of people online have been liking this one. So, yeah, let's do it. So let's pick number 2 here.
The Farmer's Revenge looked good. As an Irishman, I can appreciate that.
It's good. It's a tractor with nitrous on it.
Oh, really?
So Rico grapples up here. We wanted to make it really seamless moving around the world, and we'll look a little bit more at that in a second. And here you'll see the multiple tethers. So instead of having one tether, you can now do multiple tethers in the world. We're planning somewhere between 5 and 6. Right now we have 6, but everything's about tuning in the end. And it's ridiculous. Huge chains of destruction because of it. And now you can actually control the tether. And of course it destroys in awesome ways.
And
the one thing that we won't destroy, though, we won't destroy the head. So you can grapple it around and use it as a wrecking ball.
Great.
Why not?
How many grapples can you do?
So right now we're planning kind of up to 6.
Oh my God.
But we're still tuning it to figure out what feels best.
Yes.
Because sometimes it starts getting just madness.
Yeah, presumably that's like in terms of, I don't pretend to be a programmer, but there's a lot of physics shit happening there, and with 6 grapples.
It's a lot of physics. I mean, there are times where simulating over 4 million objects at the same time.
Oh my goodness.
That's why it's a next-gen only game.
So you're able to stick grapples to 2 different things and then basically retract them?
Yeah, you can control the retract strength yourself. And that's on the left trigger all the time, and it just means that you fully control everything. And of course, we like explosions.
Man,
so that's the new gas station explosion. Part of it was like, well, we need to go bigger, right? And then we just kept going bigger. We would break the build. Well, you know, the populace doesn't love massive explosions as much as Rico does.
I think that's my favorite thing in Just Cause 1 and 2 is shooting someone's car and then like grappling onto it and just being like, it's like a bucking bronco style situation.
So this is a new wingsuit.
Excellent.
So after stabilizing the parachute, making it a real combat platform, you know, really fun and easy to shoot from, we needed another great traversal. So wingsuit feels amazing. It's really good. Combine that with the grapple, that you get to do the sorts of soaring through the world that is absolutely insane,
like
and it
some
feels
Spider-Man.
amazing. Yeah.
And what I really actually I've noticed here is I love how almost how big Rico is, and also the depth of field you're working with him like sitting so far or so in the foreground.
Yeah, we played a lot with where our cameras are, how it moves. We wanted to give this like that giant open field, the enormous vistas that you're used to.
Yeah.
But with all that fidelity of next gen, like we have destruction even on our vegetation. We'll see a little bit later. You know, this kind of idea of being in this just epically beautiful place and then blowing the hell out of it.
One of the most interesting things that came out of Just Cause 2, especially on the PC, was that the modding community really grabbed it, and that sort of, what was it, 100-person multiplayer? Actually, you know what? Let's do our next choice first.
So here we're at like a port base. So this is kind of water base. We've done a whole new physicalized water system inside. So all these boats will come in. But right now we have these giant spherical fuel tanks.
Okay.
That we can blow up in pretty much any way you want.
It says a lot that I like the look of the bowling ball because of the physics, but I kind of want to see a jet. Let's do the jet.
The jet's hilarious.
Okay, all right. Was the bowling ball just like roll through?
The bowling ball, we use our dual tethering because every single chaos object now actually is physicalized itself.
Yeah.
There's no health meter on it. So you can rip it and the constraints rip off, and you can actually use it like a bowling ball and smash other things with it.
Or you can use a jet.
Or you can get on a jet and stunt straight out of it into parachute and use it like a giant bullet and just blow the hell out of the world. That spherical fuel tank explosion, I sat there with the guys being like, can you do something bigger? How about bigger than that? Bigger than that. Come on, bigger. They must have gotten sick of me. I think the VFX guys were like, stop. All right, here it is.
Yeah.
It's as big as humanly possible.
I like it. We talked a little bit, I started talking about the mods. Two questions about that, actually. One, multiplayer. What are you guys doing with that? Is it going to be the same scale as what they did in the modding community?
No, we really wanted to concentrate on the single-player experience, and the thing that really hit on Just Cause 2, and I know the multiplayer thing, people really love the idea of being out there, but we wanted to get the experience of sharing your videos. People do crazy things themselves, so they want to set up 9 different things all together and be able to do awesome stuff, and then share that stuff online. And we did a thing on JC2 with the PS3. Oh yeah, the vehicles are all new. Destruction to the field.
Just take out sunflowers, I like it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But
we wanted to get the modding feel more than anything else, which is a game that's your sandbox, do what you want. So we have tons of online features that are always tracking what you're doing, so longest time wingsuiting, how fast you can kill 5 people with an explosion.
Cool.
You know, all that stuff, and you can challenge your friends on it, and that kind of interactivity is there, but who's to say what's going to happen in the future?
Awesome. Let's pick the next one.
Here we're going to talk about a bridge. So we didn't just do destruction with chaos objects. We did it in the world itself. So even our enormous bridges you can take down, but they'll like come back so you can do it over and over again.
All right, I'm going to let you pick this one because you know which one is which one's taking your fancy.
The Hydra missile's awesome because you're in parachute shooting a shotgun style RPG.
Okay.
But I kind of like Chop Chop. I don't think we've really seen that as much. It's our new helicopter, and it like just wreaks havoc. It has both miniguns and missiles on it.
Excellent.
Kind of awesome.
All right, let's check out
number 2.
Chop Chop. I think that's the Ride the Waves looks good as well. But that's a pretty good way of breaking into a helicopter. Just shoot the door open.
Yeah, we took away the interactions right there, and there's still a little bit of gameplay because you have to be careful getting into a militarized vehicle.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a pause, and you can still get shot on it. But it's quick and it's violent because Rico uses explosions to open a door.
Oh man, bad news. That's like what happens whenever I play like Bridge Construction Simulator. Are you guys got a poor dude on the motorbike?
He didn't see it in time and kept driving.
He should have seen that coming. It was like a military helicopter.
He was like, if Rico is here, I shouldn't go anywhere that could be destroyed.
GTFO. Are you guys do anything with like people being able to like share clips? Obviously on the next-gen consoles, that's a big thing.
Next-gen consoles are already there,
Yeah.
and they have a button that literally does it for you. And they're recording already, so it was all inbuilt. In fact, when we first sat down with Sony and Microsoft, saying, oh, okay, we want to do this new game, they're like, oh, here's our new console.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, it's
Oh,
just
you've
a
done it
perfect
already.
marriage. Thank you. So
Wow.
I think it's going to be awesome. I mean, already some of the like YouTubers out there and the Twitch streams that we've done, the fans have been amazing about it, and we're getting in the hands of YouTubers now to start playing with the build and messing
Excellent.
around. And
then by the time
here's
it
the new
comes out.
stunting, so you're no longer fixed anywhere. So you can just walk around wherever you want, backflip off of that, use it as an explosion. It's awesome. And we're going to go now from a plane over to a motorcycle.
Motorbike, awesome.
We're going to head up to that base we looked at earlier that was off in the distance. This base is really more about highly vertical. You can do combat from motorcycles. Enemies can ride motorcycles and fight you on it. They can lean out of windows and shoot you. All of our vehicles are now hinged parts and deformations. So we have this awesome new vehicle system. We redid the vehicles from scratch.
That's
so
awesome.
They're weighty, you can drift them, you can after touch them in the air. We've done mods against it, so any vehicle that you collect in the world, you can then add nitrous or Knight Rider inspired turbo jump.
Great.
Which basically means any vehicle you can just jump. Which imagine like a tractor, you can just nitrous around and jump
Great.
it.
Yep,
So this is our next one.
Just like my dad used to. What we got here?
Where do you want to go? We're going to enter this base in a Madman style.
I like a tank. Let's go with overkill
right.
is underrated. Just last question on the modding front, just because I'm a massive modder myself as well, or a user of mods rather. Obviously, the PC crowd are probably going to go and do crazy stuff, make their big multiplayer stuff. We saw with the Fallout guys that they're actually, Microsoft's allowing them to bring that stuff over onto the consoles. If there was ever that stuff being made on PC, do you guys have any pipeline for getting that onto the Xbox One?
We've been wanting to do quite a lot of that stuff for a while. We're not announcing anything there yet, but a lot of the devs that work on the game and a lot of us in general who work in games came out of the modding community. We came out of messing with games, and we would want to support that as much as possible. And it's such a nice thing. I mean, JC2, so many mods on it. That's the greatest thing in the world, is to have someone mod your game. It means they love it. That's their personal time. They want to spend their personal time, so we're going to do everything we can to make sure it's easy to mess around with the game as much as possible.
Another cool thing, I remember when the guys at GameSpot went to play this at Judges Week, that you guys turned on the dev tools to allow them to sort of do whatever they want. I was actually playing the first Crackdown last week, and I remembered that they had this keys to the city mode, which basically allowed you, it turned off achievements and all that stuff, but allowed you to spawn weapons, spawn stuff, put on God mode. Do you guys ever think you just let that stuff happen in the game? Just kind of you know what, maybe somebody just wants to blow up some crap. Maybe it looks like you guys are kind of already servicing that, but
there's a lot of that.
Do you have any plans to allow some sort of a dev tool mode in the game?
We've talked about it a lot, and actually a lot of our design is inspired in that way anyways. So we've actually been sitting there, and even our Rebel Drop systems, our ability to get a vehicle, any weapon that you want, you actually drop them all at the same time, and there's no cutscene, and it just shows up in a box on the ground. You're like, I want a jet right now and an RPG, and you're like, boom, right there.
So you kind of already built it into the gameplay.
Yeah, and we kind of add a little bit of the story around how that works, but yeah, we wanted to put it in there, but we've been talking a lot about supporting this game for a long time to come. Square Enix is an amazing partner in that. They want this game to live on. They see 400,000-500,000 people still playing JC2.
Wow.
So they're saying, this game
That's
lived
5 years
for
ago.
5 years.
Yeah.
So they're like, we're going to support this game for a long time, which is great news for devs because we love making this game.
Awesome, Roland. Thank you so much for your time today. Very much looking forward to playing with Rico Rodriguez. Yeah, sure. Why not? Thanks very much, and best of luck finishing out the game.
I appreciate it.
We're going to be here on the E3 show floor all day long. All day long. If you're watching this in the US, hey, how you doing? Good morning. Good afternoon. If you're watching this in Europe, don't go with sleep. We've got so much stuff happening today. I got Lou Stoddard on for Skylanders Supercharged. I've talked to Lou Stoddard 3 years in a row on the E3 stage. We got Riggs on, we got FIFA and Madden. And then later on today, I'll be back on with Sean Murray from No Man's Sky. Stick around. Next up, Lou Stoddard with Skylanders Supercharged. Stay there.
good to go. Let's see.
There we go. Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. It would not be an E3 if my boy Lou Stoddard didn't turn up and talk to me about Skylanders. How you doing, my friend?
Doing good, doing good.
I think we're 3 years in a row, I think.
I know, I think we got a good streak going.
Yeah, it's great. More Skylanders, supercharged.
Yes.
This is the fifth?
This is
Skylanders?
the 5th.
Can I name all 5?
I don't know, can you?
Fuck.
Come on.
First one was just like Spyro's Adventure.
Yeah.
Spyro's out of the question now. We're
He's
past,
still there, he's
we're
still there.
past Spyro. Trap Team.
Oh, you're jumping. You're way out of order.
Oh, Giants.
Yeah, that was 2.
Trap Team.
Yeah. Come on.
Swap Force.
Yes.
Yes.
There you
That's
go.
it.
And
5
this
out of
year,
5. And it's supercharged.
Skylander Superchargers.
Because there wasn't enough. Sorry, supercharges.
That's right.
I
Come
knew
on.
all the other ones.
Come on.
And I got the new one wrong.
Oh, you're killing me.
I'm looking at this stuff. We'll talk about this in a little bit. This
Absolutely.
is madness. What's going on? Vehicles now?
Yes, yeah. So what we're doing this year is we're actually mixing our traditional on-foot combat with brand new vehicle gameplay. But we didn't just want our vehicles to be kind of just things you hopped in to go from point A to point B. They're actually an integral part of the experience. And we've got exploration, we've got combat, we've got puzzle solving, all within the confines of land, sea, and sky-based vehicle gameplay seamlessly with our on-foot gameplay.
Excellent. Let's check it out. You've got it set up right here already.
Yeah,
Who
yeah,
are these,
absolutely.
Who are these
so
folks?
we've got a couple of characters that we're showing for the first time here at E3. I've got Fiesta and the Crypt Crusher. And so what we've got this year are 20 supercharger Skylanders. And then we've also got 20 vehicles.
Okay.
And so as I mentioned, we've got land, sea, and sky-based vehicles. And so Crypt Crusher here is a land-based vehicle, but the Reef Ripper here is sea, and Sky Slicer here is sky.
Yeah.
And so you can see another thing that we're doing this year is these toys don't have bases.
Yes.
These are full-blown vehicle toys.
Yeah, you can roll, like
you
DK
can roll,
here, it's like straight up rolling.
The ones
It's
with
like
wheels, you can roll. This is my favorite. I call this the egg beater. I like that.
That's pretty good.
You get the propeller to turn.
I like this little action here
the fin,
as well.
The fin flipper.
Look at that thing.
And so design-wise,
sorry,
it's
I'm
all right.
just
It's
playing
all
with
right.
some toys.
So design-wise, where it makes sense, we wanted to actually give these an added bit of life and an added bit of additional articulation for the first time. And so for us, it's been a lot of fun because traditionally in all of our Toys to Life video games, it's been really character focused.
Yeah, big time.
And so this time, pushing that boundary to go to the vehicle side of things has been a lot of fun.
Excellent. Let's talk about the gameplay. We've got some of it shown up here. It looks great,
absolutely.
first of all. I know
Thank
you guys kind of support all of the breadth of consoles. We're looking at the PS4 stuff here.
Yeah. No, I mean, we actually are designing the game from kind of the ground up on the newest generation of platforms, really pushing our visuals. I mean, our team at Vicarious Visions are basically tech wizards.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys push graphics like, you haven't seen.
And then it's also scalable because this is coming out on the Wii as well.
Yeah,
not just the Wii U.
It's coming out on just about
everything
you can imagine.
3DS,
so we've got,
Wii.
Yeah, we got 3DS, Wii, Wii U, PS3, PS4, X360, Xbox One, and iPad.
Crazy. And iPad as well.
Yeah, and so last year what we did with Trap Team was we actually introduced the entire game on an iPad. And we had this really cool portal and controller that we gave you and basically turned your iPad into a TV screen that you could take anywhere and play the full experience.
And so do all the other 4 games, do they still work on the new one?
Every single character that we have ever created works in our game.
How many, what are we talking, like 150
like
or?
300.
Oh, so 300.
Yeah, it's madness. But
do you know them all?
No. I mean, I do. Yeah. And if you showed it to me, I could name everyone. But yeah, sitting here doing all 300,
yeah. No, don't worry, I'm not going to. So you just you straight up swapped it out to a flight base.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see here, my buddy Sean is playing through our sky-based sequence, and when you're in the sky, you've got that added sense of mobility. You've got the added sense of movement. And right here, it's more of a track-focused forward chase sequence where you're trying to take out these transport ships. But even level by level, we're opening up what we can do with these different types of vehicle gameplay.
So, can you just get out whenever you want as well?
No, it's in a specific sequences.
Yeah, okay.
And so it goes from on foot to vehicle. But in this sequence, like I said, we're going more forward, you know, kind of track base, but in other levels we've got full 360-degree dogfighting. We even have a level where the camera's top down and you're going old school arcade, seeing, you know, you dodge the bullets. And we do that for land and sea as well. And so making sure that these vehicle sequences have as much variety that we've been able to put in our on-foot gameplay. These aren't just, you know, added one-off types of encounters. It's a fully fledged experience.
Excellent. Let's talk about the ape in the room.
Yes.
Mr. Donkey Kong
yes.
is right beside us here, as is Bowser.
Yeah.
Can I show off what I think is
yes.
the coolest feature
yeah,
of this?
absolutely.
We get a camera on this bad boy.
Yeah.
First of all, these guys look absolutely cool. You got your little partnership with Nintendo.
Yeah.
But perhaps the coolest thing is right under here. It says it. What's it say there? It says Skylanders.
It's a Skylander.
And if you flip it, it says Amiibo.
Yeah.
Trust me, in there. So you can just straight up just flick it like that, and it's an Amiibo.
Yeah.
Man.
So basically, these guys are Skylanders guest stars with Amiibo functionality.
Why didn't you bring any?
I don't know. But they also have their own exclusive vehicles, and so it's been really great is working with Nintendo, collaborating with them on creating these characters for the game. They work in the Wii U, the Wii, the 3DS versions of the game, and they have so much insane history with them as they fly off into your pocket. I mean, you can even see on the vehicles themselves, we've put a lot of history. Like Donkey Kong's, this is Barrel Blaster, and what's my favorite is that it's marrying the two kind of key moments for Donkey Kong. His original introduction where he threw his barrels, and his minecart, which is so iconic with Donkey Kong Country.
Yes.
And then for the Clown Cruiser, which is Bowser's vehicle, it's got the clown face paint from Super Mario World, which was his boss fight in that gyrocopter. And then the armor plating is that of the Koopa shells.
Oh, it's awesome.
And so when you play as these guys, each one is full of so much history. And the teams actually put that into their movesets because we've created them as Skylanders. They play like nothing you've ever played with either of Donkey Kong or Bowser. In fact, one of the cool things is that we're actually the first ones to bring Bowser into a 3D action game.
Oh, really?
He's never been in a 3D action game.
I guess Tropical Freeze, okay.
He's
still
never
2D.
Yeah.
He's 3D engine, but yeah.
I mean, well, you know what I mean. Like, he's never actually been in a 3D action adventure.
That's crazy. Are you guys going to do more stuff with Nintendo? Is this like the tip of the iceberg?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think fans are really excited about this. I know I'm really excited about it. I can't stop playing with Donkey Kong. And so we'll just see where we go from there.
It's excellent. I think this was a super clever little move as well.
I mean,
having them work both ways.
Yeah, it's
and they look great. Like,
exciting.
I think the fact that these moves speaks volumes as well because like what this has always been, I guess, Toys to Life, and you guys were starting kicking this whole thing off. You know, now it's we have Amiibos and obviously Disney Infinity. When you guys started doing this, the idea that these were toys that worked in games, they weren't just pieces of plastic that changed the video game.
Yeah.
Your fan base obviously has grown. It's been 5 years of doing, or 5 games of doing Skylanders, much more 7 or 8 years at this stage. Have you felt that like almost like a lot of games of that nature, like Harry Potter, I always think, those games evolved with their audience because their audience got older. You guys, when you're envisaging this stuff, are you creating games for that growing audience, or are you trying to like grab, like, sort of stay with your like one age set?
I mean, that's actually a really good question and something that we kind of look at both. I mean, for us, we don't want to, you know, abandon the fans that made the games what they are, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we get new people to experience the game. And so it's kind of that perfect balance. That's why we fully respect the collection every year and bring, you know, the whole collection forward so fans can continue their adventure with their favorite characters. But at the same time, we have to ensure that straight out of the box, we're creating a captivating game that is fun for anyone for their first time.
And fun for people to play with others as well. You guys have local co-op and whatnot?
Yeah, we always support our drop-in, drop-out co-op. This year it's actually really fun because we've kind of changed it up for the vehicles. And so in on-foot sections, oh, Sean's waiting for me for a land vehicle.
Sorry, Sean.
Sorry, buddy. But in on-foot sections, you have both your Skylanders, but then when you get to a vehicle section, you actually assume the role of kind of a driver and a gunner. And so you're in the same vehicle together, each doing different things, and you can press a button at any time to switch between who wants to drive and who wants to use the attacks. And so what we've seen with us playing it as well as kids playing the game is that you see a lot of fun kind of focus where someone's focusing on strafing around an enemy, doing donuts around them because we have a drift button in a land vehicle, while the other one's focused on trying to aim and collect our gear bits, which are our vehicle currency. And so you can see here we're in a land vehicle section. And so Sean's kind of speeding down the highways of our Cloud Kingdom level. He's got his minions, his Fiesta minions in tow, riding on the back of his vehicle. And one of the things that's interesting is you'll notice the vehicle looks a little bit different than the vehicle does on the portal.
Yeah, it's so a black and blue wheel situation, and it's red in the game.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the things that we've got is the ability to customize your vehicle. And so what we wanted to do is kind of put a Skylanders spin on car tuning or vehicle tuning. And basically what that means is you're not hopping under the hood and fiddling with spark plugs and knobs and switches. What you're doing is actually trading whole parts out. And so for each vehicle, there are 2 places that you can mod.
Cool.
And so you see the Crypt Crusher here, it's actually the main coffin body as well as that back wheel.
Does that stuff stay with the local game save on the console?
It's saved on the toy.
So if you bring that toy to your buddy's house,
your mods will be equipped.
That's pretty cool.
And so the mods are really cool because it allows you to explore the world, find different pieces, change the look of your vehicle very drastically, but then get all the benefits of tuning. So you're changing your acceleration, your top speed, your handling, and your armor while you're doing that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We've seen a lovely breadth of characters we have here. Any chance we can stick one of these bad boys in there?
So we're playing on the PlayStation 4 version. And so the characters, obviously, these are Nintendo guys.
Yeah.
And so they're going to work on the Wii U, the Wii, and the 3DS versions of the game.
Not going to ever get those onto other platforms?
It's a Nintendo question, not an Activision one.
That ain't up to Lou Stoddard.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lou, for coming on again.
Of course.
Pleasure. I look forward to seeing you
Next
again
year,
next
yes.
year with the 6th. I'll see if we'll keep doing this.
This is
It'll be
good.
Like 10 years from now, I'll be rattling out 14
I'm going to be
Skylanders
quizzing you
games.
every single year. This will
God,
be good.
I don't know what you guys are going to do next. Thanks so much for coming on and showing us the latest Skylanders.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a
Enjoy
pleasure.
the rest of your E3.
Yeah, you too.
Cool. And thank you for watching on GameSpot.com. Of course, on the YouTube E3 Hub. And if you're watching on Hitbox as well, welcome. Nice to have you today. The second day of the stage show right here on E3, our GameSpot's stage in E3. We got a bunch of more stuff coming up. Next up, bit of a hard swing. We got Dark Souls 3. Stay tuned.
heavy.
Yeah.
My head's going back.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2015. I'm joined by Nick and Mike from Bandai Namco Entertainment America.
Yes.
What's up, guys? Repping those Dark Souls 3 hoodies.
You have
right,
to.
you got to.
You must be the envy of everyone else on the show floor.
You got to.
Got a little Nike on there as well.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dark Souls 3, the first two games, it's strange to talk about Dark Souls 3 in the sort of the gaming landscape we have now, because for a long time it was just out there on its own, doing its own thing, and now people have kind of gotten used to what a Souls game is. You guys made a genre out of nothing. What is it that Dark Souls 3 is sort of doing for fans of the series to bring something new to what is something we know a lot about now?
Well, I think there's a lot of feature involvements as well as brand new features being brought for the series. But Miyazaki-san, who's the director on Dark Souls 3, has said that instead of mashing up, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 and 2 into one giant Dark Souls 3 game, he wanted to take the best of each one and really craft something that's the best of all the series. So, I mean, do you think that's
definitely on point?
You're all right.
Some of the things
just
are
lean back,
here.
yeah.
There we go. Some of the new stuff for players to see is is the first game made for next gen or current gen. So you're going to see a lot of increased. The graphics are a lot better than what's been out there before. A lot more ambient effects, wind-blown ash, cloth physics, dynamic lighting. So a big thing with Dark Souls 2, we kind of brought in with the torch and the light and shadow, and this one we're able to really take that to effect in ways that I think fans wanted with 2. We're really going to bring it with 3. So yeah, the torch is in there, and we're also giving players a lot more combat abilities as well.
Cool.
Kind of.
Speaking to the sort of technical aspect of it, so this is coming out PS4, Xbox One, and PC as well?
Correct.
Yeah.
So I guess you guys were kind of hamstrung for a while there with the older consoles, like trying to make games that can look good on new consoles, but also like perform well. Are you guys going to put some extra effort into the PC version this year as well, or do you feel like you're sort of on par with the console stuff?
No, so it's DirectX 11 only, and they're really taking advantage. From Software is really taking advantage of the graphical capabilities of the new console. So it gives us a very immersive experience for the player. So the interconnected world that was in 1 is now back in for 3. Anything you see in the distance. So if you see a castle way off, you can travel to real-time rendering. So in this kind of dark, apocalypse type setting, there's still also a beauty element to it. So there's that golden sky that you see. So there's dark and gritty, but there's also this beauty to it. So Miyazaki-san was really careful to kind of put that in there. So
From Software have had a busy year. Bloodborne did incredibly well on PlayStation 4. Miyazaki-san must be very busy as well. Is he still working on Bloodborne with the expansion stuff, or is he focusing on Dark Souls 3 now?
I don't know. To me, they seem like magic workers. I don't know how they go from Scholar, First Sin, Bloodborne to Dark Souls 3. The game is coming out pretty soon too, so it's amazing that they actually can do all these things at the same time. But I mean, is that what you think? Probably.
Yeah, and Miyazaki has been with Dark Souls 3 since the prototyping phase, and he's handling all the level design and stuff. So he's hands-on with this game. Bloodborne Sony's game, so I really can't say what he's doing with that right now. So yeah, but he is in it deep with Dark Souls 3.
But definitely a lot of learnings from all the series, as well as Bloodborne. Really kind of a lot of the learnings that are applying for the Dark Souls 3 series.
From what we've seen from Dark Souls 3, we haven't seen a lot yet. Folks are like dying for gameplay, I'm sure, at this stage. It seems like there might be some narrative tiebacks to the first game. Can you guys speak to that at all, or is Miyazaki-san kind of holding on to that himself? Because the Dark Souls games have always kind of similar to Final Fantasy in that they were kind of their own little things.
In my take, it is the same thing again. So you definitely don't have to play 1 and 2 in order to enjoy 3. There isn't really this kind of, there's a world connection between amongst 1, 2, and 3, and the world is coming into this kind of apocalyptic, ruined state. But there isn't one overarching narrative that kind of ties all 3 together, I'd say. But there's definitely a more increased storytelling element for Dark Souls 3, I think, right?
Yeah, definitely. It definitely takes place in the same Dark Souls universe, but when and where that is, we're not talking about that quite yet.
Yeah, we'll know more when you release the Dark Souls MMO and it's all connected
yes,
in one living, breathing world.
Yes,
or living
dying world,
yes,
maybe.
Exactly.
Well, I'd say probably around that Gamescom timing is when we'll probably release our next big trailer for a lot of gameplay. So
yeah, is that when you're going to start showing some gameplay?
So you'll start seeing that come out of that timing area. So
awesome.
Yeah,
it's interesting. More and more Gamescom is becoming a bigger player. As someone from Europe, I really like that because we used to always go to Gamescom, and now it seems like a lot of publishers are setting stuff up for E3 and then smacking it when Gamescom comes
we definitely don't want to do that, and it's a lot of hard work, obviously. Now E3 and Gamescom, I think, like 6 weeks apart, so they've even condensed that. So it's like, but, you know, the fans want it, and it's a huge event, and so that's our big next follow-up after for E3.
Awesome. Before I let you guys go, I kind of want to talk a little bit about the combat. Again, not to keep going on about Sony's little project, but Bloodborne did some really interesting things with the sort of riposte and with the counters, with the gun and whatnot.
Yep.
I think people are going to be very excited to go back to sort of the pure Dark Souls sword and shield. But has there been anything else sort of, have you guys changed any of the format in terms of combat in Dark Souls 3?
Yeah, From Software has added some new abilities to the combat. You still have the light and heavy attacks like you have from previous Dark Souls games. But now if you two-hand your right-hand weapon, you can go into different stances. So with short swords, you're able to go in this ready stance and kind of do alternate attacks where you can shield break someone, do this lunging attack. Great swords, you're able to kind of lean into attacks, absorb some hits, and kind of do more devastating attacks. So it's a risk-reward system. If you don't want to use those, you don't have to. You can always play it the regular way if you want to. But they're making it a lot more options to the player to play how they want to play.
But yeah, in the first Luck demo with Miyazaki-san, anytime he dealt any of those new sword fighting action abilities, the response was always like oohs or ahs. So definitely looks really cool.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Nick and Mike from Bandai Namco Entertainment America, thank you so much for coming on. We're going to see some new gameplay at Gamescom. When is Dark Souls 3 going to be out?
Early 2016 for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PC.
Awesome. Thanks very much for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. We are still live here on the GameSpot E3 show floor. Bunch more interesting stuff coming up. We got the guys from Gorilla coming on to talk about Rigs, which is a game we saw just a little bit of at the Sony conference. So I'm going to try and get some more information about that. But first of all, we're going to check in with the GameSpot crew about Mass Effect. This segment, of course, brought to you by our friends at MSI. Check it out.
Brought to you by MSI Computers. MSI, #1 in gaming. Find out more at us.msi.com.
Let's start, I don't know.
At the start, I guess.
Yeah.
Mass Effect.
Let's go for it. It's Mass Effect Andromeda, revealed in a trailer right at the beginning.
If you notice, like in the pre-show, we said Andromeda about 5 times.
I think that is a conservative estimate. You guys were saying that for a long time. But yes, there it is. We got a glimpse at sort of a Mass Effect N7 character swiping through a bunch of concept art. But this actually looks like it's I mean, it's a teaser trailer, right? But this is sort of transitions into the navigation module.
Yeah. And then I think those were the concept worlds that we got to see last year as well, when they were showing conceptual prototypes of the worlds they were kind of creating.
One of them had a sky whale, or just some giant creature floating through space. So definitely going to see some new creatures in action, of course.
I love the redesign of the N7 armor. I've got to say, it looks more alien, if anything.
How so?
Can you not see, I don't know, just the way it's jutting out and not entirely conforming to the shape of whatever new Shepard is.
And
you know
here
what,
we're going to get
I mean?
a glimpse of it, yeah. And actually, so in that moment, sort of the jetpack scramble, and now in this moment coming up, the armor does look, there's sort of a more nimble kind of gameplay. I mean, you know, you could always run as Shepard, but this ground pound here, there's sort of, it feels like a little bit more of a kinetic focus on the hero's mobility.
And in that part as well, you could hear a Reaper sound effect when those kind of buildings things were moving. So maybe hinting, because the Reaper, that's the thing. It's like they can't pull a Daleks on it and keep bringing the Reapers back at every single opportunity. But I'd like to think there was some kind of Reaper influence,
some kind of connection to the technology, you know, because as we learned from the Protheans in Mass Effect, that the old technology is just kind of around and has weird influences on the different species of people that find it.
I'm surprised we didn't see any gameplay.
Well, for Holiday 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, I think we all thought, or at least hoped, that it was further along in development than it was.
Yeah.
I can wait.
I can wait, and it does look absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, was that enough to give you a little weight? You know, like okay, it's coming. It looks pretty cool. I'm down.
We could just wait. It'll be fine.
How about that Mako, or whatever the version of it that they're talking about? That thing was quick. That was like creepy insect quick. You know, when you see an insect move and you're like, no, you shouldn't be able to do that.
You shouldn't be able to go that fast.
That was fast.
It reminded me a little of the because they did have the speedy. Was it the Firewalker in Mass Effect 2? It was like a DLC like thing, and it was speedy, but obviously it was it floated off the ground. So this looks like a best of both worlds, where it's tanky and yet nimble.
Very exciting. Mass Effect Andromeda. That's our first look. Got it just at the EA press conference here at E3 2015.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015. We saw so many games at the various conferences that some of them just got crammed in a little bit. And one of those games that I really wanted to see more of was Riggs, being developed out of Gorilla Cambridge. I had no idea. Tom and Pierce, thank you so much for coming on the GameSpot stage today to tell us more about it. And I want to know more about it. So this is a 3v3 Morpheus VR arena combat nonsense. Tell me about it.
That's right. So yeah, we're here showing Riggs. It's a first-person arena-based combat shooter exclusively for Morpheus, and we've chosen to set this game 50 years in the future. We're colliding elements of shooting and sport, high-end cars, etc., crushing them all together to create this super exciting sports with superstars battling it out in combat arenas.
I like how the effect you guys have used of kind of jumping in and making it nice and like the sport motif. I was trying to think of other first-person shooters that have done it. There was something I used to play in the late 90s that was kind of like that. It was an online game, but you don't really see it very often. It's like most shooters, especially competitive shooters, are kind of gritty or you know, based on some sort of war, be it a real one or a fictional one. You guys are kind of just having fun with it.
I think one of the things we wanted to do was do something a bit different as well. I mean, everyone loved mechs, but you know there are a lot of mech games too, and we felt there was an opportunity on Morpheus to push the boundaries a bit more and not do kind of traditional slow-paced kind of war mechs, and actually do something that's much more agile and something where you can kind of really explore the arena in faster, more intuitive ways. And that's what led us onto the kind of sporting mechs that you pilot. So you're the guy who's driving the mech, and you're like the sports star in it. And that's what I think is really kind of cool.
I'm very fortunate in my position in the industry to be able to like get access to this type of kit. And at GDC, the Morpheus was out in full fashion for people to use. I've used it. I know what it feels like, but it must be difficult to try and like sell the idea of VR to gamers, because it's kind of one of these things where you don't really know until you've popped the headset on.
It's almost impossible. I mean, we've struggled various times to show this off, which is why it's so cool we're actually at E3 doing this now, because the best way to explain it is for people to put the kit on, to play it, and for us as developers watching the reactions when people are taking it off and just going, that's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. That's what it's about. That's where VR's at, and that's what Morpheus is really pushing.
You kind of get a bit conditioned to it, so seeing people's first time kind of experience where it is suddenly the magic and they're pointing stuff out and just forget it's on them. It's really
It's like seeing shell shock. You're just used to it after a while.
Just seasoned pros, yeah.
Yeah. So tell me about how this controls, because anytime I've used the Morpheus, I've used PlayStation Move controllers, and it's been like one-to-one. Presumably, with having to like walk around an arena, you guys are using a DualShock 4, right?
So we've gone through a number of control iterations, and we're pre-alpha at the minute. We're still working on it. But one of the things we've found most intuitive is actually just looking, and that being where you want to go. And it feels crazy because people go, you're making a shooter, use the right stick for turning.
Yeah.
But we found it super intuitive that you look and push forward and you head in a direction, and wherever you actually focus your head, that's where your guns are pointing. And it gives very, very precise shooting,
That's
really,
crazy.
really quick.
So are you guys using the Move controllers then?
Not Move, just
you are
just
using
the
but you're also using the head tracking.
Yeah, that's
because
right.
presumably I guess that's a massive sort of design hurdle, is because the way first-person shooters look is that your crosshair is always in the center of where you're looking, but virtual reality can't work that way, right?
I think what we've learned through this process, and what everyone that's developing on Morpheus, is that all the things you know in design go out the window. You start again. You build these things from the ground up, and you have got to tailor the experience for Morpheus. You've got to build a game that works for it. So when people tell me, oh, I want to play it with dual sticks, it's like, we played that, and the game we're making is better. It just really is.
Excellent. Is this only going to come out on Morpheus? Are you guys going to have a version that's just like for people using on a DualShock?
So at the minute, we're exclusively targeting Morpheus, and that's taking every single waking hour of our day to develop that.
How big is the team in Cambridge?
We're about 80 at the minute.
80, okay. So it's not that big when you're considering how much technical expertise is required to use this new technology. How do you guys feel about the state of virtual reality? Because I think a lot of us in the press thought that like E3 2015 was going to be the year that VR really was sold, but actually, it feels like that's probably going to be next year, because we're going to see Oculus in Q1 next year. Morpheus, we don't have a date, we don't have a price, we don't know when it's going to come out. Like even stuff with Valve VR, like it's going to come out, but nobody really knows. For you guys, when you're making this game, I'm sure you don't have any clue when you're going to release it or any of that, but when you're making this, do you feel like you're making a game for a technology that's finished, or do you feel like you're sort of evolving while the hardware changes?
I mean, I think, as Piers said, it's a massive learning curve. So, like, it's only recently we got the latest Morpheus kits, and that in itself is like, oh, we need to adjust certain things and comfort levels. And so it's taking that experience and then kind of really fine-tuning stuff, and that's kind of what's exciting now. We're getting feedback from people who are playing it. We ourselves are learning, and so we can kind of build on that momentum. And I think, kind of to touch on your point about VR, what VR needs is proper game experiences, and I think certainly the reaction we've been getting from people is that, Riggs feels like a proper game that they can play with their friends, and it's not just a kind of demo. And like, we had some guys this morning who literally ran in to get to the front of the queue so they could play it again, because they played it yesterday, and it's like, that's a good sign for VR.
Oh, they played it yesterday and they ran in to do it
back.
again. That's pretty excellent, especially considering when you run into this room, there's about a dozen amazing games that you get to choose from. Let's talk a bit about the actual game modes that are in it. I know you're doing like a 3v3 thing over there. How big do you expand that? Because honestly, when I saw your trailer and I saw it was just like a small group of people playing, that was kind of refreshing. Like so many games are getting really big, like Halo now is a big 24-player experience. So what are you guys going to do? Is it scalable, or is it very much like a small, tight, team-based game?
I wouldn't classify it as a small game, but the main thing is it's a team-based game. We want this to feel like a sport. We've played with the numbers. We've added smaller numbers. We've increased the numbers. We've actually found that 3 is a really, really good way of being able to coordinate team activity. So you can get people working on defense, on attacking, and that's the number we've settled on, just because the game modes work really, really well. It's also a good number for juggling in virtual reality. You know, when you're on Morpheus, there's a lot of information to take in.
Yes.
So being able to understand where your team are and where the opposition are is really, really important.
Excellent. Is this a game where you? I'm not sure how early you guys are in terms of like the actual game modes themselves. But is this a one and gone? You die, or do you respawn when you get killed and you're back in the game?
So we have no death in the game at all. You know, it's a sports game. It'd be crazy for people to die, and who'd sign up for that sport. So when your rig takes enough damage, you eject. We've got an amazing sequence that fires you up in the air. It usually catches everyone. It's a big woo moment in virtual reality.
Of course, yeah.
And then you get to look into the arena, choose a location, and you respawn there. And we fly you and descend you into your new rig that comes up. So
I like it. It's like Batman Arkham Knight. You get shot out of the Batmobile, and you just land back in it on the other side, almost. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on and telling us all about rigs. Before I let you go, what is your sense when you're showing people these games, when people see VR for the first time? I know I played the London Heist demo on Move, and it really just, things you don't really think about, like looking at somebody and then they realize that they're looking at you and the eye contact and the character kind of says, stop looking at me or whatever. Like, there's so many ways in which games can be different on VR or unique on VR that you can't do in a regular game. What is your experience being in that booth, watching people enjoying VR? What's your biggest takeaway from that?
I think it's one of the things you kind of hear a lot about games is that they're kind of immersive or unique.
Yeah.
And actually, it's not true a lot of the time. But for VR, I genuinely think it is true, and that's like the most exciting thing. And you know, we talked about it. You don't get the experience until you put it on. You have to try it to see it. And so yeah, seeing those reactions, that is the coolest thing. There's a bit of magic there, so you do have to try it. It's amazing.
Excellent. Riggs, we'll see at some stage in the future. You guys don't have a date or anything at this stage, do you?
No, we do not know.
No.
Sorry.
And obviously Gorilla has a wonderful relationship with Sony. Is this a project that you're definitely only going to be doing on PlayStation?
It's a Morpheus exclusive.
Morpheus exclusive. All right. Pearson, Tom, thank you so much.
Thanks,
thank you. Thanks for coming over to E3 all the way over from Cambridge. Really looking forward to seeing more from Riggs. You guys at Gorilla are doing some really interesting stuff.
Thank you very much.
Must be a fun time. We are still here on the GameSpot stage all day long. FIFA and Madden coming up next. We've also got No Man's Sky on later on today, speaking of London-ish based developers. Alienation's on later. Pro Evolution Soccer's on too. But we got Madden on next, so stay tuned. We'll be back in just a minute. Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015. If you've been watching this live show presentation this year or in years past, you know when it comes to sports, that's when I get up on the stage, and I'm delighted to be joined by Sean and Rex from EA. Guys, Madden 16.
Madden 16.
Last year was a pretty solid year for you guys. Laid a real good base foundation. I know that that's been sort of important for a lot of the EA franchises. NHL, FIFA was the one that kind of got it right early a couple of years ago. Yep. You guys building on the popularity of Madden 15. What are you guys bringing this year?
Well, there's been a lot of good buzz in the booth so far this year. You're right about that. We've got a great foundation with 15. We're going to head into gameplay in a minute here. We'll show you a bunch of the depth there. One of the big things we've been talking about is draft champions. You mentioned earlier you're a fantasy football fan.
Yeah, me and my buddies in Ireland have a fantasy football league. Unfortunately, this year I actually won the jacket, which is if you come last in the postseason, which sucks. So I have this jacket I have to wear all the time now.
You got to wear it to the draft now next year to show how bad you were?
I'm bringing it back to Ireland in December.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm a Vikings fan.
Okay.
So I'm glad to see you're playing against them.
We're going to play against them.
Yeah,
well, draft champions is kind of our spin on fantasy football. So it's a simplified version. We've been showing it a lot around today. You got 15 rounds to build a team. You got 22 starters on offense and defense. So you're going to leave some positions open, right? So it's all about kind of interesting decisions and building your unique fantasy team. Simplified version.
Yeah, because I guess that's the thing with Madden is that there are so many different ways to play these games. Like you guys have a market or like a consumer base that's real open. Like there are people who just want to play with their brother or sister in their house. There's people who want to play with their online friends on the other side of the world. There's people who want to do like big careers. What's it like trying to cater to this massive breadth of gamers?
It's tough. We spend, it really starts with Andrew Wilson, our CEO, strategy of player first, which is all teams across EA have to engage with their community, talk to them, figure out that it's not one size fits all. Everybody wants different things. You have to dig in with each group and figure out like what their complaints are, what they want, what they expect. And once you go through that process, you start building plans to service all those groups.
We got a bunch of fans on Twitter as well sending in their questions, football fans all around the world. But before we go into that, let's just look at the gameplay here. Tell us what's going on. What's new?
One cool thing you're seeing right here, the Vikings' new stadium. So you got that beautiful chrome environment transfer into it. It's still playing in the old stadium once we got into it, but you saw kind of the chrome version of it as we were leading into the game. So
do you have the Prince song?
We don't have the Prince song yet. A little too much price.
You can also see here, we've spent a lot of time this year on night lighting. A big focus for our graphics team. The domes look incredible this year. Any night games really visually stunning this year.
And for Minnesota fans as well, snow, of course, a massive factor. You guys have all the weather effects in it again this year?
Got all the weather effects. One thing Minnesota fans are going to appreciate, and the Minnesota Vikings appreciate it, we've got the font right. The number is right. That little horn on the number. We
have no idea how hard that was.
Yeah.
I got to update my jersey. Mine's looking a little bit ragged at the moment.
You got the old one, huh?
So I'm going to get to questions in a little bit, but first of all, what are the sort of the main gameplay focuses that you guys have in Madden 16?
So the focus this year is on the Be the Playmaker Air Supremacy theme. And what that's really all about is quarterbacks, wide receivers, defenders, and the passing game. We have new quarterback passing mechanics, 3 new catching mechanics, whereas previously there was only one way to catch, which was Y. Now we have 3, which are a rack catch, a run after catch, an aggressive catch, which is going up for the catch, and a possession catch where you fall down and shield the ball with your body. And there's risk-reward components to all of that.
Do different receivers have sort of different quality in those 3 different areas?
It's trait-driven. So, for example, I'm going to actually super sim here so we can get to offense, so we can get to the cool stuff. Trait-based. So, for example, Calvin Johnson is what we call a high-point receiver. So he's going to go up and battle for the ball in the air because of his height. A guy like Wes Welker, for example, is more of a possession slot receiver. You send him over the middle, and he does his work in the middle of the field. He will primarily drive possession catches, whereas like Devs Bryant, Calvin Johnson will drive aggressive catches.
A bunch of people have actually been asking one very specific one. I'm going to go with Jay with this one. Will Madden 16 have more defensive tools available to stop users who scramble to throw?
Yes, I don't want to get too into technical detail, but we have a bunch of contained defenses that we will primarily, you'd want to employ that against a scrambling quarterback. We also have some pre-play adjustments with our QB spy mechanic, which can help users out there. Yeah. I'm going to try one of our new shot plays here.
Yeah, do it.
Which is kind of like a deep throw. There you see one of the new play action fakes. Looks like I got somebody down the field.
Oh,
nearly picked
boy.
off.
So see some of the new reactions in post play there, jawing with one another. You see that in the NFL. The camera was nice and tight on them on the field. We're in year 2 with our NFL Films presentation director. We actually hired a guy out of NFL Films a year ago, a guy that filmed Super Bowls, NFL games, Hard Knocks. So you're just seeing some of the magic of his camera work in our game. It looks more like an authentic broadcast, but it also goes a little bit beyond what they can do, right? We can push and do what we think broadcast wishes they could do.
Such as?
Well, such as like we can put a Steadicam in post play.
Oh, of course.
They can put a Steadicam in the end zones in post play. We can put a Steadicam in the 50-yard line, anywhere, right? So,
so you just saw one of the rat catches. Generally for crossing routes, you got a shallow drag here, and you'll see that as he catches it, he's turning up the field to gain yards in the catch. If I had possession caught that, he would have went down right at the catch point.
So presumably there's a higher chance of him like fumbling as well.
Exactly,
when he gets hit on
and
that
part
one.
of the depth of this system is identifying which situations you want to do what. You might be doing a corner route towards the sideline and holding aggressive, and then you realize, oh crap, I'm getting close to the sideline, I better switch to possession, and you can do that. This is the first time in Madden you've actually had control over what kind of catch you get. There you saw a bad snap, that's new. We're gonna go for a multiplayer catch here.
Oh,
dropped it out.
Almost.
So what happened there, you almost caught that, but we have the number of the defenders around you during your catch will actually add a penalty to your catch chances. So double coverage is a great way to shut down elite wide receivers.
Just the sense of having 2 bodies near you is enough to just tweak it a little
and you
bit.
can see here, he actually catches it, and then the second defender is the one who pointed it out.
Look at that, yeah, that Vikings D, man. I don't know.
That you know and love.
Yeah, right.
So another thing I'm going to show you here is on our coach wheel. I can actually see here statistics. So I'm actually looking at both wide receivers and seeing which one has a bigger advantage. And in this case, I'm going to hit my wide out on the right. Oh, he's open.
Got him. Oh.
Man, it's just not
coverage. So we got a third down here. Going to have to convert. Otherwise, it's going to take a lot of heat when I get back to the office.
That was 2 times from Xavier Rhodes there knocking the ball out. It's stellar cornerback play from the Vikings.
Any the ball deflation mini games in this year's?
No Deflategate mini games this year.
I'm going to go
All
for
balls
it
will
here.
be fully inflated every game.
I think I got to go for it here. I don't want to be embarrassed on live television.
Yeah,
here
this is all happening on the internet, man.
Here's our new plays. We go to concept, deep pass. You'll find the new shot plays right here. This is when you want to take a deep shot. This is important this year because we've added penalties. So you can get offensive holding. All of a sudden, you're in a 3rd and long situation. You kind of want to look at these shot plays to take a big, deep shot down the field.
Now, there's a little bit of risk here because he's going to do a play action to try to get the defenders to bite, but that also slows down the timing. You have to have a bit more of a window to get the ball out.
Oh, here we go. It's a Hail Mary if ever I saw it.
Oh, is he in bounds?
Did he get it? No.
No, he's not in bounds.
Out of bounds.
See, if I use the A button
Let's go Vikings.
And there's the difficult decisions I had to make because I could have gone with the A button there, but then he won't jump, which gives the defender a chance to intercept
Let's see, did he get him down? Oh,
he's
out.
That was so
Shoulder went down
close.
out of bounds.
So close. But
But
these are the kind of risk-reward decisions you have to make on every play when you're catching the ball now. And we never had that kind of depth before in our catching system.
Yeah, I guess for a lot of the time you just threw the ball and you crossed your fingers and waited to see what happened. What's it like trying to sort of to explain all this mechanics to players? Because presumably when it comes to football games, you got people who are like series fanatics, been playing since like '94, like love every exactly right, like yourself, Sean. And then you've got people who just like sports and they buy 1 or 2 games a year. It's like there's a lot of mechanisms to these games. How difficult is it to communicate that stuff?
It's a challenge, but it's one of the things that I think you're seeing across all of EA Sports. You know, you're going to talk to FIFA later, you're going to see NHL.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of putting UI elements around some of their mechanics real time as the game is happening to try to teach you what to do. So in our example, we started with this at the D-line last year. When you had an opportunity to kind of get a pass rush move, we would flash a button above the player's head to tell you what the option was, and if you hit it in time, you would get in the backfield. This year at the point of the catch, as the ball's arriving, we're recommending one of those 3 catch types.
Oh, really?
So it tells you what to do, and what we're trying to do is train you to make the catch. When you do that, you get a little bit of a boost under the hood, but then long term, you'll become more creative, and you'll decide the catch type that you want. So we're starting to propagate the UI like that across the field to teach some of those new users. And then, of course, the place I would always recommend, go to Skills Trainer.
Yeah.
Last year we had 40-plus drills in Skills Trainer. This year we've got 60-plus. It teaches you.
Oh, he's got him deep. Teddy Bridgewater overthrows it. He had a man wide open. So I know some of my hardcore guys, they feel like we don't do enough with quarterback inaccuracy, and you saw a little bit of it right there. That's a second-year quarterback making a tough decision right there.
I'm glad to see you shut down the Vikings after they shut you down. So
yeah, yeah, but one of the best kickers in the game, man.
He's definitely going to get this one. Now, we also have the new extra point rules in that were just approved in the NFL owners meeting. So you can go for 2 from the 2-yard line, and the PAT is actually further back this year. So that'll be in the game.
Awesome.
So one other interesting thing to point out here is you look at some of the quality of the player heads, the authenticity of the player heads.
Yeah.
So we started last year going out with a 9-camera rig to scan all the players with the teams. We've probably scanned about 85–90% of the league now. So most of your starters are actually going to look like themselves. They're going to be accurate to themselves. And fans of the Vikings, fans of the team, they want to see guys that they recognize on Sunday. You're going to see it in the game.
Awesome.
More so than ever this year.
Presumably the most realistic Odell Beckham we've seen
Absolutely.
in Madden.
Odell Beckham's got his tattoos on his arms.
Oh, really?
Look really nice. Yeah.
I want to show you something else here. We focused a lot on the quarterback this year. So this is one of the new boot plays, and all these new handoffs are new. So it actually, the running back and the quarterback were mocap together, and you could see how much better our scramble and rollout loco looks.
Oh, yeah.
He's seamless.
Got him.
And that's a rack.
Oh,
I got a
here
block.
we go.
Oh.
So another thing, as he was throwing there was some text on the bottom of the screen that said on the run. So you were asking about training the user.
Yeah.
A lot of times you throw an inaccurate pass and you don't know why. He was actually on the run, so it was red text that it said on the run, which makes it slightly inaccurate. Now, this is Aaron Rodgers, so he's still pretty accurate on the run, right? But if you throw an inaccurate pass in that case, it's kind of telling you, it's informing you why that's the case. You got to get stable in the pocket again before you throw the ball.
It's interesting because we're going to have Nick Cannon on with FIFA pretty soon. The similar kind of stuff in terms of the UI, trying to telegraph to people like what they should or shouldn't be doing.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the sort of console support. You guys, these games, you need to make them looking good on the next generation or current generation consoles. And of course, you have massive fan bases on the old consoles as well.
Yeah.
But no Wii U game. Is Wii U just dead to you guys? Do people don't play it on there?
I think with our last version of it, it was well received and it was a popular game, but there's just our market is mostly on PS3 and Xbox 360 and now the next generation. That's where our game looks the best and plays the best, so yeah, it makes most sense to be there.
And what about the sort of wider world of football? In FIFA, we see them bringing women's soccer in. I'm an Arsenal fan. We have a fantastic ladies football team, so I'm delighted to see them in it. There's so much in the wider world of football, like NCAA, obviously, doing their own little thing. There's the postseason, the off-season. Do you guys ever want to expand into those areas, like make it a much more fleshed out, less of an NFL game, I guess?
Definitely not less of an NFL game. Our fans would be quite upset if it was less of an NFL game. They want authenticity all day, every day, so that's what we're after, NFL authenticity. In CFM, we're always looking for ways to extend the season, because you got the draft in CFM.
Yeah. Watch this hit.
I mean, the NFL has done.
Wait for it.
Do you like that? You like that?
Look at this. Boom. And that's one of our new cameras. That replay, it's a handheld on the sideline right there showing that off. But in CFM, we're trying to extend the season and tell the entire football story, or the entire season story. The NFL's done a fantastic job of extending the season throughout the entire calendar.
Yeah.
So when you go into CFM, our connected careers mode, we try to do that. We try to give you more things to extend the season in that mode.
Another crushing
Somebody's
hit.
had to pick
Minnesota's
that one up.
pass defense is on point
unstoppable.
today. I will say, though, we're super excited about FIFA adding women players, but we wouldn't let them steal all the thunder, so we've added women to our crowd this year. We actually
really?
have women
Were
in
there
the
no
stands.
women in the crowd
There was
before?
No in the stand. Yeah,
Sadly,
no, we
no.
haven't had it before.
Sadly, no.
We also added terrible towels to certain stadiums that have it, foam fingers, so they have props. There's signs in the crowd now. So, we continue to work on our Living World feature set to get it to where we want it to be.
Do you have any
crushing hit.
I have to let you see if you can get in here. What down are we on here? Oh, third and inches.
Third and inches. You want me to take a shot at the end zone? You don't get one more chance at this?
You got two, man.
All right. Let me get to a good play
Yeah,
here.
I'm not letting you go for a field goal. Put it that way. Just, you gotta.
Right.
This
Put some
is
points on the
prison
board. It's
rules
gotta be
here.
My street cred would never
Yeah,
survive.
street
if I
rules. Yeah.
kicked a field goal right here.
All
right, we're
what
going to
are you
go Randall
for?
Cobb on the fade route.
Got him.
Oh.
Is he in?
Touchdown,
there
Packers.
There was so much purple there. How did they do that? God damn it.
And look
Well, I
at him
guess
playing
the Green Bay
on-ground
Packers are better than
celebration.
the Minnesota
Let's see how it
Vikings
went
then.
down here. Let's watch this replay. Oh, tough catch.
That was good. One-handed in the end zone.
He wasn't letting that one go.
Fair play. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on, showing us the latest Madden game. When is it available and on what platforms?
Available August 25th. Xbox 360, PS3, PS4, Xbox One.
August 25th.
August 25th.
Right around the corner.
Right around the corner.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Pleasure. Thank
Appreciate
you
it,
very
Danny.
much,
Thank
Sean.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
We got way more games coming up on the E3 show floor. Make sure you stay tuned here. And let us know in the comments what you think of Madden 16. We'll be back in a minute. Hey, what's up, friends? Welcome back to the GameSpot stage right here at E3 2015. It's GameSpot X, kind of funny. There's a whole other stage going on. You're not watching it right now, thank God. But here's Greg Miller. The best thing about it, and he's on our stage.
What's up, everybody?
Forget those dudes. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? You hanging in there?
Great. I'm having a great time.
Here's what I need you to do.
Okay.
We're really good friends. You know that.
Yes.
Do I have sweat stains yet underneath my armpits?
Yes.
Damn, how bad are they?
This one. I think the other one's not so bad. The pink should have worked. I like your lower third, by the way.
What did it say, loudmouth?
Your Twitter handle's on.
Stop doing that! Tim pointed this out that a bunch of kids tweeted at us with that. Stop doing that.
That's your production crew, man.
It's not. No, stop. Follow Game Over Greggy. Go to kindoffunny.com. Not
you have enough Twitter
Danny
followers.
No. Yeah, I do have a lot of them. But I'm not ready to give. This is the new audience, everybody. Hey,
that's true.
Please,
Look at
come
that.
here.
Internet's
Kind
Greg
of
Miller.
funny. Kindoffunny.com. Give us a shot. Why not it? We're over there on the other stage. We're having a lot of fun. We got Shuhei Yoshida coming up.
Nice.
You might have heard of him.
Nah.
We already talked
He's
to
a
Naughty
Microsoft
Dog.
guy, right?
Huge Microsoft guy. He's up here to give demos of HoloLens. Very stoked for Shuhei Yoshida's HoloLens. I'm disappointed that I got the sweat rings. I knew it would happen, but I thought I was ahead of the game over there. But then I was late to go be on Geek and Sundry. So I had to do like the fast walk, and that's when I blew it up.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So now
this is so thick, sweat marks won't go through.
see, and it's one of those where it sounded on paper such a great idea to bring back the pink shirt. I love the pink shirt.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
But yesterday, I had this white shirt. You couldn't see anything. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Did I have sweat rings yesterday?
You don't
The
even
world
sweat.
will never know.
You're like a dog. That's why you're like all the time. One of my favorite E3 moments so far is going to the bathroom outside the war room and running into Cisco, and him also knowing who I am.
Cisco is a legit video game nut.
He likes video games.
Yeah,
He's
dude.
got a Zelda. Did he have that like custom embroidered?
Yeah, he had a custom Zelda hat. He had everything. And like that was the thing when I announced it that we got him, everybody's first reaction is like, Cisco, the rapper? Yeah. And then when you talk to him, you're like, oh, like he watches all of Kind of Funny content. He watches GameSpot. He watches IGN. I was like, what games do you want to see? And I was expecting like, all right, here's all like 3 AAAs that I want to see.
Madden, Call of Duty.
He said it. He broke it down by platform. Number 1 on Xbox One was Cuphead.
Oh, really?
His list for Nintendo was he wanted to see Xenoblade Chronicles X, Yoshi's Woolly World, and Mario Maker. And I was like, damn, Cisco. And yeah, he went there and he went and saw Uncharted for us. He saw Tomb Raider. He did Glass Halo.
Yeah.
He went over, did a Nintendo tour. Gave his Game of the Show award.
What was it?
We have these little things. He gave it to Halo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, after the HoloLens deal. I think he loved the HoloLens experience, then going into playing it.
Jeff Gerstmann from Giant Bomb also was speaking volumes about the HoloLens thing. Sounds really cool.
We made him speak volumes about it after eating a hot pepper.
Oh, he did the Hot Pepper Gaming thing?
Yeah, we teamed up with Hot Pepper Gaming from youtube.com/Hot Pepper Gaming to do those every day on the show. And so he kicked it off yesterday with a Hot Pepper preview of HoloLens.
Excellent. That was all the craziness you had yesterday.
Yeah.
Obviously, the show's halfway through today. What do you got for the rest of today, and what's coming up tomorrow?
David Jaffe's coming up today.
Cool.
Today's
Drawn to Life?
Yeah. No, Drawn to Death.
Drawn to Death.
Drawn to Life was that, really, that show on Comedy Central I never liked. Some people liked it, I didn't. So it's Jaffe coming in to talk about Drawn to Death, Shu coming in to talk about PlayStation. It's going to be, we have closing out the day, Igarashi coming up.
Cool.
Igarashi. Iga, as I call him. Colin's such a big fan. Talk more about what's happening with Bloodstain and everything else and the Kickstarter success. Tomorrow, then, is our even weirder day of Brandon Routh from Arrows coming through.
Okay.
And Devin Sawa from Idle Hands is coming in to talk about games and then to do his own Hot Pepper Gaming.
Great.
He's going to do a Hot Pepper Gaming.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Somewhere in there, I think it's today, maybe tomorrow, we have John Vignacchi coming in to do Disney
Cool.
Infinity, stuff like that.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
he'll be sweating more than you.
Oh, I just ran into him on the Geek and Sundry stage. Yeah, I don't know. The worst part about this is now that it's happening, there's no way to stop it.
No.
You can't do it. Now I just got to be tight.
A river runs through it.
I was thinking on the walk in today, when I started getting hot, I thought if this happened, maybe I should pull the pin on an emergency plan where I tweet and say, hey, developers at E3, I'm an extra large. Bring me your shirts and I will wear them now throughout the day. I'm kicking it around. I'm workshopping
You should shout it out. I'm sure the Atlas people.
I legitimately want the Persona shirt.
I saw you dancing with Teddy yesterday.
I love Teddy so much.
He's over there right now.
He's
If he's
still over
gone
there.
by the time I get off the stage, I'm going to be so upset.
No, he closed out yesterday. That's when I went and did
really?
it. Yeah. So he'll be there.
Apart from the Persona dance all night, what are your biggest games of E3 so far? What's really caught your eye?
I mean, I'm a sucker. Uncharted looked awesome.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Uncharted 4 looks awesome. That's my next, I think when I get done with some of the interviews, I'm running up there to do it behind closed doors with it, yeah.
Have you seen the behind closed doors thing?
No.
All I've heard is Jeff Gerstmann and Jeff Keighley were saying it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and that's what I want. You know what I mean? I love Uncharted, and I liked the demo they did, but I felt like it was kind of a flat end to the press conference. And I was telling on our stream, like, it was great, don't get me wrong, but, like, comparing it to the PSX demo, comparing it to Last of Us' first like E3 demo. You're like, all right, it's good, but I didn't end like wow like I did in the other ones, right? Yeah. And so like when we were watching it and he slams into it and it cuts, I'm like, I bet there's more. And then everybody's tweeting like, oh yeah, you go behind closed doors and it's gonna be amazing.
Excellent, Greg Miller, thank you so much for giving us your time.
Danny, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. It's been a pleasure. This has been a fun little thing.
Fun.
We should do it again, maybe.
Okay.
We'll see.
Maybe tomorrow.
All right. I gotta get some pink shirts.
No, don't. Get black. All right. Nothing that shows how fat and sweaty we are.
Dude, I ran out of shirts. I'm gonna got t-shirts next. I'm gonna look like a scrub tomorrow.
Yeah.
You have to tune in.
You got Colin over there in a Mama Kuma shirt from Danganronpa. It's like, Colin, sort it out. It's
all
E3.
Right. You go and give him some fashion advice. Greg.
Thanks, Danny.
Pleasure as ever. We'll talk again later. Thanks to you for watching the GameSpot stage. Of course, all this stuff, it's live, but it's also on the band. You can watch it all on YouTube. It's on GameSpot as well. But thank you if you're watching this live on GameSpot, on Hitbox, or on the YouTube E3 Hub. We appreciate you taking the time to spend E3 with us. And we'll be back with more games in just a bit. Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2015. One of my favorite things to do at E3 is play FIFA early. And once again, Nick Cannon is over in the US
Danny,
to show it off. Very good. Looking forward to a new year of FIFA. It's been interesting moving over here and seeing the growth of football, or I guess I have to say soccer when I'm here in North America.
Yeah.
And it's great that you guys are sort of growing into new areas as well. We'll talk about the addition of ladies football in a second. But first of all, let's look at the game. We've got Real Madrid versus Barcelona here. And let me know, what new gameplay additions are you making here?
Lots of things. I mean, we really, we've taken a step back as a development team this year and really looked at our game and look at all the systems. We have great technology, but let's look at all those systems and what do we need to do to improve, innovate, refine everything. And listening to the feedback from the players that play our game, they give us great feedback. And there was a couple of key things that stood out. One was really want more confidence in defending. They want to be able to defend. It was difficult at times. I think the game was a little bit imbalanced last year with the speedy wingers, the skilled players. So we want to create a really balanced game because ultimately it's make a fun experience. Also getting the midfield back. They wanted to be able to build up through the midfield. So really shaping our feature set around that. So we've got a few examples here right now. What I'm going to show you right now is this is just one example of a lot of work we've done around player movement. So as I move this forward, if you actually look at Neymar, number 11 there, you'll see he's doing what we call a swing step. So this is a really agile turn, a quick way to keep with Bale. You know, previously you'd overshoot, you'd overrun him. It was difficult to keep up. So this is just one example of the responsive player movement that we've worked on to really help you keep with those players. Again, helping that balance. Because we don't want to take away the dribbling. Everyone really enjoyed that last year.
Yeah, it was nice.
This is an example of defending again. This is actually this is AI and your teammates working with you. So if we look at the right back there at the bottom of the screen, you'll notice there's a change of possession. He instantly comes back to get back defensively, get back in position. Last year it took a little bit too long. It was a good chance that the winger there was in on goal, and you know, you had to bring the centre back over.
Obviously this is Real Madrid, so presumably if you're playing with Scunthorpe, they mightn't be as quick on the...
Obviously, the attributes, the ratings are balanced across all the different teams, but fundamentally, the teams will still have that intelligence to, you know, to cover. And this is another one here. So again, a change of possession here, and the game previously very much focused on man-to-man marking. It didn't really come away from the player marking to cover. So if we look at the top of the screen, Rakitic, you'll notice, is covering a player there, and Benzema gets the ball, so he notices that Bale's making a great run, so he comes over to cover. It's just something we didn't have a lot of previously, and it felt like you'd be quite exposed at the back.
Yeah, and also going forward, sometimes you felt like there was sometimes there's nothing more frustrating than when you see a run yourself and they don't actually make it themselves.
Yeah, there was quite a few times where players would be in on goal, centre backs wouldn't cover for each other. You know, the full backs wouldn't come over to cover either, which was a little bit frustrating. So this is another example of just a new mechanic. We've redone all of our slide tackle animations, and we've actually added some new functionality where Marcelo comes in here. He's going to commit to a slide tackle. Previously, slide tackles were great; they work, but if you miss, you're kind of out of the play. So we've reworked that. Messi recognizes he's coming in, slides, manages to dink the ball over him. If you press the slide tackle button again, he'll pop up. We branch out of that animation. So again, much more responsive, you can get back into the play.
One of the things that you innovated on a couple of years ago was with the second defender press, and then it sort of, especially in 1v1 play, it ended up being problematic because you just had players like swarming the opposition. With that mechanic, with the slide tackle, is there a worry that you might have people using it too much, like diving in and even like faking a dive tackle to try and make somebody attack in a different way?
Yeah, so it's a really good point. We actually have added fake tackles this year. So you actually have that, you know, again, with those one-on-one situations, you can kind of feint to try and, you know, go for a tackle and then hold back. But I think it's a really good point, and I talked about balance. We want a really balanced game. So we're working, the team back in Vancouver is working really hard to make sure, you know, we added these mechanics, but we're working around them, making sure there's, you know, nothing too overpowering. So this is then sort of more focused now on the midfield. Again, this is a defensive thing, but we've really upped the intelligence around interception. So this is our interception logic. You can see the ball's going into Benzema here. PK's tight, but he takes a bit of a risk, but he actually goes and aggressively tries to intercept the ball and does it. Obviously, if he misses, it's a sort of risk-reward thing. But here's another example now with Rakitic again. He wants to aggressively get the ball, so he comes in and slides to actually get the interception. So this has really transformed the game. When you play the game, this is what's bringing that build-up play back into the midfield. because you can't blindly pass, you can't pop passes around without worrying about, getting the ball intercepted. This really has changed the feeling of the game.
So you think maybe there was very much a feeling that when you had possession in FIFA 15 that you could it was almost up to you to try and score as opposed to the defense being able to stop you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, it's a little bit more of a considered approach. People having to think, maybe having to vary their tactics, not just using speed as we did probably a little bit too much last year. This is an example here of actually that balance in the counter. So this is what we call passing with purpose. So Cruz here is going to ping a pass. This is right bumper with pass, and you can actually hit a pass more powerfully at higher speed. This allows you to get through gaps. As you can see here, Mascherano will react, but because there's more pace on the pass, he can't get there in time.
Presumably that's a direct pass. It's not like a through pass. You
absolutely,
have to, straight down.
Absolutely.
So you kind of have to pick that one close.
Yeah, it gives you that opportunity to counter the interception. So again, adding to the balance. So this is a new mechanic. This is trying to get a few more moments of magic in here. Did a lot in dribbling last year, and we've added this mechanic, what we call no-touch dribbling, which means when you hold down left bumper, you don't actually touch the ball.
Okay.
So dribbling around with the left stick, you dribble as normal. But if you think about modern football and good players, they use body feints.
Yes.
They don't touch the ball. They like feint to go one way. So we've added that. So here's an example here. Normal dribbling from Messi, then he fakes the pass. Hold down left bumper here, and as you'll see, he fakes to go one way, then the other, and then explodes out when you release it.
That's interesting. One of my favorite parts of doing ice, I love holding down shoot and then hitting. Managed to do with the AI was actually have them react to that realistically.
Yeah.
So presumably it takes a lot of work to do that here as well.
It's actually easy, and it's one of the nice things. It gives you a bit more variety in attack, and you don't have to do skill moves. So we obviously still have skill moves in the game. We're adding some new ones, but it's just a new way to do it. It's probably a little bit easier to do than actually combinations around skill moves. So it's just another mechanic to break down a defender. Here's another example of it while sprinting here. You'll see here, Ronaldo just does a little body feint there, not touching the ball, and then explodes out and rides a challenge. So, really nice mechanic.
A lot of this stuff I always felt was like it was great, and you show it off at Real and Barcelona, and when you actually try and play as your favorite team, especially with the skill moves, like you can't really do a lot of them.
Yeah.
We were talking before we went live about how whenever you play online as well, people tend to pick the biggest teams. Yeah. How can you combat doing that while still making that gap realistic?
This is really what we're trying to do here. Is if you make a more balanced game, a game where you have to vary the attack. The key here is by having to build up through the midfield, you can't rely on those wingers. Why did people play with Real Madrid? Well, they had Bale on one side and Ronaldo on the other. If you're now, obviously, we still want you to be able to attack. We still want you to be able to dribble with the ball. But if you're having to think about and more considered play, you're more likely to use different teams.
Right.
So by making these changes in the game, we're encouraging people to think that way. And last year there was a tactic of pace that was very over-pervasive, and that's why people defaulted to that team. Even maybe also over Barcelona, So
and it works well. I play as Arsenal all the time, and I liked it a lot. I played online at least.
So here's another example of touching every area and innovating across the entire pitch. This is crossing. So we're now getting the ball in behind the defenders and leading the attacker more. It was much more square crosses before, and we're actually leading Benzema here onto the ball, and he's able to actually come in here and volley. So the final thing, just to show you in the replays, is shooting. Again, shooting obviously was incredibly rewarding. At times last year, there was the ball felt a bit floaty, so we want more driven shots. So we're actually much more realistically looking at how you hit the ball where, but also the sort of 3D nature of the foot. So this is a square driven shot, and you'll notice the trajectory is much more driven and powerful than last year. This is an example here where he actually gets his foot around the ball a little bit more, and you think this is a finesse shot. This is actually a driven shot, and it curls a little bit more. And then finally, if you come across the ball, as Benzema does here, it'll spin away.
Excellent.
So a lot more variety. So really bringing that in there. So, we're really trying to innovate across the entire pitch, focusing a lot of time on gameplay. Obviously working on goalkeepers, which we're putting as much effort this year in goalkeepers as well.
last year, massive push for you guys.
Issues and a few frustrations. So really working on ironing out any issues, but also innovating there too.
And innovating in types of the types of football that are available. Women's football coming to FIFA. Massive announcement a couple of months ago. Really sort of groundbreaking in that there are very few sort of modern sports games that do that. Tennis is something that comes to mind. Like even like the Tiger games don't really do it that much.
Yeah.
I was talking to the NFL game guys beforehand. Now they've got women in the crowds.
Right.
They didn't have female spectators.
Right.
So how long have you guys been working on getting this into FIFA?
We've been working on it for about 3 years.
Yeah.
We did a prototype about 3 years ago now, where we actually put a female head on a man's body, and we did that for a reason, to say, okay, where are all the gaps? You know, when we bring women into our game, we want to do it well, we want to do it properly, we want it to be authentic. So it kind of created a sort of laundry list of things we felt we needed to do it properly. And the biggest thing was around the body scaling.
Yeah.
So very linear in the way we scaled our bodies, and for the men, it worked well and it was fine. But to do the women's body type properly, we needed to scale more around shoulders, hips. And the knock-on effect of that is it's actually meant that for men, we can actually do more variation in body types. Peter Crouch looks more realistic, which is, you know, it's great.
Yeah.
You know, we also wanted to get hair simulation in there. We could do that for the men, but it wasn't a priority because there weren't that many men with ponytails.
No,
and
it's
long
not. It's
hair.
not the late 90s or late 80s anymore.
Exactly. You know, but when you put women in the game, you've got multiple players with ponytails, and if they don't move, it doesn't look realistic.
Yeah.
So we've done a lot of work around hair simulation. To do that kind of in our rendering, we need to do quite a lot of optimization, so there's a lot of work there. We scanned a lot of the players' heads, again, to make the most authentic look. We've done animation changes. We had to rework ratings. Whilst we still have a 90 rated player, the rating system's changed to make it feel better, so that, you know, feel more authentic to the women's game.
Yeah, because the women's game does play differently, and because they're like, I'm a massive Arsenal ladies fan. Prolific team.
Yeah.
Like when they merged the leagues a couple of years ago, Sunderland ran away with it, but the Arsenal ladies have been fantastic, and I watched them on Arsenal TV. But there is a difference in the pace of the game and how it's played. So presumably, I'm guessing there is no male against female.
No, it's a really good point. We've kept it female versus female, male versus male. Again, authenticity, you know, in that case. But it really. A very different experience, and that's one of the great things in the last couple of days as people have been playing it. They really enjoy the difference, and, you know, they really actually like how the women's teams play, and are really enjoying that as a very different experience.
Presumably now you're stuck with it. It's like every time you guys add to FIFA, and it's almost like a sort of a difficulty in being so popular and being so successful, is that, you know, you get a lot of stick for not, you know, doing things by the fans. You know, you need to tweak the game. But every time you add a new mode, you're basically adding a new mode for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Right.
Obviously, is there 12 women's teams in the game?
Yeah.
International, I'm guessing, based on the World Cup.
This year, yeah.
Best of luck to the England ladies
Playing
today
right
as
now,
well.
actually.
Oh, is that on right now?
Right now,
Colombia, right?
Yeah, Colombia.
They kind of need to win that game.
Win or draw, and they're through to the next round.
So as long as France don't, against Mexico. Anyway, sorry, get back to the video game stuff. Presumably now, since you've dipped your toe in it, you're going to have to keep evolving on women in FIFA 16 and 17, right?
Well, I mean, obviously we added women to our game. They're going to be a big part of our game moving forward. You know, we'll see how we'll look at the reaction this year, which has been incredibly positive, which is fantastic. But moving forward, we'll see. I mean, we'll make a decision on that, you know, in the next year. And, you know, if we've got anything else, we'll do that next year. But very, very important part of our game. And certainly as a team, we're very proud to be able to bring them into
Excellent.
FIFA.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I think it's a great news for the sport and for video games as well.
Absolutely.
Sort of on that point, will there be a couple of granular questions? Will there be any women in Ultimate Team this year?
No, not in Ultimate Team this year. We looked at it, but obviously you need quite a big player pool to you know, for Ultimate Team for the mode to work. So they're not in Ultimate Team. You can play in Kickoff. And you can also set up international tournament.
Cool.
And you can also play with your friends online.
Online as well.
Yeah.
Excellent. And also just talking about in terms of the women in soccer, like what I felt, I say soccer actually, because when I moved over here a year and a half ago, I joined a league, and it was a co-ed league.
Right.
And I actually was kind of blown away by how big women's soccer is in the States specifically, because they seem to have a much better handle on it in terms of like college soccer.
Yeah.
Like it keeps getting bigger and bigger. For you guys, not only in terms of women, but also in terms of the North American market, are you seeing like different people playing FIFA? Because forever, like growing up, I grew up playing like Sensible World of Soccer.
Yeah.
You say that to somebody in North America, they don't have a clue. You say FIFA, apart from all the corruption stuff, they know what you're talking about. Do you feel like the soccer video games are becoming international finally?
Definitely. I mean, I think that, you know, it's been really exciting to see the growth in North America. I mean, you talk about the women's game, and, you know, I live in Canada. Obviously, we make the game in Vancouver. And, you know, you look at the growth of grassroots football, both for men and women, but specifically girls football. I mean, I have 2 daughters. They both play, you know, girls football. And
they must be
it's
delighted
fantastic.
to know it's coming.
You know, it's the coolest thing for them. They're very excited. But to see just the quality of football being played, the coaching is phenomenal. It really is. And, you know, it's really nice to help, you know, at the end of the day, one of the most authentic game there is. The growth of the women's game in the last 5 or 6 years, the quality of the football at the World Cup's been phenomenal. Incredibly exciting games. But, you know, to see football grow in general, I think, you know, it's really exploded in the last few years. We're seeing, you know, growth of our game. We're seeing, you know, people enjoying football because they're seeing the players that they know now through playing FIFA.
Yeah.
We're seeing, obviously, football is on every weekend now through NBC, and I think that was a real tipping point as we moved from the World Cup. People saw it every 4 years. Now they're seeing it every weekend. We actually get more football in Canada and in the US than we do at home in England, because we can't see live games at 3 o'clock on a Saturday.
Yeah, totally.
And we can. We get every single game. It's fantastic.
Yeah, but it just means you have to get up at ungodly hours.
I
I know the Champions League final and the FA Cup final were definitely a lot of
a
work.
4 in the morning start with a loss is not good.
Yeah, between the Premier League and F1, I'm really in trouble.
Yeah.
My last question, actually, to that point, I'd be wrong for me not to say it because a bunch of people are asking, are you treating the MLS, are you getting like a bunch more MLS stadiums in this year? Because obviously, like, you play the Premier League, it's great. All the stadiums are there now. What about MLS? You giving it a little bit more treatment there?
We're not really we don't go into details about any licensing changes or things that we're adding. I will say, though, it'd be hard for me not to ignore the fact I think we teased something in our trailer yesterday. I think there was an MLS stadium in there that we haven't announced, but I think most people can guess now which one that is.
Awesome.
But yeah, there's obviously a new MLS stadium, which is great. Beyond that, we'll announce things later on.
Awesome. Nick Cannon, pleasure as ever.
It's great to see you again, Danny. Thank you very
great
much.
to talk to you. Looking forward to FIFA 16. Actually, when is it out?
End of September.
Great, just around the corner. Just when the league is kicking off again. Arsenal are going to win the Premier League next year. I can feel it. Thanks very much for watching us on GameSpot.com, on the YouTube E3 Hub, and of course on Hitbox. We'll be back in just a minute.
So moving on, Japanese games. A lot of Japanese games at Square's press conference. Japan. Star Ocean 5, they're making a new RPG under their new studio called Tokyo RPG Factory, aptly named. But I want to talk about 2 specifically. I want to talk about, before I get to my magnum opus, we're getting a Nier sequel. Nier was a very weird, very strange, very brash game, a spin-off of the Drakengard series, made by an eccentric fellow by the name of Yoko Taro, who doesn't like to show his face in public.
Which is why he showed up in the weirdest mask.
He did a talk at GDC last year, and he did his entire talk with a paper mask over his face. This is a character from Nier, which is really funny. It looks kind of like the moon, really like the memes that have come out of his appearance.
It's the saddest character in Nier.
It is the saddest character. They're all sad, but this is definitely the saddest. What's interesting about Nier, not only that we're getting one, which is sort of strange, never thought we'd get a sequel, it's being made by Platinum Games. Now, Platinum Games has a full slate right now. They've got Scalebound, they've got there's Star Fox.
Transformers.
And Transformers. So this is the fourth game we've seen or heard of from them in the past few months that they're working on, and I guess Square approached Platinum to give it new life to Nier and put some sort of action RPG elements into it. What do you guys think? Kevin, you reviewed Nier.
I did. I was one of those people that wasn't actually very keen on Nier. I got bored after a while, like large stretches with not a whole lot going on. I like Nier as an idea more than I did as an actual game, if that makes sense. But that's kind of why I'm excited about Nier 2, because I think this is a chance for those ideas to really really come to fruition.
I mean, the fact that they're doing it is a clear sign that even Square Enix, which has been kind of like tone deaf and blind to the demands and what their fans want, is giving Nier a second chance. Like that is the most obscure JRPG probably in the last 10 years, and it didn't make much of a buzz. I mean, a very small niche enjoy it. So the fact that they've actually decided, oh, we should make a second version of Nier is kind of encouraging. So, and hopefully it doesn't have that much, because it wasn't as popular, there's not a lot of like ties to the original, so Platinum can really go wild with it.
What kind of a sense of the tone or the world did you get from this trailer? Are there any clues in that concept art?
So the girl with the white hair, there were some characters with white hair in the original Nier, which is why I'm wondering if maybe they're connected. The thing about the Drakengard in the Nier games is that they're weird and they're strange. Drakengard 3, which came out last year, the main character was a escaped prostitute with magic powers. Nier, of their main characters, you find out throughout the game that one of the main characters, a girl, was actually born intersex, and it's sort of tortured her whole life. You have the father-daughter relationship, which is not something you see in a lot of games. These games have never shied away from being sexy, from using foul language, from being just really in your face and dirty and gross. And I get a sense from this that maybe it will. I mean, maybe this will also go down that same path. When she went down, you had the nice upskirt shot, which is, I mean, we made it, 45 minutes before we got an upskirt shot, maybe? But I think, I'm guessing that this Nier will be the same kind of thing, the same post-apocalyptic, kind of unafraid to be mature.
The vibe I'm getting from it is, it seems like Square Enix, if I was to put myself in their shoes, I'd be thinking along the lines of Persona and thinking we want something that's kind of quirky and unique and eye-catching in the same way that Atlas's RPGs are. Because, I mean, the Persona games are hella Japanese, like mad Japanese.
Hella Japanese.
So Japanese, but they have such a buzz, like a worldwide buzz. People are excited for Persona. I mean, a few years ago, nobody would care about it, because it's called Shin Megami Tensei. So it's like they want to recapture some of that kind of weird Japanese niche, taking it across the borders and making it palatable, more interesting. So doing weird quirky stuff with it and letting Platinum really go wild and indulge your weird fantasies might be a way to kind of represent Nier as something fresh and interesting.
You have to be really careful here, though, because a big part of Nier is constantly changing of gameplay styles. That game had text adventure, and it had Resident Evil going through the mansion all creepy. And it had shmup. You were in a shmup for a while.
Platformers.
And side-scrolling platformer, and just you need to have that. Otherwise, it's not Nier. The other thing you need to have is the most stupendous soundtrack you've ever heard. Because I still think Nier is. I think Nier is possibly one of the greatest soundtrack ever created for a game, and I don't say that lightly.
Next to Persona 3, it's cool.
Perhaps.
I don't know.
Perhaps. But I
We'll
love
fight
Nier's
about
soundtrack
that.
so much, so that's really what we need. We need a great soundtrack, and we need that constantly changing gameplay styles.
I agree. All right, that is Nier 2, made by Platinum. We still don't have a release date. They're going to talk more about it in fall 2015. I'm guessing TGS. Let us know if you think Nier should be getting a sequel in the comments below, as always.
gentlemen, I'm Chris Waters here to host the next stretch of demos from GameSpot's stage at E3 2015. If you were watching the Nintendo Direct or Nintendo main event yesterday morning, you probably saw a trailer that involved some idol singers, some flying Pegasi, and a lot of other dramatic shots. Well, we're taking a look at that game today. It's called Sharp FE, and here to talk to me about it, Ryan and Ali from Nintendo, and Takata-san from Atlas. Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you guys here. Ali's back. She's been a regular on the stage, but Ryan, Takata-san, thank you so much for coming up here.
Thanks for inviting us.
Excellent. Now we've got a demo in progress right now, but the title of the game was originally Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem. Is that correct?
タイトルに関する質問なんですけれども、タイトルは本来初めては SMTXFE というタイトルでしたか。それは確かですか？
そうですね。出たばっかりの時はまだコラボをしましょうっていう話を任天堂さんとしたばっかりだったので、分かりやすく形で一発目は出したって。
So when we actually announced that title for everybody that many years ago, that was just after we decided with Nintendo to make the collaboration, and we had that title in place just to show people in a really understandable way that collaboration was going to take place.
So we've got the collaboration in place, and it's going to be presumably combining characters, elements from those different games. But can you give us just an overview of basically what kind of game it is for the player when they sort of pick up the game and play it?
このゲームについての質問ですけれども、どのようなジャンル的にどのようなゲームになりますか？説明いただけますか？
アトラスが得意とする JRPG にファイアーエンブレムの要素を入れた完全新規の RPG です。なので、先ほどもあれですけど、ファイアーエンブレムを知らない方でも、アトラスゲーを知らない方でも遊べるし、知ってるとまた知ってるでより楽しいというゲームになっています。
So when the player picks us up, they can know that it's an RPG that Atlas is known for making. So as you said before, we've introduced elements of the Fire Emblem series and the Shin Megami Tensei series into this game. But one thing that we want to stress is the fact that this is a game that's totally new, that's being made for people who are completely new to the game and new to the series. And despite that, it has elements that people will pick up who are Fire Emblem fans, who are Shin Megami Tensei series fans, and they'll say, "Oh, I know that. That's from somewhere. I've seen that before," something like that.
So touch points for both of those fans, but an RPG that anyone familiar with Atlas RPGs can come right into and enjoy.
ということはアトレスのRPG の好きな方がすぐに分かりやすくプレイできるようになるということですね。
そうですね。はい。
Yeah, that about sums it up.
All right. Well, we just saw a scene of a singer floating in the sky, giving a wonderful performance. The animation there, very lively, very detailed. And now we're moving into sort of a conversation in the gameplay. Can you set the stage for where we are in the game right now?
ストーリーはこの今流れているシーンなんですけれども、その背景についてちょっとご説明いただけないでしょうか。
なるほど。これはヒロインの翼というキャラクターなんですけれども、彼女が芸能界でアイドルを目指そうっていうきっかけになる大切なイベントです。で、彼女は自分の大好きなアーティストであるキリアのライブを見て、そういうふうに感情が高まって思ったので、こうやって自分の中の心に眠る表現の力っていうかエネルギーみたいなものが今出てきたっていうところです。
So what's happening right here is the character with the blue hair that you're seeing on the screen is the female protagonist named Tsubasa, and she wants to become a singer, what's also known as an idol in Japan, and she's at this live event of this singer named Kiria, who was dancing in the video that you saw, the cutscene that you saw before, and she now was so moved by that performance. You'll see that she's holding a glowing ball of energy in her hand, but that represents how much she was moved, that kind of energy that sprung forth in her, and it renewed her desire to become a singer.
Excellent. So, well,
it's pretty fabulous.
It's not just a quick, easy road to the top, of course. The music industry in any world.
Have you been there?
Is fraught. I'm just really inferring this from
Before
the fact
GameSpot,
that
you were an
giant
idol.
void portals are appearing all around the world. Seems like it might be a slight obstacle.
Right.
What kind of obstacles are we dealing with here in the RPG? Sort of, what's the antagonist force?
今攻撃してくる魔物なんですけれども、どのものなのかについてちょっとご説明いただけないでしょうか。
ファイアーエンブレムのキャラクターたちは今回異世界から 現れた異邦人ってことになってるんですが、その中にもやっぱりこの世界を壊してやろうってやつもいるし、クロムとかみたいに主人公に力を貸してくれるものもいるんですが、これは要するに日本をてか世界を壊しちゃおうみたいなやつらの方が攻めてきたっていう状況です。
So it's actually the antagonists in this game are similar to the Fire Emblem characters that you'll see too. They're known as mirages, and they're visitors from another mirror dimension. And they'll show up, and there are evil mirages and there are good mirages. The evil mirages, like this character that you're seeing on the screen, are there to destroy the world, and their motives are not clear yet, but they're also good mirages, like you'll see later that Chrom from Fire Emblem Awakening or Sita from the first Fire Emblem game will also show up and help out. So yeah, look forward to how that plays out.
We got a mild swoon from the end of the couch when Chrom was mentioned.
Ooh,
Let me catch my breath.
Yeah. Fire Emblem characters. So during Awakening, you get attached to these characters, and then you sort of invest yourself in them and their fates, and sometimes they're romantic fates. Is that sort of romance option, that kind of pairing up of different characters in the game, part of Sharp FE?
客からの間の恋愛というのはありますか？
そうですね。メインのストーリーが1本ある中で、各それぞれ仲間たちがいろいろいるんですけれども、彼らが成長していって、全員アクション俳優になりたいキャラクターもいたり、ハリウッド女優になりたいキャラクターもいたり、また先ほどの翼みたいにアイドルになりたい人もいるので、主人公がサポートすることで彼らを成功に導いてあげるみたいなストーリーがあります。それはメインのストーリーとは別に任意に遊べる感じです。
So I don't want to touch on the love situation specifically. However, what I can say is that in addition to the main storyline, there are also side storylines for each of the characters that you encounter in your journey. And basically, each of these characters has goals. One of the characters, Tsubasa, wants to be a singer. Another one of the characters, Toma, wants to be an action star. And in helping them fulfill their dreams, their connections between the characters will change, and something might happen. So.
All right. Excellent. Now, before we sort of wrap up the demo, can we talk a little bit about how you deal with a bad mirage? It comes at you, it's trying to disrupt you. Is there combat? Do you just write scathing reviews online about that mirage? Do you downvote them?
That's what I do.
That's our power, but video games allow us to dream greater.
マモの敵のミラージュが現れたときにどういうふうに対峙しますか？バトルするか、それともネット上で悪い評判、記事を書いて
なるほど。
どういうふうにやりますか？
ですね、基本的に今見ていただくと分かるけど、ダンジョンにシンボルエンカウントで敵が現れるので、それに切りつけて触るとバトルすることができます。
So you've seen right now, or right now we're going into a different segment right now, but what you saw before on the screen was there was an enemy mirage showing up on the dungeon map, and you enter into combat itself by either running into the enemy or doing a slash function with your sword, which is something that fans of the Shin Megami Tensei series will see and be like, I've seen that before. So, 大丈夫ですか？
いや、さっきバトル行くかなと思ったら行かなかったんで。
So when we go into a battle, I think, Sarah, if we're going into a battle.
Yeah, we're going to the boss battle.
Okay, in the next boss battle, he'll continue so that it's easy for everybody to understand at home.
All right, I think we'll have just time to take a quick glimpse at the boss battle in action. Maybe we can take a look at this stylish. That's a mean mirage. Yeah.
Look at how fab they are.
Well, that's a thing that the Shin Megami Tensei series certainly brings to the table. Style for miles? Was that a technical term you guys use in the studio?
シンメガミ転生シリーズなんですけれども、非常に美意識、スタイリッシュな感じがありますけど。
ありがとうございます。
He says thanks for that.
先ほど出たらシーダなんですけど、これも普通ペガサスナイトのキャラクターをアトラスだとさっきのちょっとロケットみたいなついて飛んでいるみたいにしたり、アトラス的な解釈をして表現したりします。
So you saw before that Sita was on the screen, and she is the Pegasus Knight from Fire Emblem 1, and she's represented in this game very differently from how fans of the Fire Emblem 1 will remember her. And we actually kind of gave it that, as you said, Atlas style for miles for her representation in this game.
Excellent. And so now we're seeing the boss. Oh, sorry, Takata-san, please go ahead.
So
in the same way, this is Gangrel, the bosses they're fighting right now, who is also the last, or sorry, I don't want to spoil that, who is also a character from the Fire Emblem series, and his head will take off and spin around on a blade chopper of death, and that's something else that we also kind of gave our
Blade Chopper of Death?
Atlas taste.
Blade
for
Chopper
this.
of Death, Giant Fire Tornado, and High Heel Stomp to the Head. All moves you can expect to see in battle in Sharp FE. Can you guys give us an idea of when this is going to be releasing and what platforms we'll be able to see it on?
これいつ発売されるか。
日本では2015年で、できればアメリカ来年出したいなと思ってます。
So this is going to be available on the Wii U, and in Japan, Japanese gamers can look forward to this in 2015. But for American gamers, we'd like to get this out in 2016 for them.
Thank you so much, Ryan, Ali, Takata-san, for coming on and showing off Sharp FE. All right, folks, here at the GameSpot Live stage, we are coming back shortly with a look at Destiny's biggest new expansion outside the Season Pass zone. It's the Taken King coming up next. With 2 expansions in the Season Pass under its belt, Destiny is now taking aim at its big expansion, the Taken King, and here to talk about it on stage with me is David Daig, aka Deej from Bungie, community manager extraordinaire. David, welcome to the stage.
Thanks, good to be here.
Glad to have you here to talk some Destiny. I see you are rocking the merchandise here.
Yep.
Nice.
Taken King t-shirt.
Taken King t-shirt.
They're just throwing them at us over in our booth. Throwing them at people in line, so got to represent the new adventure.
What about people online? Are they going to get a shot at those, or is that an E3 exclusive?
This is an E3 exclusive.
Ooh, all right. They'll just have to admire from afar.
Exactly.
But the Taken King, folks were admiring that during the Sony press conference and seeing that Oryx getting a little, it's a little mad.
He's irate.
He's like more than a little
furious. Yeah. Well, I mean, you killed his son. Anybody who took Crota's own sword, and sank it into his face in the Crota's End raid has earned a new enemy.
Fathers have a way about that things.
Yes, exactly. So Oryx is the Taken King. He's the new villain that you're going to confront in Destiny, the Taken King, on September 15th. And he's bringing with him his Dark Army. They are the Taken, so they're the new enemy that you're going to fight in Destiny. Some of the combatants that you may have known and loved or hated or vanquished in battle. He's ripped them from our dimension. He's twisted them with the darkness, mutated them into a horrible new infantry, and he's dispatching them into our solar system to exact his revenge.
Horrible new infantry.
Horrible new infantry.
That sounds great.
So that's where the Guardians of the Last Safe City will find themselves this fall.
Well, this horrible new infantry, I think we're going to, I'd love to sort of pick your brain about what kind of new effects they're bringing into the battlefield? Do they have any new tricks up their sleeve?
Absolutely. I mean,
How
they're
much
all
you
new
got for me?
characters.
Yeah?
It's an all-new combatant race, so they have their own ways to fight. They have their own ways to counter your attack. I think it's really going to change up the combat sandbox, specifically for the the PvE encounters in the game. And of course, to give the Guardians what they need to rise to the occasion for that fight, we are giving every single Guardian in the game a brand new subclass that they can embrace and master. So be you a Hunter, a Titan, or a Warlock, you're going to grasp that third type of elemental energy in our game that you've never wielded before.
And now we need to go through these subclasses and talk about them a little bit. So let's start with my favorite and what I believe to be the superior Guardian, Hunter.
All right, yeah, we can start there if you'd like.
I'm going to start with a Hunter.
I don't agree, but that's what makes the community such an interesting
That's
place.
fine. Everyone has opinions. Some of them are better than others.
So as a hunter, you're used to being very aggressive. You're all about the blade or the gun. You charge in, you confront, the enemies, hand-to-hand combat.
Yep, it's all about going straight for the kill.
This is about you being more of a support player now. So you're going to grasp that void energy. You're going to have your void bow.
Okay.
Your Night Stalker is going to have the shadow shot. So you draw that void bow back, and it's going to bind groups of teammates together.
Groups of teammates together.
Yeah, so the opposing team, if they're clustered together, I mean, that's when you want to use your super, right?
Okay, yeah.
When there's many, many targets that you can use it on. So if you can take that bow and shoot it at a group of people, it'll bind them together. It'll trap them, in essence, so you and your team can then move in for the kill.
Now, when you say bind, do you mean sort of roots them to the ground, or does it draw them together in like a big Katamari ball for you to blow up?
It traps them where they are. It creates beams of energy connecting them together.
Okay.
So everybody will just sort of look at each other and be like, this is it. As everyone else
We had a
lobs
great
in.
run.
We had a good run, but this is it. Prepare to respawn, boys.
There we see it in action right here. These are the binds of the...
Yep, there you go. So that's the shadow shot. Dave Samuels, one of our effects artists, he's, just as animated as the characters in our game.
Yeah, you got to visualize the effects somehow,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
gestures are definitely
Absolutely.
a powerful way.
It's the great thing about working at Bungie is we're fans of our own game. So now we've got the Arc Warlock. The Warlock is more aggressive than ever. He'll rush into battle. He can stand toe-to-toe with any Guardian in the sandbox right now, any enemy, and just call down the storm in a trance and send it right through his fingertips.
Do you guys call this, was the internal code name for this the Palpatine?
No, but everyone at E3 is saying Palpatine style, right? Palpatine. I'm like,
Yeah.
if you must.
If you must. I
If
mean,
you must.
he is sort of the iconic lightning bolts from the fingertips, doom deliver guy.
So check this out. Now we're looking at the Solar Titan. This is the Sunbreaker and his Hammer of Soul. It's a great melee weapon, but you can also throw it from afar, and you can rain fiery, incendiary death down on fortified positions. There you go. There's Dave again. So
you're throwing it and then just sort of regenerating another one, ready to throw it again.
You get a whole bunch. You're just throwing hammers all day. And it lets the Titan, for the first time, have a ranged attack. You don't have to go in and charge in for hand-to-hand combat. You don't have to expose yourself in the kill zone. You can sort of hang back, and you can play as a support figure.
And it's also an attack that sort of lasts over time. The other two Titan abilities are kind of, you pop it, it's done.
Yep.
This one is more of a blade dance kind of thing.
Yeah.
You can get a good run going.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, it's offensive in nature. The Titans sort of had that bipolar element, where you're either, coming in with the Fist of Havoc, charging in, laying waste to everything in your immediate surroundings, or you got the Defender bubble that you throw up.
You guys got all the gestures down.
Yeah, become legend, man. You gotta inhabit your Guardian.
Excellent. All right, so the three subclasses are coming. Folks are obviously going to have to work through that experience tree, sort of level them up, and find out the ways that they can be customized within each other, sort of skew it towards one type of play style or another.
Yep.
But in addition to subclass, the subclasses, of course, powerful not only in PvP, which we saw a demo there, but also in PvE. Sorry, were we seeing PvP?
We
or
looked at PvE.
That's what.
Also powerful in PvP.
That is exactly the transition I was trying to make.
Or the Crucible, competitive multiplayer.
Yes. So let's talk about Crucible and how these powers are balanced, and sort of what new Crucible stuff you guys are bringing for the Taken King.
Yeah. So we have two booths here at E3. We're back over there in the PlayStation booth where we have Mayhem Clash. It's a team deathmatch variant, but we've taken the Space Magic and we've cranked it all the way up to 11. Your super meter recharges faster than ever, so it's super abilities, super attacks on top of super abilities, grenades, melees, like all the cool things that make Destiny fun and explosive are magnified and amplified.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That sounds
crazy chaos.
Yeah, that does sound chaotic. Is that Was that a good sort of testing ground for you guys in terms of the new subclass supers? Like, all right, let's just blow it out. Put these things toe to toe if they're just happening all the time.
Sure. I mean, that's the great thing about having a game in development is you can do whatever you want with it. You can see what's fun. Here at E3, it's also been a great way to introduce new players to the super abilities. Because if you're going to stand in line for hours at a time and wait for your chance to get in there and experience these new super abilities, if they only popped up once or twice during a match, you'd leave wanting more.
Yeah.
So we're going to give you everything you want in terms of your new Guardian. You're going to be able to, use that Void Bow. You're going to be able to use the Storm Trance again and again and again. Have a lot of fun with it. Over in the Activision booth, we're actually introducing a new objective mode. So, there's a neutral objective. 2 teams have bases on opposing sides of the map. There's a spark. That's the common explosive element. You go in, you capture the spark, you bring it to the enemy base, you use that to clear the enemy team and to score points.
Oh, okay, so it's sort of like a bomb delivery kind of thing?
Exactly.
And is it, once you make the delivery, you're getting points for the delivery, and then is it a sort of area blast or something that can actually kill the enemy team that's nearby as well?
Yeah, and it ends the round.
Oh, it straight up ends the round.
Yep, scores you points, destroys the enemy team, respawns in the center, and then you go back for it all over again.
Okay, how many rounds are you guys sort of?
I mean, the match has a timer on it, but that ends the round where you're going in and capturing the spark, then it respawns, you go back and get it again.
But you got to run back.
It's not like Trials of Osiris. It's a live fire exercise. The action never stops. But yeah, anybody who's defending that base, they're gone.
Now let's talk about, so spark carrying, I mean, is this character carrying the spark that we're seeing?
Yeah,
ahead?
so that's the runner.
Yeah.
And the idea is that you're going to go to the opposing base. They can kill you, of course, and then the runner is stopped. If you do get there, though, if you do deliver the spark into the enemy's rift,
ba-boom.
Ba-boom. And the animation is something that we're having a lot of fun with, sort of amping those hero moments where you literally get to slam dunk that spark, so kind of an end zone celebration.
Excellent.
You can even do it in full reverse, and do a backflip, earn some style points for your team.
A backflip?
Yeah.
That sounds wonderful. I'm really looking forward to doing that now. But you can't turn invisible with the spark. It's kind of a
You're going to have a target painted right on your back. Absolutely. So these guys are defending their base right here.
Now
now they've been bound by the shore shot, right? By the shadow shot right there.
Yeah, so it's not just it's restricting movement.
Yeah,
like you're sort of you can move very slowly.
You can kind of escape it, but yeah, it puts you in a dampening
But it's
field
also
so
a
you can't
visual obstruction. I mean, that whole screen was lit up with just like bright purple effects, making it really hard to get a beat on your enemy.
Yeah, and that's important. We like to give players feedback so that they're never confused, like, why couldn't I move? Why did I die? It's like you're encased in that void energy. So you have some understanding of what's going on. You know that there's a void hunter somewhere on the battlefield, and that guy knows what he's doing.
And you just got tagged.
Don't bunch up, guys. Don't bunch up. The Night
Stay
Stalker,
loose.
he's on his game, guys.
It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of strategies emerge with the new subclass abilities. So this is 2 new Crucible modes.
2 new Crucible
that are coming
modes
with the Taken King.
Yep. We have 4 new maps here at E3, and that's just a fraction of what will ship in the Taken King on September 15th.
Now let's talk a little bit about the size of the PvE, the sort of strikes, the story missions.
Yeah.
What kind of, in terms of the story that comes with the Taken King, is it comparable in sort of size and mission length to The Dark Below or House of Wolves?
No, much larger than that. This is a major expansion. That's how we're referring to it.
Okay.
It's an offering deserving of kicking off the 2nd year of Destiny. So last September, the Destiny adventure began. The community rushed into that brave new world. They made it theirs, a new hobby began. Now we're kicking off the 2nd year of gameplay and adventures and shared moments, and the Taken King is how we kick off that 2nd year. So there's a full campaign, there's a full endgame suite of activities for you to share with your friends, new Crucible modes, new supers, new enemies.
When you say full, are you talking like comparative to the original, the full,
it's a
the
lot
Destiny
closer
kind
to
of
the
thing?
Destiny story than
Yeah.
it is to any of the expansions that we've released. So
Very cool.
we're sending you back out into that world. There's a new destination for you to explore.
Okay.
We're opening up a new node on your director where you're going to go and conquer and explore the Dreadnought, which is Oryx's spacefaring fortress full of loot and rituals and all sorts of interesting events for you to share with your friends.
A big old nasty spaceship.
Big old nasty spaceship full of bad guys and awesome stuff for you to claim for yourself, things that will make your Guardian more powerful in some exciting new ways.
Sounds great. Now, before we wrap, let's just give a quick shout out to what kind of, you guys are packaging some new editions of Destiny as well for release this fall.
Yeah.
Can you run those down for us?
Yeah, well, the Taken King is going to be a great offering for existing players of Destiny. If you've been a Guardian with us since day one, if you've experienced everything that Destiny has to offer, you know, if you played the Dark Below, you played the House of Wolves, you can jump right into the Taken King with a $40 upgrade.
Okay.
And that gets you everything that the game has to offer. All the new supers, the new destination, the new modes, the full raid that we're, you know, creating back in the studio.
The raid. I can't believe we didn't get time to talk about the raid.
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about the raid, you know, at peril to my own personal injury. I'm not going to spoil.
But there's a raid.
There's a raid.
All right.
It'll be the most challenging element. If you don't know what a Destiny raid is, if you've never played Destiny, the Taken King is a great entry point. You know, for $60, you can jump in. You're going to get Destiny. You're going to get the 2 expansions. You're going to get the Taken King. You can begin your adventure. You can start with Eyes Up Guardian and go on your path. And there'll be some interesting ways for you to catch up to your friends because that's what it's all about.
And that release is September
15th.
September the 15th. Deej, thank you so much. Talking Destiny, the Taken King here at E3 2015. All right, folks, we'll be back with another demo here on the GameSpot stage at E3. I'm looking over there. It's Rise of the Tomb Raider. Oh, it's going to be good. We'll be right back. If y'all know GameSpot's coverage of E3, you know that we're bigger than just GameSpot. We've got Kinda Funny on the scene, and we've also got CNET, our sister site under CBS Interactive, CNET.com. Jeff Bacalar here.
Yes,
and,
sir.
Jeff, hello, friend.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello, Mr.
We're going to check in with you about your E3, man, because you cover games for CNET, and so you get to go to, like, a bunch of different appointments behind closed doors, get your hands on some games.
Yeah.
Talk to me about something cool.
So I got to see a little bit more of The Last Guardian.
The Last Guardian.
And that was interesting.
It's one of the biggest stories out of this E3.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal, I'd say. That's an understatement.
A little bit. Now, what was that little bit more, though?
Well,
That's
so
what I
here's
wanna
the
know.
deal. So when they showed the gameplay demo at the press conference, it seemed, you know, that screen was like a little small, and I was like, what's really going on? I want to get closer into that.
Yeah.
And I was way closer to the screen this time around that they showed upstairs. And it looks as good as I want it to look.
Oh, really?
Yeah, visually. I'm happy with where it's at. So now they can continue making the game.
They can go ahead. They got the Bacalar seal of approval. Well, that's interesting because it's hard to get a feel for that kind of thing when it's on the stage show.
Yeah,
and
it's a different dynamic.
Yeah.
And when you see it sort of right there in the flesh.
Excellent. All right.
I was psyched. So I saw that, and then I saw Horizon Until Dawn.
Oof.
Open Dawn? What is it?
Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn?
Yeah.
Until Dawn's another game.
That's another entirely
it's a horror
different,
game.
but also
yeah.
a game.
So
that's one of my favorites out of the show so far.
It's looking pretty sweet, man. There's some really cool like crafting stuff they're doing with the different types of bows and arrows. You can craft and sort of take down these mechanical dinosaurs.
Yeah, we saw the different ammo types in action, but yeah, the crafting is not something they've really delved into, but you got a sense for that?
Right, and like they got a sense for also like the story. So apparently it's 1,000 years
Oh yeah.
after humanity failed.
Uh-huh.
So, you know,
it's a whole new world.
They're calling it post.
How many posts do you need to line up?
Three times post.
Okay.
Yeah. So I definitely liked what I saw from Sony for sure.
All right, give me one more highlight from E3 before I let you go.
So kind of like Mad Max.
Mad Max?
Yeah, I haven't heard a lot of people talking much about it. I played it for like 20 minutes. I did some vehicular combat, car chasing sort of stuff.
Yeah, the vehicles are huge in that game.
Yeah, a lot of. I like harpooned a guy off his car and like threw him onto another car and it blew up and I was like, yeah, I could get down with that.
Yeah, all right.
It was like speed
I'm
and
down with that.
explosions and skulls. Sign me up. Yeah, it was great.
Mad Max, awesome. Well,
Right
cool,
on.
Jeff. Sounds like it's been a good E3 for you.
So far, so good.
It's
weird. I'm positive. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that kind of emotion right now.
You normally, maybe not your normal métier, but Jeff Bakalar from CNET, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Checking out E3. Thanks a lot for coming on
Of course.
stage,
Thanks
man.
for having me, brother.
Quick chat. That was
All right.
fun. All right, folks. Up next is Rise of the Tomb Raider. Don't go away. You saw it making an amazing scene at the press conferences. It's Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Brian Horton, the game director, is here to talk about it with me. Brian,
how's it going?
It's a pretty exciting E3.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about this. I think it's probably one of the best E3s we've seen in a decade.
It's wonderful, and Rise of the Tomb Raider is a big part of that. For me personally, at least, Tomb Raider was one of the rare games that I really felt a compulsion to 100% to just explore. I got so lost in that world, and I absolutely loved it.
That's great. We were really proud of everything we were able to do on the last game, but Rise of the Tomb Raider, we believe, is really stepping things up in a major way, and I'd love to talk to you guys about that.
All right, so what does stepping up mean? Because you guys kind of laid yourself a foundation for a new Lara Croft kind of experience, kind of vibe, but you know, stepping up often means sort of changing the flow of the entire game. I mean,
really,
for a sequel.
Really, for us, it's just, we want to make Lara Croft the most believable human character in video games, and she's central to that. But above and beyond that, this is her first great tomb raiding expedition. On the last game, she was about survival, and that's still part of our tone. But now she's going out there and seeking out these lost secrets in the darkest, farthest corners of the world, and it's been a great evolution in her character.
And it's sort of, you know, now she's survived her ordeal on the island. She's probably a little bit more, I don't know, prepared for things to go haywire, which is not to say that when things go haywire, she's not going to be a little overwhelmed.
Yeah, we definitely need to have that feeling of she goes into this environment with her climbing gear, 2 axes ready to go, but this avalanche hits her, and then she has to start from zero. But she has these survival skills built in from her experience, and she feels at home here. This is part of her destiny, and these challenges and being a Tomb Raider is really what she's meant to be.
So part of the survival in Tomb Raider was about that exploration, was about sort of finding things in the environment that would allow you to tweak your gear a little bit, that would allow you to sort of stay strong and grow your abilities. You know, in sort of this more targeted tomb exploration focus you guys have, is that still part of the game?
It's a huge part of the game. We've taken the idea of upgrades because we want her character to evolve, not only story-wise, but also through gameplay. So now the upgrades, where once it was maybe like a simple XP upgrade, we now have the deer that you kill has hide resource and antlers, and you can collect other things like wood in the world. You can create these crafting recipes out of 16 unique ingredients to upgrade your weapons and your ammunition. We have really cool new ammo, which is called the Poison Arrow. You can take out multiple guys with one shot. I mean, it's really nice to see us fleshing out these systems.
With one shot, how does that even work? One arrow, one person. That's my
This cloud
situation.
of poison gas comes out.
Oh, it's a cloud.
A
Nice.
cloud of
Little
poison
AOE.
gas. Yeah, AOE.
All right, I like it. All right, so we, you know, during this, the sort of scene from the press conference, we do this exploration, and we get a look at the fact that Lara is accompanied. She's not on her own. And, you know, she had other survivors she would sort of connect with in Tomb Raider, but this feels like this guy's along for the ride in a bigger way.
Jonah was actually in the last game.
Yeah.
So he's one of the characters we brought over, and he's a loyal companion to Lara. But as you see in this footage from the gameplay, they do get separated by the avalanche. So in the classic tomb raiding tradition, it's a solo sport.
It's a solo sport. Now let's talk about the classic tomb raiding condition, because Lara is now, she's going to this one area. We sort of get a glimpse of the castle maybe on the distance that she's aiming towards. Is this, does the whole game revolve around this sort of one expedition, or are there multiple that she'll embark on, or will it take her to other locations?
Well, we have teased out one environment that's different than Siberia. I won't go into a lot of detail about that, but it will have different climates, even this one location. But ultimately, what we're trying to do here is create this great drama, this great expedition that is fueled with mystery and intrigue and history. And the tombs are back in Tomb Raider. That's really what I got to say. I mean, if you're a Tomb Raider fan and you wanted tombs in a more significant way, they're bigger, they're more complex, and the rewards that you get from them are seriously substantial and central to the plot of Tomb Raider.
And the tombs are not just about, they're sort of a mix of all that Tomb Raider has to offer. It's a mix of exploring and scouting the land. It's a mix of figuring out environmental puzzles, and there's also combat.
Absolutely. It's that the three pillars of our game all exist in a tomb. And the way we've expanded on it, instead of making one puzzle for one tomb, it's broken up in what we call nested puzzles, which is kind of like the multi-lock and key of a classic Tomb Raider, but we're using our physics-based puzzle system to have multiple puzzles that will help get you through to the final destination. So it's a really robust, and I really think the Tomb Raider fan is going to be excited about what we have to offer.
I'm intrigued to see sort of where you guys land on the puzzle difficulty, right? Because it's always a challenge. You have to make the puzzle intriguing enough that the player doesn't just feel like, oh, I'll just like go around in this circle and find all the things to solve the puzzle. There has to be a little bit of, you got to figure this out involved. And there were a few moments like that in Tomb Raider. You guys are up in the ante this time around?
Yeah, well, we want to make sure, because we're going with a nested puzzle formula, it's not that the puzzle is so complex that you can't figure it out. It just has multi-stages, and it makes your brain work in different ways, but not so complex to the point where you're going to be stuck in there for an hour trying to figure out where to go. We want to make sure that the action fan that loved the last Tomb Raider is going to be satisfied, and then the classic Tomb Raider fan is going to get a little bit more robust expression of puzzle solving.
Now, before we wrap up here, I've got a question about sort of Lara herself, right? She's a more seasoned adventurer now. She's stared death in the face, and in a situation like this, actually died in like some pretty brutal ways, which was one of the more really interesting design choices I thought you guys made with the last game, because it made me feel a little like I didn't like seeing them every time.
Well, that's the whole idea. Drama has to have consequence. You can't set up a situation like this avalanche and not, if you fail at it, there has to be a death, there has to be a consequence. Now, the brutality of those things, we introduced the Siberian grizzly. Now, you can imagine what happens if you mess up in that situation.
Don't tell my imagination to think about a Siberian grizzly ball like Lara, because it will. It is right now, Brian. But I mean, Lara's sort of that physicality, that connection the player has with Lara, with that character, is so important to how the game feels, how the game plays. Did you guys sort of make any changes in terms of the design of Lara's animations and her character to reflect her sort of experiences?
Absolutely. Brandon Fernandez, our animation director, believes he wants to create characters we call the living Lara moments, contextual. Like when she's going through the deep snow, you'll see her exertion as she's climbing up the mountain. We actually carve out tracks in the snow, physical deformation of the snow. So Lara's connection to her environment is essential, and we do that through hundreds and hundreds of custom animations that are all playable. So that idea that Lara feels connected to her world is central to that experience.
Fantastic. And yeah, it certainly is looking beautiful. I mean, technical performance and like artistry is something you guys set a pretty high standard for in Tomb Raider, and it's something you're leaning into this time around as well.
Yeah, our team is second to none. The best artists, best tech, best animation in the industry, and these guys are passionate.
You know there are other artists in tech and animators out here,
well,
right?
I'm biased, maybe, a little bit. But seriously,
they can hear you, Brian.
The team at Crystal, a little bit of tidbit too. It's not just Crystal Dynamics. Our partners at Eidos Montreal are co-developing this game with us.
No kidding.
And we couldn't be more excited to have that additional talent and blood helping us make this what we believe is the best Tomb Raider game we've ever made.
The best Tomb Raider game you guys have ever made. Big words, big ambitions, but so far, Rise of the Tomb Raider looking really good. Let's talk a little bit about when it's coming out and sort of how you guys are releasing it, because that was something that after last year's E3, folks required a little bit of clarification on.
Sure. So we've had a fantastic partnership with Microsoft. They've been extremely supportive. You can look at our booth. We have a prestige place within their organization.
There's a little cave and everything.
They love it.
Yeah.
They really have been very big supporters, and they believed in our vision from the start. So it's been a really great partnership for us. We are coming out this November 10th, this year, 2015, on Xbox One and Xbox 360, and we couldn't be more happy with the way things are going so far.
Well, Brian, thank you so much for coming on and talking. Rise of the Tomb Raider, looking great here at E3 2015.
Thanks a lot.
All right, folks. Coming up next, we've got more game demos here on the live stage. For Honor, it says they got a schedule over there. It's really handy. For Honor, see it at the Ubisoft press conference with the swords, the axes, and the... We're going to be talking about it, seeing it in action in just a moment. Us E3 viewers, we like surprises. And at Ubisoft's press conference, there was a big surprise delivered by this man, Jason Vandenberg, the creative director on For Honor.
Yeah.
For Honor, you
surprise!
Made surprise! Hey, what's up?
I got a video game.
You got a video game.
We've been working on it.
You guys like just
play?
Chop the crap out of people.
Blam.
Yeah, that's what I love. The debut trailer, and then
Live
oh
demo.
yeah, here are the guys out here, guys and girls coming out to play.
That was the best. The audience all like, oh my god.
That's good because you want it to be more tangible. You know, after sort of stories about you see games announced and then you don't see them for a while.
Yeah.
You really get the steel in your teeth.
Well, with this,
I guess that's the bad option.
steel in your teeth.
Wrong.
It's dangerous. You don't want to go onto the battlefield like that. No. Well, but this game, we got a new way to fight, right? So we have this new controller and this new way to put the sword in your hand, and so we're like, you kind of have to show it to you. Because I could say, hey, I got a new way to fight. Trust me.
Wouldn't you trust this face?
Exactly. Why
I know
wouldn't
about
you just,
fighting.
I'm there, right? So instead we were like, got a new way to fight. Why don't you come play it? We're live on the floor. We got 16 pods back at the booth. We got people cycling through. They're having a great time.
I have a job to do here, man. You don't want me to leave you hanging on stage. Let's talk about For Honor a little bit. I want to talk about that new way to fight in a second. I want to get into it, but first let's set the stage. We're in the medieval era. Ish.
Well, it's certainly a place where they had swords.
Yeah, this is sort of inspired by...
This is not a history game, though. This is, of course, I mean, we got Knights, Vikings, and Samurai, as you're going to see in our trailer here, right? I don't know if you know this. Okay. Vikings and Samurai did not actually fight.
Not a lot of overlap.
On a European battlefield in history. That didn't actually occur.
But
it should have.
It should have.
And that's why we're here.
And along comes you guys to make that right.
Let's make that happen.
So, what we've seen is basically this is sort of a pure sword fight combat thing, but they're big battles. It's not just one-on-one. It's you've got your teams, but then there's player characters and non-player characters in the battle.
Yeah, we got AI on the map. We got this thing called the front line. We got this big group of guys, soldiers that are battling over that central lane. You can get in there and get with the swinging.
You sort of cut your swath through
exactly.
the AI, but once you
because everybody wants to cut a swath.
If you're on the battlefield, you want to cut a swath, but you also want someone to test your metal.
And that's
you don't want to just hack your way through everyone.
And that's what those other players are going to do for you. Game is 4v4, so you got 4 other guys on the other team who are coming after you, hunting you down, ready to lock in and do a duel. Right?
All right, so once you lock in, you're sort of squaring off. How does that control scheme work? Just give us a little quick overview.
Real quick. Okay, so you want to go fight. You're driving around, third-person game. You're driving around with the left stick.
Yep.
First, I'm going to lock with the trigger. Left trigger. I'm going to. Now we're in guard mode.
So
I've got my
you
sword
can
out.
disengage that.
Yes, you
and
can
run
let
away?
go, and
Okay.
exactly. You want to go fight in that lane. You want to fight in that front line there. You're going to be swinging without lock. But if you see another player you want to fight, you're going to lock on.
Yeah, you got to focus.
Exactly. We're going to do it because this guy's serious, right? Okay, so let's fight. Now I got my guard out, and when I lock, now my right stick becomes my sword. It becomes my guard. We have 3 guards, left, right, and top. Okay, so what happens is I move my right stick, I'm moving my sword to the left, to the right, to the top.
Yep.
And wherever I'm holding my sword, that's where I'm guarding.
Yep.
So if you attack me where I'm guarding, bang, it's gonna bounce right off.
Yeah.
Right. Now if I push the attack button, right, which you got 2 attacks on the shoulders there.
Okay.
You got a quick and a heavy
Yep.
on the 2 triggers. I'm gonna attack on the side I'm holding my weapon. So if I'm over here on the left, I'm gonna push the attack button. I'm gonna attack you on your right side.
Yep.
If I'm on the top, I'm gonna attack you top.
Coming over the
So
top.
you can see from where I'm holding my weapon what I'm probably going to do. And what this does is just creates this cycle where you're looking at my stance, I'm looking at your stance. We're both like, this is where I'm safe, but I gotta move my weapon to attack you.
Yep. You
But
got
to do that, I gotta open myself up for a second.
do some feints,
Do
maybe,
some feinting,
to like lure you
look
into a
at what
strike.
you're doing. This is now we're fighting. Now we're having the emotions of gameplay. This whole system that we've created here is called the Art of Battle. This is our core new thing, right? Called the Art of Battle. You put that on a 4v4 setting where I also got to worry about one of your guys coming up behind me
and ganking
pulling
you.
a gank. Yeah.
I can see that's
for
happened
dishonor.
to you once or twice.
Oh, man. I'm a knight. I fight honorably, you know?
No honor in battle.
no,
There's
no.
only the alive and the dead.
What are you, a Viking? Good.
Maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I could get down with some Vikings.
All right, then. So we got that. So that's how the system works,
That's
right?
good. It sort of helped me wrap my head around just sort of the basic sort of flow there, and you can see how that when you're engaged with another human player gets immediately complex as you're trying to figure each other out, trying to psych each other out.
Yep.
So what is, what happens? So you smite your opponent.
So smitten.
You roar to the heavens. You make a blood offering.
Yes.
And how does the game progress? What are you sort of earning for that? How does that affect the flow of battle?
Right on. Well, first you killed one of your opponents, so now
Yes.
they're down to 3 people alive, and they need to go back and respawn, right? So they're dead for a while.
Uh-huh.
But also you're getting score off of that. At E3, we're playing this mode called Dominion, which is kind of a modified. It's our sort of twisted version of domination, sort of classic domination.
Sure.
We got 3 capture points, and you're shooting for 1,000 points, right?
Uh-huh.
You're getting points by killing other players, killing the soldiers in the field, but you're also getting temporary points when you take the capture point. So you hold one of those capture points, you're gonna get a big score boost, like 250 points, right? But those are points that can be taken away.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because of course the enemy team can take the
So
point.
you just have to hold the
You gotta
point.
hold that thing down.
banks 250 in your
Exactly.
thing, but if they yank it, it
It's
goes
gone,
away.
right?
Okay.
First team to 1,000 points, pushes the enemy team into breaking. Now the enemy's starting to break. They're getting ready to rout, right?
Yep.
What you'd have to do then, they can't respawn.
Oh, okay.
Hunt them down. Now it's hunt them down. Kill every one of the enemy team, and you win the game.
What's the recourse though for
So,
the team that's breaking?
Take a capture point.
Oh,
you take
all
one of
right.
those capture points back. You're going to take 250 points away from the enemy team, and you're back in the game.
And you can respawn again.
Exactly.
and
You
it might
respawn your whole
continue.
team. Whoever's dead, they come right back, and now you're rolling again.
All right.
So there's a lot of this tug of war at the end that's pretty cool.
Now tell me how archers and siege weapons factor in here. Are those sort of
Right.
tied to capture points? How does that come into play?
So you saw in the onstage demo, you saw a lot of like the arrows coming down. You saw
Yeah.
the catapult explosions in the background. Those are what we call feats. Those are player abilities.
Oh,
right?
really?
Yes, those are
Okay.
and there's slots. You got 4 of them for each hero, right? Each hero has 4 slots. And what you're doing when I'm fighting people, I'm sort of earning my way up. I'm sort of earning my my
battlefield cred.
Battlefield credibility.
Yeah.
And if I get that 4th one up there, I can go. I want a catapult strike right there, and it's boom.
And the catapult guys are like,
yes,
man,
sir.
that guy's been kicking ass. We are all right. We got this.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right.
So and then each type of hero has their own sort of kit of feats to pick from, and you can customize your loadouts how you want to go.
And now we've got Vikings, we've got samurai, we've got knights, and so
the way you said that last one though, I'm like, man, come on, knights.
Knights. Yeah, I think the demo has demonstrated a more Viking sensibility kind of
Really?
guy.
I'm really shocked at this point. I'm surprised by that.
And it's not just the factions that we're playing; it's also the maps you're playing in. So
Absolutely.
Is every map a castle kind of situation? Does it have multiple areas? Give us an idea of the size and setting and the variety of maps.
So we're not really, we brought our first map here, and we're not really ready to talk about the whole scope of the world yet, right? We're going to go into some solo campaign stuff, and we're going to start talking about that in the future, right? But one way to think about what we're going to do with this space, right? It was, if you think about this game as kind of a shooter with swords, right? That's the way we're going to approach the map cycle, right? We're going to need a bunch of variety. Everything's going to have its own theme, right? We need a bunch of those to sort of evoke this world, because those maps are going to be how you really get to feel the history of the space, right?
Absolutely.
So you're going to be hearing a lot more from us about all that in the months to come.
And how about anything about a campaign? Are there sort of different factions have their different stories to play out?
So we're going to, I can confirm we're going to have a full solo campaign. You'll be able to play that, and it's going to be on its own, a reason to play, a reason to enjoy the game, right? It's going to be a full experience. We're not ready to talk to you guys about what that's going to be. That'll be down the road. But we got lots of ways to play. We already have in the build today, we've got bots that work for you. So if you want to play if you like the multiplayer modes and you want to just play those and train, you can just play those matches against bots, right? You're also going to be able to play co-op, of course, and super required, because this is a game about fighting with weapons, split screen, absolutely key feature for us.
Ooh, split screen.
Yes.
Really bringing conflict into the living room.
Well, you want to sit on the couch and beat up your buddy, right? I mean, that's kind of the thing.
That is
or
accurate.
with is okay, you know. I know.
Sure, you could cooperate,
or you could win. Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Jason, For Honor, an exciting debut for Ubisoft and you guys here at E3 2015. Do you have sort of a release window or anything in mind?
We really
don't.
Future
sometime.
Future, out there in the future. But what I can tell you is you're going to start hearing from us about live periods. We're here at the show to kind of introduce new mechanics, show you guys what we're doing, make sure it works, like get feedback, you know, that kind of stuff.
Important stuff.
But I mean, you know, as a game that has this kind of roots in multiplayer, of course, we're going to be talking to you guys about live periods down the road. So we're out here as early as we possibly can, because that's going to be a really key part of making sure that final product kicks ass.
Well, we're glad you came out, Jason. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Hey.
Pleasure to see For Honor in action.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Absolutely. All right.
Even though you are a Viking, I'm okay with that.
What? You're a night guy? Did we even clarify this?
I know, right? I'm not on the inside.
Okay. All right.
Well,
we'll meet sometime in the future.
We'll solve this
in the
field
hash
of battle.
Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday, Vanderberg, I'll get you. All right, coming up next, folks, it's a look at Tom Clancy's The Division, another game that made a splash at Ubisoft's press conference. Don't go away. E3 People from all over the world, and at GameSpot, we are excited to welcome to the stage right now from Australia, Champ Chong, YouTuber extraordinaire, and Daniel Muller, winner of GameSpot Australia's contest to bring someone to E3 for the very first time.
Yeah.
Guys, welcome to the stage.
Thanks for having us.
Cheers. Oh, we're super glad to have you here and get a quick dip into what you have been enjoying at E3 this year. Champ Chong, this is your 4th E3. How's this one shaping up for you?
I love it because the first E3 I went to was still like last gen. We didn't see the new consoles, and now like the second one I went to, we saw the new consoles, and now we're finally seeing a lot of epic games.
Those games that really justify, like, all right, yeah, this is the future I was hoping for, right?
Yeah.
Daniel, E3 for the very first time. What do you think of the spectacle?
I think it's awesome. You know, there's a lot of awesome games. It's been really cool going around with Alan because I get to go and sit in on a lot of interviews and stuff like that. So,
all right, so give me, I want one of your highlights each from a game you got to see in action or maybe even play here at E3.
Well, it's not a game.
I don't
Project
care.
Morpheus.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but then
Got
also, yeah, for PlayStation and Xbox have the HoloLens. I'm just like, I really want to try that.
Okay,
Yeah.
but how was your Morpheus experience? Did you get to put it on and try something
Yeah,
out?
it's amazing. Like, I can't wait to see where technology goes in the next few years. Yeah.
Does it? Do you feel like at home able to establish yourself in virtual reality, or is it a little disorienting at first?
I think it's a little odd, at first, and then eventually you get there.
And then you get there, and what did you play a sport or shoot a gun? Or?
No, it was kind of like it was some like. Yeah, it was
It's
weird.
the magic of virtual reality. Man gets to be a giant rabbit and realize his true destiny. Alan, what about you, man? Or no,
Daniel.
sorry, Daniel. You're Alan. You're Daniel.
I'm really pumped for the Final Fantasy 14 expansion. It comes out in a couple of days. And, and the Gears of War reboot, too. It's going to be awesome.
Gears of War?
Yeah, I love the original, and they're redoing it now.
What do you think of the new Gears of War enemies with the kind of look like insects a little more, got the weird tongues going on?
They're pretty cool. You know?
If it moves, I'll chainsaw it.
Yeah,
It's the Gears of War
that's
approach.
it. You know, just kill it. Just kill everything.
All right, anything you guys are hoping to hit before you take your leave of E3 here?
I want to see Just Cause 3. That
Just
huge
Cause 3.
open world, definitely. Yeah, grappling hook, do all that crazy stuff.
Yeah, dude, it's just mayhem in
Yeah.
all different flavors. So fun.
Yeah.
What about you?
I wanted to have a go at that big Forza display they've got up. You know, the race car simulator and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to hit that
Well,
up.
hopefully we'll get you behind the cockpit over there. I mean, not that I actually have any power. I sit here all day. But yeah, E3 and the sort of experience here is, you know, you guys waiting in line get to play stuff, but sometimes it's fun to just like walk by and take in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
What would you say, you know, for someone who you go back to Australia after your first E3 or after your 4th, what's the story you tell? What's the highlight from E3? Oh, you guys will never believe this was the best thing.
I think it's just the exclusive stuff that you get to see, and then go to your friends back home and say, hey, I've played this, but you have to wait months, maybe years to see this game. It's kind of the bragging rights you get.
Oh,
so,
yeah, you dangle it right in front of their face.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, you guys hear about Black Ops 3, right?
And
I
then-
ain't played it. Couple rounds, no big deal.
The best part is if they like don't believe me, I'm just like, check out my YouTube channel. And then they watch it and they're like, damn you.
Does that still work on your friends? They must know at
Yes,
this point.
yeah, at this point it's no longer like a major surprise, but it's still really cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Anything for you, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I've just been taking photos of all the games, everywhere I've been, just sending them back saying, look where I am and you're not. Yeah.
Well, you're here, they're not. Please enjoy. Continue to enjoy it. Suck all the marrow from E3 2015. Thank you guys for coming on stage and chatting with me.
Cheers.
Thanks for having us.
All right, folks, coming up next, it's The Division. We saw it 2 E3s ago. We saw it 1 E3 ago, and now it's here at E3 2015. We're going to get a look. One of the stars in Ubisoft's impressive E3 2015 lineup is Tom Clancy's The Division. And joining me now on stage, Ryan Bernard from Ubisoft. And we are going to talk about The Division because You guys had a pretty memorable demo up there.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, that's kind of what we were shooting for. So, you know, it's each year we want to try to bring more of the gameplay, more kind of pull the wrapper back a little bit further. And the previous, you know, the first year was about kind of, you know, making a splash with the game. And then last year was about the open world, what's happening with the scenario. And this year we're really focused on the Dark Zone and how player versus player works in the game.
And player versus player is sort of, you know, a lot of games have player versus player and player versus environment as entirely separate things.
Yeah.
But that's not really the case in the Division. You guys have sort of mixed it all around together.
Yeah, I think, you know, the genre for the game, you know, like a lot of games, you know, are going open world. They want, you know, player choice is a big thing. That's what I think the gaming community wants. So to be able to create something unique, we wanted to have a gameplay space where it's not a battleground, it's not a multiplayer map. It's a space that's right in the core of the gameplay loop and the core experience where player versus player can happen.
Now, you guys talked about the Dark Zone for the first time this year, and you also sort of in the intro trailer gave these hints at the story, you know, why these people are the people who are super good with guns and prepared for this kind of situation. You know, we always knew this might happen, and then we were activated kind of thing. Is that, are you only doing the vague hints at this point, or can you give us a little more on the sort of campaign setting and who these people are that you're playing as?
Sure, no, we've talked about the background. I mean, the whole premise for the Division was we wanted a new Clancy unit that was going to be an RPG game that fit within Ubisoft's very strong suite of Clancy games.
Yeah.
So from that kind of birthed this thing of, well, to be different, the disaster kind of needs to have happened. So in our scenario of our game, you know, the virus is released, the society is kind of crumbling already, and this is a Clancy unit that's different. It's based in home, and it's based as a response unit. So that's how that came about.
And so as a response unit, it seems, you know, sort of the goal we're seeing here, going into the Dark Zone is obviously a big risk, so there's got to be some kind of reward there.
Yes.
And we talked, you know, sort of mentioned like they have Dark Zone loot or something like that, but can you give us a little more concrete information about what kind of resources they're able to pull out from a risky mission like this?
Sure, absolutely. It's, I mean, the lore behind the Dark Zone is this is ground zero for the infection. So when military originally quarantined a smaller area and tried to stop the spread of the virus, that was obviously ineffective, so they had to pull back, and they left all the best gear, equipment, supplies in the Dark Zone. So besides missions and scavenging for resources, for materials for crafting, the best loot, the best quality equipment in the game is inside the Dark Zone.
And when you talk about loot, you got to be talking about the player's loadout. And so we've got obviously guns, grenades, but are there any sort of like gear outfits? Like what's the extent of the loadout you're going to be able to customize?
So each agent has a number of slots, and so each slot can be upgraded with a new go bag, larger inventory, better thighs, legs, boot slots, gloves, and this can have statistics like attached to them. So it can help increase your damage with weapons, increase your health pool, you know, RPG type statistics. So that's why you want this loot in the Dark Zone.
And now one of the sort of, you know, that RPG type like progression, exploration, one of the sort of key things about that is pushing into areas and encountering enemies that are too tough for you, that are, it's not just about going through and killing everything you see, it's about making decisions about when to engage. And we saw that in the demo here. The players were trying to avoid, you know, certain areas because of these high-level enemies. What's your sort of approach to, like, how you pace out that zone and, like, where you want to really push back hard on players to force them to make a decision like that?
Well, I think there isn't really any walls of, like, we don't want to block anyone from exploring, but so I would look at it more of like a kind of a blend from as the level progresses up through the Dark Zone, and it becomes very apparent, since when you pulse or kind of aim on an enemy, you can see the level of the challenge, and as soon as you get to a certain level above your agent, you kind of become very ineffective. So the game pretty much tells you when you need to either get up your levels through doing missions or killing NPCs of your level or enemies. so that you can take them on. And in this, we're actually coming up against what's called an elite enemy. So it's pretty common for people to play a lot of games, but they're armored, they have higher hit points, they have higher damage output. So it really encourages players to play together to take out elites.
You play together, you multiply the power you can really bring to bear.
Yeah.
Now, sort of, we're seeing more than ever here, you guys sort of evolving this moving between cover system, this catching on fire
system. Catching on fire, exactly. He's got to use a med pack real quick. So yeah, so the Division is definitely a cover-based gameplay, and it has a shooting mechanic. So utilizing cover, moving between covers, flanking enemies is really important to be successful.
Now, voice chat obviously sort of really played a big role in the demo you showed during the press conference. And obviously, if you're playing on a team, it's going to be really important. But for players who don't necessarily voice chat, are you guys building in any kind of contextual call-out system or any way to communicate, non-verbal way to communicate?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. The voice is it's a hot topic in the team.
Sure.
Right now, we have a full emote system that's coming in, so you'll be able to kind of let your intentions be known when you're not grouped with someone. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, there is the VoIP in group. And right now, there's no plans for any type of quick chat system.
Yeah, but if you've got the emotes, then sort of things will start to evolve as players start to understand points where you need to communicate, stuff like that.
Absolutely, and really the biggest telltale is player action. If someone takes cover, 10 feet away from you, 15 feet away from you, or drops up a turret, it's pretty obvious that you should get into cover.
That's a pretty aggressive move.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
So is there one more quick thing about voice chat? Is there sort of area chat? So you're not just talking with your team. You're saying like, "Hey, you over there.
Yeah.
What's up?"
So right now there's no plans for area VoIP, but we have big betas coming out. I don't know if you've heard of those announcements. So we are very, very big on playing the game, looking at feedback. The betas are going to be extremely helpful, and it's something we could look at if we decide that that's a direction we need to go.
Sure, yeah, beta's very instructive and certainly could be helpful. Now, we're now in combat with another team of human players, is that correct?
So these, we just actually took out some players that were rogue flagged. So when you go into the Dark Zone and you come up against another player, you're neutral. So you're neither hostile nor friendly. If you aggress them and engage them, you become what we call flagged rogue. Your ring turns red, your watch turns red, and you actually get a bounty on your head. So other players can take you out for that experience reward.
Bounty plus whatever loot you're carrying and you're going to drop.
So all the loot inside is contaminated, and in order to basically to equip it, to bind on equip it, you need to extract it. So that's what we see them doing here, and starting an extraction, which is 90 seconds of very intense kind of covering your ass gameplay.
And it's firing up a flare, and I imagine maybe there's a mini-map ping on other teams so they could come sniffing around.
So the areas are known on the map. They're also known when they're active, when someone's trying to extract.
Okay.
And probably that means that you're trying to get out something good. So we refer to them pretty much as watering holes, because that's what they do.
That's a very vivid image, on the Serengeti, what kind of activity it attracts.
Yes, so it gets pretty crazy at the extraction areas.
Now, I think that I loved when at the end of the demo you showed like that next level of betrayal. Your teammate betraying.
Yes.
Because that adds an extra layer of tension. But like, I don't know, do you worry that might put in the mindset of players like, oh, if I'm just going to be a real dick every time and get out every time, and it's only going to be me or no one.
It's a common question actually, and I mean potentially. Again, we want to start the Dark Zone with as few designer-placed rules as possible, and players generally kind of develop a rule set amongst themselves.
Yeah.
If we see that, this mechanic just really isn't fun. People are, that nothing ever happens, nobody extracts, it's too much, it's too chaotic, we can make adjustments. So this is where we're starting. It was the big, how does PvP work in your game? Well, this is how PvP works in the Division.
Yeah.
And the great thing about being online, about being iterative, is you can always make adjustments.
Yeah, and there's ways to, better incentivize cooperation and stuff like that. And I think I really appreciate sort of showcasing that backstab moment because there's this delicious darkness to it, and I think that's part of the appeal of the Division.
Yes, my favorite comment that we saw was on Reddit, someone that's been following the trailers from year to year, and we've had the same group of agents, and it's, why Ryan after 3 years, And then, so if you follow the story, it's agents playing together, and then at the end, one of them just screws all of the other ones and takes all the loot. So
and then he gets right out of there.
It's pretty funny.
Man. So the Dark Zone is, you guys, that's an area where PvP is possible. Is there also areas where you can sort of just do a PvE thing? Or?
Absolutely. So the Dark Zone is a multiplayer space. So you'll definitely see other players maybe engage in PvP. The rest of New York in the open world is what we call phased. So if you and I are playing together, and I'm the group leader, we're in my copy of New York. And we won't see random players running by or messing with our mission or, trying to engage us, which there's no PvP outside, so it's okay. But so it's a phased private space. And then once you move into the Dark Zone, that's a public space.
Very cool. The Dark Zone, aptly named, it seems.
Yes.
And we got a really good look at it this year at E3. Now, can we talk about the betas for a second? When are those coming down the pipe? Because I know certainly I am interested in checking out some kind of Dark Zone action.
Nice.
When are we going to get to do that?
So we have a beta coming in December for those of you who have Xbox One. And then shortly after that into the new year, we're going to be on PS4 and PC. So no matter which platform you want to play the Division on, you're going to be able to check it out early.
So betas later this year and early next year?
Yes.
And then you guys aiming for maybe a late next year release?
No, we're March 8th of next year.
March 8th?
Yes.
Man.
It's 3 months of full beta, so we have time to look at the data, to react, to really make sure the game is ready. So
excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming on here, Ryan, talking about the Division. Definitely a game that continues to garner big interest at E3.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Tom Clancy's The Division. Up next, we're going to take a look at whatever the schedule says over there. I'm actually taking it off the stage. Lucy James is going to come on for our next slate of demos, and she's going to be seeing a lot of excellent stuff here at E3, so please stay tuned. We've got more coming at you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2015. It's time for my takeover. Danny and Chris have had their day. It's now time to, with me is Rex and Alex from Media Molecule here to show off some Tearaway Unfolded. So guys, we obviously played and loved Tearaway on the Vita a couple of years ago. Why are we bringing it to the PS4?
Well, we felt that the story wasn't really concluded. We wanted to kind of branch out, go bigger, see if we could put it up on the big screen. When we'd seen it projected up at like E3s in the past on a massive projector, we thought that the art style really held up, and there was maybe an opportunity to bring it to the PS4. But obviously, we designed the game it was so integral with the Vita hardware that we weren't sure whether it would be achievable, and ultimately we had to kind of tear everything up and start again, and that's how we've ended up with Tearaway Unfolded.
So let's talk a little bit about how you've actually moved from the Vita to the PS4. So obviously the DualShock 4, it does have a touchpad on the front, but not the one on the back, which was kind of important because, you know, the great moments in the game where your fingers could pop through.
Exactly.
So how we kind of maybe change those around a little bit for the new console?
Well, I mean, the most important thing for us was to just identify what things just weren't going to work at all and just get rid of them. You know, obviously the pushing into the world is a very, very Vita-specific thing, and it just didn't feel that we would do it justice by trying to port that over. We tried experiments of like turning the pad upside down and pushing on the touchpad, and it's just, you know, it's a mad idea. So we just moved away from that, got the whole team together as a game jam, and like just really explored what was new about the DualShock 4. And there was just a whole bunch of features on there that we didn't feel had been really exploited yet.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about what you've actually implemented, because I mean, especially in games nowadays, the touchpad is kind of wasted. I feel like it's not really living up to its potential. It's usually used as a pause menu.
Yeah.
So what have you done for that?
Well, as Alex is going to show us now, as we swipe into the world on the touchpad, it sends a gust of wind into the paper world. You can see how it's all like folding and changing as we go through the environment. And you know, in a world that's so fragile, you can really feel quite powerful. You know, just a simple swipe, and you see how it's all changing and unfolding. We early in the development of Tearaway, we had a pop-up book engineer come in and like show us how pop-up books work, and it's really fascinating to sort of get into the mechanics of what is possible with paper.
Yeah, so we can see here the gust of wind. What other new functionality can we see?
Say again, sorry?
So we've seen the gust of wind here.
Yep.
What else are we going to be able to see?
We'll be able to see, we can also use the light on the controller to shine into the world. It felt that it's kind of a mad thing to see this triangle of light shine into the TV. So as you move into like a darker space, you'll actually see how it's how it illuminates the messenger's journey and reveals a whole bunch of other stuff. Alex at the moment is taking a bunch of photos. You know, it's a very unusual looking game. So and we found on the Vita that fans really enjoyed taking a lot of photos and sharing those. We've expanded that out with a bunch of new filters, and you can see here the animated GIF lens. That's my favorite one. So you can actually make your own little GIFs, upload them online.
Oh, that's wonderful. It also seems better because whenever I was in public and I'd have to take a photo in Tearaway to sort of be try not to look like I'm being suspicious on a train or something.
Exactly.
So a big part of it as well is that they use the Vita's front camera to put you into the game, because obviously you are in the sun, you're part of the game.
Yeah.
What about people who maybe don't have a PlayStation camera?
Well, we've developed a new app. It actually uses the PlayStation app, so you don't need to download anything new. But if you've got a tablet or a phone lying around, then you can fire up the app on there. You can start creating on there, sending things into the world, start taking photos. The photos will go onto any paper that's near Etoile while she's standing, so you can sort of, player one can be running around and player two is like adding in textures, and it's kind of a way of really personalizing everyone's experience.
That's wonderful. I mean, because that is a big thing of Media Molecule. Your ethos is kind of create and share.
Yeah.
And how has the reaction been to Tearaway? Because obviously with Little Big Planet, it's more obvious because you can see fan-created levels and such. With Tearaway, it's mostly people posting really adorable pictures of Atois to Twitter.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was very important to us to sort of kind of grow the studio in terms of making a very story-based game and something that was had you know a good single-player experience, and then experiment with ways to bring in the creative elements, but as part of the overall package rather than being something that's off to one side, you know, like an editor or. And it was an interesting experiment to us to try and combine creativity with storytelling.
And so it was Tearaway was your idea, wasn't it, Rex, I believe?
Well, it's everyone's idea. I mean, I just wanted to make something that was very tangible, very physical, and that ultimately meant making it out of paper.
Yeah.
But it was really, that was just the sort of the kickoff point for the whole team to then get together and game jam on that and come up with ways to make a very tangible, papery world.
Because I mean, you guys always had the best booths at shows because even the creativity of the team would be displayed not only virtually but in real life as well.
Yeah, I mean, we just can't help ourselves really. You know, we really enjoy playing our games, making games, and we just try and bring that out into the world and maybe hopefully inspire players to get involved and make things themselves.
So you mentioned that you felt like there was more story to tell. So is that going to be in its own separate, you know, post where we know the Tearaway actually ends, or is it going to be integrated into the main game?
No, I mean it's still the same overall kind of journey that you're going on, but there's a lot of twists and turns along the way. We've widened the game out so that you could more side things to find, the more tricky stuff to battle with and deal with, as Alex is just about to take on some scraps here. Yeah, we've some of the areas that we didn't feel were quite as like fully formed on the Vita version. We've been able to develop a little bit more. There's a new conclusion to the end of the second part of the game, so there'll be a lot of surprises, I think, for Vita players as well as you know, for new ones.
So let's talk a little bit about what we've just seen there. Alex, I noticed you were sort of, Atwa was throwing things at you and you were chucking them back. How is that going to be changing up the way that we play?
So one of the things we wanted to do is really explore or play with the idea of the game being inside of the TV and you holding the controller and there being like a relationship between the two. And the most tangible way that we do that is that Atwa can pick up objects in the game and then throw them out to you. You catch them in your controller and then you can shake them around, kind of annoy them if it's a little character. And then you can swipe on the touchpad and it will go flying back into the game again. So you can use enemies as projectiles, and you can have all kinds of sort of emergent fun with the various systems that we've got.
It feels like, I mean, that's the thing about Tearaway is that, so maybe some other games on the Vita when they came out, they felt like the Vita's functionality was kind of shoehorned in a little bit, like it was kind of forcing you to use it. With Tearaway, it didn't. It felt like a natural thing because you wanted to reach in and touch that world, and it's nice to be able to see that's carried over into the PlayStation 4 version.
Yeah, I think it helps to have like a very strong sort of metaphor that really binds the whole game together with the paper world, you know. And as long as we get that right, we can actually start tearing away the fourth wall all the time and play with it a lot more, which I think, you know, worked out well on Vita, and we're taking it further with Unfolded. Something that's really pleased with is that a lot of the powers that we've added you can use them pretty much at any time. So it becomes a more personal. You can play it in a more personal way. You know, it's like use the powers that you like the most to deal in a battle. Whether you want to like swipe the enemies with wind and see them tumbling off a mountainside, whether you want to throw them out into the pad and shoot them into the side of the mountain, or you know, there's a whole bunch of different ways to play with the same content.
And when I played the game, I immediately fell in love with Atwa. I mean, it's impossible not to. How do you forge that bond between player and essentially a player vessel, I suppose?
I think, I mean, one of my favorite things is actually quite a subtle element of the game, is that as Atwa is running along, she'll often like just look over her shoulder. She's aware of the fact that we're outside of the game and we're kind of going on this journey with her. And we've been adding in a lot of new animations and reactions so that we just bring a little more of her character out.
Yeah.
As you can see here, we've just moved into this dark section, and by squeezing the trigger, you'll see how the light from the DualShock shines into the world.
Yeah.
I mean, in some form, it's kind of like a torch, but you know, we treat it as much more than a torch. It's a very sort of godly kind of torch that's shining in and changing the world.
And it retains the shape as well, which kind of it's another great way of sort of making that bond, I suppose.
Yeah.
So what I mean, is there going to be new trophy support? I assume.
Yeah.
PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
New trophy support.
Yep.
Share.
Yep.
Everyone's going to be sharing.
Oh yeah.
The Squirrel King. I mean.
Yeah. Exactly.
And the gifts. All about the gifts.
Yep. There will be gifts everywhere. Our Tearaway.me website will be all the content from the PS4 version will be going up there as well, so players can see what the kind of stories and experiences that other players are having, and you know, hopefully just spam the world with gifts. You know, there's been enough cats on the internet. Now we need some squirrels.
The time of the cats is over. You heard it here first. Guys, thank you so much for joining me, Alex, Rex. Make sure you stay tuned to the GameSpot stage because we've got so many amazing games coming out. Tell me quickly though, when is Tearaway Unfolded hitting our PlayStation 4s?
It is out in start of September.
September, early September.
In the US and the 9th in Europe.
Wow.
Wonderful. Guys, thank you so much. Make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot for more coverage from E3 2015.
Down here at Nintendo with Allie to check out Triforce Heroes, the new Zelda game for 3DS. I didn't think anyone saw this coming. This is a brand new announcement.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I also was like super psyched because I really didn't get a chance to play a ton of Four Swords Adventures or Four Swords, and so I'm like, oh, multiplayer Zelda, this is what I've been waiting for forever, and you get to play dress up and stuff. So, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because now there's online multiplayer. You know, the Four Swords games were local only, but this is great because now people can actually play these games together no matter where they are.
Yeah. So we've got online, we've got local, of course, and we've also got download play. And what's really cool is, we might get to see it later, what you can do is like these little emoticons on the bottom screen, and you can press them and it's like, Link will do like a pom-pom cheer if something goes right, or he can be like, no, or pick me up or whatever. So it's just a really good way to communicate with people, whether you're playing locally or online.
Because I guess there isn't voice chat at this point, right? Correct. Yeah. Okay. Well, so let's take a look at what they're doing back here. Can you explain the structure of the game? I mean, is this a big grand adventure, or are we looking at bite-sized levels, sort of from the Four Swords Adventures, style?
Right. So we've got a town, and this town is part of this kingdom that's all about fashion, right? Like, everybody loves fashion, everybody's a fashionista, and that's where you go to, like, get new clothes, the costumes that you wear in the dungeon. But the way that it's structured is there's just a whole bunch of dungeons you can pick from, and so you start off in the town, and then you go, whether you're going to play single player or multiplayer, so 3 players, you go into this area where you select that, and then you select the dungeon that you want to do, and then you go out on your adventure with your buddies. And so dungeons are structured with, like, I think it's like 3 sections per dungeon, and there's a boss at the end. And so you have to work together to defeat to get through the dungeon. You share hearts. You need to use this new totem mechanic, which is like stacking the links up to solve puzzles. You need to defeat enemies together, so the bosses together. And then at the end of the boss, you each get your own treasure chest, which contains an item that you can then use to help make the costumes, stuff like that.
So how do the costumes work exactly? Do you collect these by spending rupees that you find during the game? And what sort of abilities will people expect to be able to play around with?
Right. So there's a town where your kind of costume shop is located, and we aren't going into too many details about like how you craft them, stuff like that. You will need rupees. But some of the costumes that we're showing off now, let's see. Looks like there's 2 people wearing the Zelda dress and 1 person wearing the Kokiri outfit. So the Kokiri outfit gives you more arrows to shoot. So if you're going into a dungeon that uses the bow, that's a really good one to pick. There's the bomb outfit, which gives you a bigger bomb. There's the Zelda dress, and the Zelda dress is one of my personal faves because what happens is you put it on, and if you defeat an enemy or you like break a jar, you're more likely to get a heart than another person who's wearing a different costume. There's also the Lucky Loungewear, which is basically like silly jammies, and that makes it so you're more likely to basically dodge a hit. So you might get hit, but you won't take damage. And there's going to be more costumes as well that we're not going into details about, but there's going to be lots of good stuff for people to try out.
Maybe a chance of amiibo support with other series introducing costumes? Who knows, right?
Let your imagination go away with that.
So one thing I think a lot of people are wondering about, because this is a multiplayer game, how does it play when you're by yourself? I saw something during the presentation regarding the use of dolls. But how do those work? Are they completely AI-driven? Do you control them? What's the situation there?
Yep, so the way that single player works is you're basically in control of 3 different links and you have to switch between them. So whereas multiplayer is each link is going on at the exact same time, they're all moving in different directions. In single player, it's more methodical. So multiplayer, you've got like this hectic, like, okay, everybody gotta work together, let's do this super quick. Whereas single player is like, okay, I have to think about, I need to put this link here so I can get that link over on that button and then that link to push that block. So it's a little bit more methodical, a little bit more kind of thought out as you're going. Since it is that single player, you're controlling all 3 links kind of at the same time, but in turn, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, so Triforce Heroes is coming out this fall, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and new 3DS only, or every 3DS will work with this game?
It is compatible with the 3DS family.
Awesome. Thank you, Allie. Thanks for watching us at GameSpot. Stay tuned for more news about Nintendo and the rest of the great games at the show.
Hey guys, Lucy here on the GameSpot E3 2015 stage. I am joined by Dan Pinchbeck, who's the creative director on Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. And you know what, Dan? We have the game, like I can see it on this screen. Let's get it straight in there because it just looks absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
I'm from England. I have spent time in Shropshire. So why have you chosen Shropshire? I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful place, but as a setting for your game.
It's really beautiful. It's it just sort of seems to have that natural kind of like combination of the kind of like rural, isolated, bit of a sort of like, it just was England, you know, and we're kind of like, we want to make, if we're going to set this in England in 1984, we've got to find somewhere that just feels like, what's the most English place we can get to? And we did a lot of looking around, did a bit of driving, did a bit of looking, and went, do you know what, it's Shropshire, it just is England with a capital E, and it just felt completely right, so.
And we can see here, I mean, if you want to, I don't know if you want to start wandering around, but it's kind of, it's suburban. I mean, there is no other way of saying it. It's just so English.
It's just so English.
It reminds me of when I was obviously I lived in the city, but when you'd go visit, like my sister lived in a place that was pretty much identical to this. And
so roughly we start the game. This is up at the Vallis Observatory, which seems to be the centre. I mean, the whole thing's like it's an open world, story-driven mystery game really. So we kind of dump the player in without really telling him anything. And
oh, you find it. It's fine.
You'll
so
be right.
I mean, what is the backstory here?
We don't really have any backstory for the player where you go in, apart from it's 1984, it's the end of the world, something's terrible's happened, off you go explore.
Try and find out.
We're really kind of like looking for players to just engage with the story, get sucked into the stories of the people and the characters they find, and all the time you've got this kind of underlying mystery of whatever did happen, and really it's pretty open. We want to not handhold as much as we can.
That's wonderful. I mean, because I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? Because in most modern games, you know, press X to jump, do this, and it's relentless. But in a game like this, it's just kind of freedom.
Yeah, we really wanted to do that. We really like the idea of kind of evolving away from where we started with games like Dear Esther, where story-driven games tend to be very linear. You tend to just move along and the story drops in front of you. And we thought, well, it sounds like really interesting and really cool if we just go, well, look, there's a world full of story here, but we're not going to tell you where it is, and we're not really going to help you find it. Just go and make your own story out of the pieces we give you. And we don't have to do the usual open world kind of, you have a very open world, but you have linear missions within it. It really is extraordinarily open, and it's down to you to kind of join all those pieces together and make everything make sense.
Oh, so what are you doing here?
So around the valley, we have these strange phenomena that you find. And when you come across them, you're using the tilt on the DS4 to tune in like you're tuning in an analog radio. And if you find the right frequency, then it'll unlock these sort of memories and pieces of what's happened, which gives you all these kind of clues and lets you know about the characters that are around. And then while these are happening, there's no cutscenes. You're still moving around. You can find your own camera position. So these characters are quite static in this scene, but if you find them in other places, they'll start moving around. They won't wait for you. They'll just go ahead, carry on their lives. And how much you pay attention to that, whether you stay, join in with the story, whether you just wander off, is completely up to you. And that's really nice because it means out of all the characters in the community of the Valley, you can find the people that interest you most and then follow their stories. You're not limited to just kind of following one plot as you go through.
So do they maybe mention like an area that they're going to go to, or can you literally just follow them the entire way there?
Yeah, well, you can follow them around. So there's 6 major areas in the game which respond to. I'm just waiting for the scene to finish and the lights to turn back on here so I can take you down into the village. There's 6 big areas, and in each area you find a story about one of the main characters, but they're not limited to that area, so the stories go backwards and forwards. The whole mystery takes place over 4 days, so people will just go about the valley and the places where they are. So if Stephen says, like, I'm going off to the camp, if you happen to be in the camp at the right time, you'll see what he did there. So
hang on,
you
is it also depending on... Do you have a day-night cycle? Do things change depending on time of day?
There's not a day-night cycle because it's more tied into what happened when. So although as you progress through the game, the weather progresses, the time progresses, it's not like cycling through. We did have that in originally, and then we found that because we're jumping backwards and forwards in time anyway, when you threw that in over the top of it, people were just like, well, literally no idea now what's going on.
So, I mean, let's talk a minute about the visuals, because this is stunning. So, Dear Esther was made in Source engine, and this is CryEngine 4.
Yeah, this is CryEngine, which is an amazing engine to work in for these kind of visuals.
CryEngine 3.